है बेटा जी। अच्छा, now let us start by examining what is a budget constraint. Before I talk about budget constraint, I want to introduce something which is known as consumption bundle. बेटा, what is a consumption bundle? किस चीज को बोलते हैं consumption bundle? Consumer consumes different commodities. For example, I can go ahead and I can consume one apple, two mangoes, one TV, 5 t-shirts. Whatever a consumer consumes, when I list that down, जब मैं उसको लिखती हूं, when I go ahead and I tell exactly what a consumer is consuming, then that is called as a consumption bundle. So we can say that a list of what consumer consumes. So when I list it down, that what my consumer is consuming, okay, that is called consumption bundle. That is called as consumption bundle. So listing what consumer will consume is consumption bundle. Now in economics, generally, हम economics में consumption bundle को कैसे दिखाते हैं? How do we depict a consumption bundle in economics? We represent it using x1, x2. This beta represents a consumption bundle. इसको हम एक consumption bundle बोलते हैं. क्या ये represent कर रहा है? First of all, beta, it is representing that consumer is consuming two commodities. What it is representing? Consumer is consuming two commodities. So, consumption of two commodities. Beta, I can call these commodities as good 1 and good 2. इनको हम नाम दे देते हैं. That there are two commodities, good 1 and good 2. Second, how many units of good 1 consumer is consuming? कितना good 1 consume कर रहा है? So consumer is consuming x1 units of good 1. How many units of good 1 consumer is consuming? Consumer is consuming x1 units of good 1. Similarly, consumer is consuming x2 units of good 2. So when we go ahead and when we tell what consumer is consuming, जब हम ये बताते हैं कि एक consumer consume क्या कर रहा है, that is called as consumption bundle. उसी को consumption bundle बोल देते हैं. That's called a consumption bundle. So when I write x1, x2, it represents that I am consuming two commodities. x1 units of good 1 and I am consuming x2 units of good 2. बेटा, any consumption bundle, जब भी हम कोई भी consumption bundle लिखते हैं, it is represented using capital X. So capital alphabet is representative, represents consumption bundle. It represents consumption bundle. Clear? Is this absolutely clear to everyone? तो देखो ध्यान से. Example. But when I say x is equal to 7,8, it means consumer is consuming 7 units of good one. Good one के कितने units consume कर रहे बेटा हम? 7. And he is consuming 8 units of good. He is consuming 7 units of good one and he is consuming 8 units of good 2. ठीक है बेटा? अच्छा, okay. Now, beta, suppose I tell you that price of good one, ये है P1. And I tell you price of good 2, this is P2. Price of good 1 P1 दिया हुआ है और price of good 2 P2 दिया हुआ. You're given price of good 1 is P1, price of good 2 is P2. अच्छा, tell me something. What will be your expenditure on good 1 beta? Very simple. I am buying X1 units of good 1. हर एक का प्राइस P1 है. So expenditure on good 1 will be P1 X1. This is the amount you are spending on good 1. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल बेटा, अगर मैं आपको बोल दूं कि प्राइस ऑफ गुड 1 is 4 rupees and you are purchasing 10 units of good 1. Price of good 1 is 4 rupees and you are purchasing 10 units of good 1. तो क्या कह सकते हैं? What is the amount spent or expenditure on good 1? कितना खर्च किया आपने good 1 पे? 10 units, each purchased for 4 rupees. So you are spending 40 rupees on good 1. You are spending 40 rupees on good 1. So we can go ahead and we can say that P1 X1 represents, क्या represent कर रहा है बेटा? Expenditure on good 1. Similarly, can you tell me what is the expenditure on good 2 beta? Yes, ma'am, very simple. Expenditure on good 2 will be P2 X2. This is your expenditure on good 2. Price of good 2 into number of units of good 2. ठीक है बेटा? अच्छा, अब बताओ मुझे, let's suppose that I am telling you income of consumer is M. कंज्यूमर की जो इनकम है वो M है. And consumer only lives in 2 commodity economy. यही 2 commodities है बस, good 1, good 2. तो tell me something. The total money that consumer can spend, जो भी consumer total खर्चा करेगा, it must be less than income of consumer. उसकी इनकम से ज्यादा खर्चा तो नहीं कर सकता ना. So whatever money consumer will spend, जो भी consumer खर्चा करेगा, it must be less than or equal to the income of the consumer. So we can say that the expenditure by consumer must be less than equal to income of consumer. जो भी कंज्यूमर का खर्चा होगा, वॉट एवर विल बी द एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ द कंज्यूमर, इट मस्ट बी लेस देन और इक्वल टू द इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर। एक्सपेंडिचर क्या है बेटा? एक्सपेंडिचर इज जो गुड वन पे खर्चा हो रहा है, एक्सपेंडिचर दैट यू आर डूइंग ऑन गुड वन, प्लस जो गुड टू पे खर्चा हो रहा है, एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन गुड टू। So we can say that expenditure on good 1 plus good 2 must be less than equal to income of consumer. वो कंज्यूमर की इनकम से कम होना चाहिए. It must be less than equal to income of consumer. I will just highlight this point. Right, बेटा? तो एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन गुड वन क्या हो गया बेटा? P1 X1. एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन गुड टू क्या हो गया बेटा? P2 X2. It must be less than equal to income of the consumer. जितना भी खर्चा करोगे इनकम से कम ही होना चाहिए. Whatever you spend must be less than or equal to your income. You cannot spend more than your income. आप अपनी इनकम से ज्यादा खर्च नहीं कर सकते हो. Right? This equation that I have written, this is your constraint. This is called your budget constraint. Constraint माने क्या? क्या है constraint इस चीज में? Limitation. That means you are limited. आप एक limit हो रहे हो, आपके ऊपर एक limit लग रही है. You are limited by the level of your income. You cannot spend more than your income. आप अपनी income से ज्यादा खर्च नहीं कर सकते हो. So we can say that the expenditure incurred by consumer cannot exceed his income. We cannot exceed the income of the consumer. Beta, all those bundles that satisfy this equation, जो भी consumption bundle इस equation को satisfy करता है, all those bundles, I am repeating, all those affordable consumption bundle that satisfy this equation form the budget set of the consumer. लिखते हैं, please write down. All affordable consumption bundle at prices P1, P2, which cost less than income of consumer, less than or equal to, which cost less than की जगह लिख दो, which cost up to the income of consumer are called budget set of the consumer, right? This set, all affordable consumption set at price P1, P2, which cost up to the income of the consumer. Consumer की income के बराबर ही cost होना चाहिए. That is called as budget set of the consumer. Example लेके देखते हैं बेटा. Question. बेटा P1 is 2 rupees. Price of good one 2 rupees है. P2 3 rupees. Income of consumer 60 rupees. ठीक है? You need to tell me, are the following consumption bundles part of budget set ऑफ कंज्यूमर। क्या ये कंजम्पशन बंडल कंज्यूमर के बजट सेट के बराबर हैं? सो फर्स्ट बंडल आई एम गिविंग यू बेटा 8,3। देखते हैं बेटा व्हाट विल बी द एक्सपेंडिचर। 8,3 पे कितना एक्सपेंडिचर लगेगा? आई एम परचेजिंग 8 यूनिट्स ऑफ गुड वन, हर यूनिट 2 रुपीज का है एट प्राइस 2। I am purchasing 3 units of good 2, each at 3. This will be 16 plus 9. This will be 25, beta. 25 is less than my income. ये affordable bundle है. So we can say, therefore, it belongs to budget set as expenditure incurred is less than income of consumer। क्योंकि एक्सपेंडिचर इनकम से कम है, बिकॉज एक्सपेंडिचर इनकर इज लेस देन द इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर, इट विल बिलोंग टू द बजट से। क्लियर हुई बात? ठीक है बेटा, सेकेंड बंडल देखते हैं। द सेकेंड बंडल दैट वी हैव दैट इज 10,40। अब देखो, आई एम परचेजिंग, व्हाट विल बी माई एक्सपेंडिचर बेटा? I am given that price is 2 and 3. So 2 rupees 10 units, 3 rupees 40 units, 20 plus 120, 140. This is more than my income. Therefore, it doesn't belong to budget set. इनकम से ऊपर हो रहा है ना एक्सपेंडिचर, एक्सपेंडिचर इज मोर देन इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर। सो इफ दैट इज द केस, इट डज नॉट बिलोंग टू माय बजट सेट। क्लियर हुई? ओके बेटा, थर्ड पॉइंट, सपोज आई टेल यू दैट योर बंडल इज 30,0। अब देखो बेटा, व्हाट विल बी योर एक्सपेंडिचर? ईच यूनिट ऑफ गुड वन इज फॉर 2 रुपीज और ये है 3 रुपीज का। सो 2 रुपीज 30 यूनिट्स, 0 यूनिट्स 3 रुपीज 60 रुपीज। बेटा व्हाट इज द इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर? 60। दिस इज इक्वल टू इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर। तो जितना खर्च कर रहे हैं, वॉट एवर यू आर स्पेंडिंग is equal to income of consumer. So since expenditure is equal to income of consumer, it belongs to budget set. बेटा आई होप ये कॉन्सेप्ट एकदम क्लियर हो गया है ना? तो when will something belong to budget set? फाइनली एक रूल लिख लेते हैं, whenever your expenditure on consumption bundle is less than or equal to your income, then we can say that the consumption bundle belongs to budget set. Then the consumption bundle will belong to the budget set. Clear beta? Okay beta, thank you. Okay, beta. So in the last class, we had gone ahead and introduced the concept of budget constraint. हमने पढ़ा था कि budget constraint क्या होता है. Today, I want to go ahead and I want to talk about an important concept in this lecture, and that is going to be that of a composite code. देखो, first of all of you may go ahead and think कि ma'am, this is very impractical. कि our consumption bundle only consists of two goods. हम हमेशा क्या बोलते हैं कि हमारा जो consumption bundle है, what do we say? That our consumption bundle, it only has two goods. X1 units of good 1 and X2 units of good 2. But this assumption of only two goods is far from any real world scenario. असली में सिर्फ दो गुड्स होना ये तो रियल वर्ल्ड सिनेरियो से बहुत ही अलग है. इट इज वेरी फार फ्रॉम एनी रियल वर्ल्ड सिनेरियो, राइट? सो यू मे गो अहेड एंड यू मे आस्क कि मैम व्हाट इज दिस? व्हाट इफ वी आर not interested in just two goods? So there are two things that we have to understand. First of all, beta, we do this for the purpose of simplification. हमारा aim क्या है? हम मल्टीपल गुड्स के साथ भी डील कर सकते हैं. We can deal with n goods consumption bundle also. Good 1, good 2, good 3 till good n. We can deal with n good consumption bundle, but this will be very complicated to use. We just want to introduce a concept to you. हमें ये पता है कि expenditure on the goods has to be less than equal to income. So whether I talk about two goods or many goods, how does this matter? If there are two goods, I can write P1 X1 plus P2 X2 less than equal to income. If there are three goods, I can write P1 X1 plus P2 X2 plus P3 X3 less than equal to income. If there are n goods, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. We can write P1 X1 plus P2 X2 and so on plus Pn Xn less than equal to income. I can simply extend this model to multiple goods. Why are we dealing with two goods? Because this is a simplified model to work with. But suppose, second, I tell you कि बेटा मेरा फोकस ना एक गुड पर है, राइट? जैसे आई वॉन्ट टू जस्ट फोकस ऑन द डिमांड ऑफ मिल्क. मुझे सिर्फ मिल्क के डिमांड पे फोकस करना. आई जस्ट वॉन्ट टू फोकस ऑन दैट. सो इन केस वी आर इंटरेस्टेड इन स्टडिंग ओनली वन गुड, then the other good can represent everything else that consumer wants. For example, if consumer is interested in studying the demand of milk, अगर हम मिल्क का डिमांड पढ़ने में इंटरेस्टेड हैं, then what we can do, beta? X1 can represent the quantity demanded of milk. X1 को हमने quantity demanded of milk represent कर दिया, and X2 can represent demand of all other commodities. समझे? X1 can represent the demand of milk and X2 can go ahead and represent the demand of all other commodities. बाकी सारा commodities का demand को मैंने X2 से represent कर दिया. So what will be this interpretation now? X2 can go ahead and represent the amount spent on other goods. Right? What X2 can represent? The dollar or the rupees or the amount that you are spending on other good. Because this is already in amount terms, बेटा इसको पहले ही हमने पैसों के terms में लिख दिया, units की जगह. I am already writing this in the terms of amount. I am not writing this anymore in terms of unit. So therefore, price of amount is always one only. है ना? $1 का प्राइस $1 है, $2 का प्राइस $2 है. So price of amount is nothing. Price of $1 is $1 only. So now my budget constraint, it will look like this: P1 X1 plus X2 less than equal to income of consumer. ध्यान से समझो बात को. X1 represents the units of milk purchased. कितना मिल्क खरीद रही हूं मैं. P1 represents the price of each unit of milk. So P1 into X1 is my expenditure on milk. कितना खर्चा मैं मिल्क पे कर रही हूं. P1 X1 is my expenditure on milk. Now I can go ahead and I can say that X2 represents expenditure on all other commodities. X2 क्या हो गया कि मिल्क को छोड़कर, लीविंग मिल्क असाइड, whatever I am spending on all other commodities, beta, that is X2. And then I have M here. And this M represents the income of consumer. M हो गया income of consumer. So now let me just go ahead and give you an example. देखो ध्यान से समझने की कोशिश करो. Example. Price of milk is 10 rupees. I am purchasing 5 units of milk. Income of consumer is 200. And I am saying find X2. Where X2 is what, beta? It is representing the money spent on all other goods. कितना पैसा मैं बाकी सारे goods पे खर्च कर रही हूं. The total money I am spending on all other goods, that is X2. तो देखो ध्यान से. I know P1 X1 plus, बेटा अगर मैं budget line पर हूं, if I am on the budget line, so P1 X1 plus X2 will be equal to income of the consumer. This equal to sign represents that my entire income is spent, right? So what can I say, beta? 10 into 5 plus X2, bache, equal to 200. So X2 will be what, bacho? 200 minus 50, it means 150. So the amount I am spending on all other goods, that is 150. ठीक है. Now, X2 can be called as composite good. What can we call X2? X2 can be called as composite good. What is a composite good? Composite good represents all other goods except good one. Good one यहाँ पे क्या है? Good one is milk. So my demand of all other goods except milk, but that will be composite good. So please write down good 2 represents composite good. What is a composite good, beta? It shows demand for all other goods. जितने भी बाकी goods हैं, उन सबका demand except demand for good. Good one का demand छोड़ के whatever you are demanding, that is composite good. Is this clear? So everything that you are spending except the money spent on good one, उसको हम composite good बोल देंगे. I hope this is absolutely clear to everyone. ठीक है? ठीक है बेटा. Homework question. Just try to go ahead and do this yourself. So suppose I tell you that good one represents the demand of popcorns. ठीक है बेटा? And I am telling you that each unit of popcorn costs P1. Write equation of budget line beta if x2 represents composite good. If x2 represents composite good. ठीक है? Very simple homework question बेटा. क्या बोला गया है? I am telling you good one represents the demand of popcorn. Good one का demand popcorn का demand है. Each unit is costing you P1. ठीक है? And you need to write the budget line where x2 is the composite good. ठीक है? I hope this concept of composite good is absolutely clear to you. Okay बेटा. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, beta, now in today's class, we will go ahead and we will talk about the properties of budget set. ठीक है? अच्छा, beta, what is the equation of budget line? क्या equation है budget line का? When you are on the budget line, you are spending all your income. आप अपने सारी इनकम को खर्च कर रहे हो अगर आप बजट लाइन के ऊपर हो. So when a consumer is on the budget line, his equation will be P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to n. ठीक है? ये जो भी बंडल्स हैं, बंडल मीन्स ये जो कंजम्पशन है गुड वन एंड गुड टू का, वट एवर बंडल आई हैव x1 comma x2, बेटा दिस इज कॉस्टिंग the entire income of consumer. ये consumer का सारा income, it is costing consumer his entire income because it is an equal to sign, right? So it is exhausting the entire income of the consumer. अच्छा, अब ध्यान से देखना, हाँ, listen to me very carefully. देखो, I am going ahead and I am taking good one consumption here and good two consumption here. ठीक है? Tell me something, beta. If I go ahead and I ask you, how much units consumer can consume if he spends his entire income on good one? अगर कंज्यूमर अपना सारा पैसा गुड वन पे खर्च कर दे तो वो कितने यूनिट्स खरीद पाएगा? If consumer spends his entire income on good one, how much will be he buying? So what can you say, beta? Very simple. P1 x1 plus P2 X2 is equal to M. Case 1, entire income on good 1 beta. तो माने good 2 will be 0 units of good 2 है कि नहीं? So if I just put 0 here, what will I get beta? P1 x1 plus P2 into 0 is equal to M. P1 x1 is equal to M. So beta, what will be my x1? M divided by P1. So if a consumer is spending his entire income on good 1, अगर वो अपना सारा पैसा good 1 पे लगा दे, then he will be buying M by P1 units of good 1. Similarly, beta case 2. Entire income on good 2. Consumer good 1 consume ही नहीं कर रहा. He is consuming his entire income on good 2. Now what will happen beta? देखो ध्यान से. P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to M. He is putting his entire income on good 2 now. So good 1 का consumption will be 0. So I will put 0 here. P1 into 0 plus P2 x2 is equal to M. So beta, what will I get? P2 x2 is equal to M. X2 will be M by P2. So if the consumer is spending his entire income on good 2, अगर वो सारा का सारा income good 2 पे खर्च कर दे, he will purchase M by P2 units of good 2. If I join this, है ना? If I join this, तो बेटा this is my budget line. ये हो गया मेरा budget line. All bundles on the budget line, चाहे मैं point A पे हूं, whether I am point B, point C, point D, point E, all bundles on the budget line, जब तक मैं budget line के ऊपर हूं, I am consuming my entire income. So please write down all bundles on the budget line exhaust entire income of the consumer. In सारा का सारा consumer का income is getting exhausted. ठीक है? अच्छा, now if I am below the budget line, मतलब I am anywhere here beta, in this yellow region, I am below the budget line. So if I am below the budget line, माने मेरा पूरा income use नहीं हो रहा. Suppose point G, point H, I am not using the entire income, less than income hai. So this is exhausting less than full income. सारा income खर्च नहीं हो रहा. I am not spending the entire income. I am only spending my income partly. Clear beta? ठीक है. Now, बच्चे, next thing that we need to go ahead and understand, that is called as slope of budget line. Beta, I will teach you 3 ways to find slope of budget line. 3 तरीके से हम budget line का slope निकालेंगे. There will be 3 ways we will be using. ठीक है बेटा? So method number 1 बच्चे. Please understand this thing. Any equation, method 1 है ये, हाँ? Beta, any equation in maths can be written in the form of y is equal to mx plus c. किसी भी इक्वेशन को, जब हम मैथ्स में कोई भी इक्वेशन लिखते हैं बेटा, एनी लाइन इक्वेशन, इट इज ऑफ द फॉर्म y इज इक्वल टू mx प्लस c। यहां पे ना दिस m बच्चे, दिस रिप्रेजेंट्स द स्लोप ऑफ दिस लाइन, है ना, एंड दिस c, it represents the intercept on y axis। बेटा क्या होता है स्लोप? व्हाट इज स्लोप? स्लोप टेल्स अस हाउ मच चेंज इज देयर इन एनीथिंग विच इज ऑन द y axis डिवाइडेड बाय एनीथिंग विच इज ऑन द x axis। ध्यान से समझना, स्लोप क्या बता रहा है कि y में कितना चेंज आएगा जब x में चेंज आएगा। whenever there will be change in y, how much change will be there in x? Let's take an example। जैसे बेटा यहां पे आई एम टेकिंग योर हैप्पीनेस, हियर आई एम टेकिंग योर पॉकेट मनी, है ना। एवरीबडी विल बी हैप्पी व्हेन यू विल गेट पॉकेट मनी बेटा। तो हियर आई एम टेकिंग हैप्पीनेस, हियर आई एम टेकिंग पॉकेट मनी। बेटा मैंने एक लाइन बना दी यहाँ पे, दिस इज माई अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग लाइन, हैप्पीनेस एंड पॉकेट मनी, ठीक है। अच्छा, नाउ आई एम सेइंग व्हेन आई गेट जीरो पॉकेट मनी, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि जिंदगी में खुश नहीं रहेंगे। वी कैन स्टिल बी हैप्पी, वी कैन स्टिल इंजॉय लाइफ, है ना। सो व्हेन यू गेट जीरो पॉकेट मनी, दिस इज योर हैप्पीनेस। ये हो गया ये वैल्यू, दिस सी। इंटरसेप्ट ऑन द वाई एक्सिस, सो दिस इज सी। अब बात करते हैं स्लोप। दिस इज द स्लोप एम, ये है स्लोप। एंड व्हाट इज स्लोप टेलिंग मी बेटा? हाउ माई हैप्पीनेस विल चेंज when there will be change in pocket money। मेरा हैप्पीनेस कैसे चेंज होगा? हाउ माई हैप्पीनेस इज गोइंग टू चेंज when there is going to be change in the pocket money। समझे बात को? So this is what is the meaning of slope and intercept। अब we will go ahead and we will try to understand this concept through our budget line। तो देखो, what is the equation of budget line बेटा? P1x1 plus P2x2 is equal to M। What is coming on the y-axis बेटा? Good 2। x-axis पे good 1। So good 2 के terms में लिखते हैं। So I will get P2x2 is equal to M minus P1x1। M minus P1x1। ठीक है बेटा। अच्छा, what will be x2 from here बच्चे? x2 will be M by P2 minus P1 by P2 x1। ठीक है। सो दिस इक्वेशन बेटा, आई कैन कंपेयर दिस इक्वेशन विथ मैथ्स इक्वेशन जो हमने अभी भी पढ़ा। आई कैन कंपेयर इट विथ दैट। सो व्हाट इज माय मैथ्स इक्वेशन? y इज इक्वल टू m x प्लस c। इसको रीराइट कर लेते हैं। यू कैन राइट दिस एज माइनस p1 बाय p2 इंटू x1 प्लस m बाय p2। ठीक है। नाउ जस्ट कंपेयर दिस। सो यू आर राइटिंग y, ये y एक्सिस पे आ रहा है ना, दिस इज कमिंग ऑन द y एक्सिस, इज इक्वल टू बेटा दिस इज द स्लोप m, बेटा दिस इज x प्लस बेटा दिस इज द इंटरसेप्ट टर्म c। क्लियर? तो नाउ नोटिस दैट द स्लोप ऑफ बजट लाइन इज हैविंग अ नेगेटिव साइन। स्लोप ऑफ बजट लाइन क्या हो रहा है बेटा? दैट इज हैविंग अ नेगेटिव साइन। तो क्या लिख सकते हैं बच्चे? फर्स्ट पॉइंट, the slope of budget line, that is minus P1 by P2, beta, since it has a negative sign, it means that it is a downward sloping line। This is a positively sloped line, upward sloping। जब negative sign हो गया तो downward sloping line। So it means that budget line is downward sloping। What do we know about y-axis? Y-axis का intercept क्या बन रहा है? I am getting the intercept of y-axis as m by p2। So intercept of y-axis is P2. M by P2 is the intercept of y-axis and slope of budget line is minus P1 by P2. Clear? Clear है ये बात एकदम? तो अब देखो जरा that y-axis intercept I was anyways getting M by P2 only ना? देखो यहाँ पे. So this is verified कि y-axis intercept is M by P2. So now I can just go ahead and I will just replot this budget line. हाँ बेटा, इधर आ रहा है M by P2. Here I had M by P1. हाँ, इसका the slope of this will be minus P1 by P2. Beta, this is good 1. And beta, this is good 2. I have good 1 and good 2. Is this clear to everyone? एकदम clear हो गई ये बात? Making sense? ठीक है बच्चे. So this is how you can find the slope. अच्छा, अब slope बता क्या रहा है? What is slope telling me? So take an example. Suppose I tell you price of pencil is 5 rupees. Price of pen is 10 rupees. एक पेन 10 रुपए का आता है और एक पेंसिल 5 रुपए की आती है. Price of pencil is 5 rupees. Price of pen is 10 rupees. Now, बेटा I am asking you कि suppose आपके पास बहुत सारे यहाँ पे पेन्स हैं. You have many pens with you. You have a basket of pens and pencils. Now, I tell you that you need one more pen. आपको एक और पेन चाहिए. आप मार्केट में जाते हो, आप बोलते हो कि I want to sell my pencil. मुझे आपको पेंसिल बेचनी है. But in return, can you please give me pen? Shopkeeper says, okay, you can do this. But at what rate you will trade off, beta? You are giving pencil, आप pencil दे रहे हो and you are getting pen in return. कितना pencil देना पड़ेगा so that you can purchase one pen? 2 pencils. When you will give one pencil to this shopkeeper, he will give you 5 rupees in return. When you will give 2 pencils to this shopkeeper, he will give you 10 rupees in return. From this 10 rupees, beta, you can buy pen from this shopkeeper. आप ये pen खरीद सकते हो. So, if I ask you how many pencil you have to give up to purchase 1 unit of pen, कितना pencil देना पड़ेगा एक पेन खरीदने के लिए? 2 pencils. Clear है ये बात? You have to give up 2 pencils. जब 2 pencil दोगे, when you will give up 2 pencils, you will earn 10 rupees. When you will earn 10 rupees, you will use this 10 rupees to purchase one pen. Clear? अच्छा, अब एक बात मुझे बताओ, what is the price ratio? क्या है ये price ratio between pen and pencil? Price of pen है 10 rupees and price of pencil है 5 rupees. That means the price ratio is 2. Price ratio भी 2 ही आ रहा है. Price of pen is 10 rupees and price of pencil is 5 rupees. तो price ratio is 2. तो ये price ratio, what is this telling us, beta? It is telling us the rate at which market substitutes one good for another. है ना? The rate at which market substitutes one good for another. तो ये बोल रहा है कि ठीक है, आपको कितना पेंसिल, how many pencil you have to give up to purchase an extra unit of pen. ये अगर आपको पता करना है तो you can simply find the price of pen divided by the price of pencil. यही तो हमने किया. This is where I am getting to. Clear हुआ ये example? Is this making sense? So what is this slope telling us, beta? अच्छा, वाई नेगेटिव साइन? क्योंकि हमें देना पड़ रहा है। आई हैव टू गिव अप पेंसिल टू परचेज पेन। कुछ दे रहे हो कुछ लेने के लिए, राइट? यू आर गिविंग अप समथिंग टू टेक समथिंग एल्स, right? So what is this slope telling us? This slope is telling us how many, see, I am moving from point A to point B. माने I am increasing the consumption of good 1. I am giving up on good 2. So how many good 2 I have to give up? कितना good 2 मुझे देना पड़ेगा for an additional unit of good 1? एक एक्स्ट्रा गुड 1 पाने के लिए हाउ मच गुड 2 आई हैव टू गिव अप? दैट इज व्हाट दिस स्लोप इज टेलिंग मी. सो प्लीज राइट डाउन द स्लोप of budget line tells us how much amount of good 2 the consumer must give up to consume an additional unit of good. कितना गुड टू मुझे देना पड़ेगा? हाउ मच गुड टू आई हैव टू गिव अप फॉर एन एक्स्ट्रा यूनिट ऑफ गुड 1? दैट इज व्हाट दिस इज टेलिंग मी बेटा. अच्छा, मेथड नंबर 2, इसी से आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. सो लेट मी जस्ट राइट मेथड 2 टू फाइंड द स्लोप. ठीक है. अच्छा, एक बात बताओ बेटा, देखो, आई एम सेइंग इक्वेशन ऑफ बजट लाइन क्या है बच्चे? The equation of budget line can be written as P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer. अच्छा, एक बात बताओ जरा ध्यान से, लिसन टू मी वेरी केयरफुली. हाँ, ये मेरा बजट लाइन है बेटा. दिस इज पॉइंट ए सपोज ऑन द बजट लाइन. बच्चे, दिस इज गुड 1. बेटा, दिस इज गुड 2. At point A, I am consuming x1 units of good 1, x2 units of good 2. ठीक है. अच्छा, when I go to point B, जब मैं point B पर गई, that is also on the budget line. budget line पर ही है. So try to understand that at point A, I am consuming my entire income. यहां पे भी मैं entire income consume कर रही हूं. And at point B also I am consuming my entire income. But at point B, what has happened now? I have changed the amount of good x to x1 dash. And I have changed the amount of good 2 to x2 dash. मैंने good 1 को बढ़ा दिया और good 2 को कम कर दिया. So what happens is, can I write that this point B, bundle B, is nothing but जो भी bundle A था x1 x2, I have done some changes in that bundle. उस bundle में ही मैंने कुछ change किया. The change can be positive or negative. Change है. I am bringing some change in the bundle, isn't it? अच्छा, देखो ध्यान से, try to understand this thing. Suppose बच्चे मैं कहती हूं कि bundle A is 4,5 and bundle B is suppose 7,2. ठीक है. तो बेटा, I am changing good 1 by positive 3 units and I am changing good 2 by negative 3 units. good 1 में 3 units add कर दिए और good 2 में 3 units कम कर दिए. This is what I have done. So bundle B, can I represent this bundle B as bundle A plus some change, bundle A plus some change? ये जो चेंज का वैल्यू है इट कैन बी वेरी वेल पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव, इक्वल होने का भी जरूरत नहीं है। इट यहां पे इट कुड हैव बीन वेरी वेल वन ऑल्सो। इट वुड डिपेंड ऑन क्या न्यू बंडल है विच इज अफोर्डेबल। बट ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट बंडल बी, ये जो बंडल है, इट कैन बी रिटन एज बंडल ए विथ सम चेंज। कुछ हमने यहां कम किया, कुछ बढ़ाया, और बंडल बी आ गया। I've made some changes in bundle A in good 1 and good 2 consumption, and I've got bundle B. So bundle B can be, so we can say that bundle B can be written as X1 plus change in X1. जो भी बंडल ए था उसमें कुछ चेंज किया तो बंडल बी आ गया। बट बंडल बी इज ऑल्सो ऑन द बजट लाइन, वो भी तो बजट लाइन पे है। सो बंडल बी also satisfies budget line equation. Bundle B bhi, it is going ahead and it is satisfying the equation of the budget line. So if it is satisfying the equation of budget line, beta bundle B ka jo bhi bundle hai, whatever is the consumption of good 1 and whatever is the consumption of good 2, it should be equal to income. समझ रहे हो बात को? This is bundle B. बंडल बी पे वट एवर एक्सपेंडिचर आई हैव इनकर्ड, जो भी मैंने खर्चा किया है, इट शुड बी इक्वल टू द इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर। ठीक है, तो आई हैव गॉट टू इक्वेशंस नाउ बेटा। एक इक्वेशन बंडल ए का आया है विच इज दिस। बंडल ए क्या था? बंडल ए इज x1 कॉमा x2, ये उसका इक्वेशन है। एंड दिस इज द इक्वेशन ऑफ बंडल बी बच्चे। बोथ आर ऑन द बजट लाइन। एक बार सरल लिख लेते हैं। बंडल ए इक्वेशन इज P1 x1 प्लस P2 x2 इक्वल टू M। बंडल बी इक्वेशन इज P1 x1 प्लस चेंज इन x1 प्लस P2 x2 plus change in x2 equal to M. Clear? बच्चे, very very simple now. What I can do is subtract, है ना? तो ये इक्वेशन 1 हो गया, ये इक्वेशन 2 हो गया। इक्वेशन 2 को ओपन अप करेंगे, what will I get? P1 x1 plus P1 change in x1 plus P2 x2 plus P2 change in x2 equal to M. This is equation number 2. And equation 2 minus 1 will give me P1 change in x1 plus P2 change in x2 equal to 0. Clear? Right hand side to M ही है, both sides have M. M minus M is 0. P1 x1 cancel हो जाएगा, P2 x2 will cancel out. But from here I will get P1 change in x1 is equal to minus P2 change in x2. So what will be my value of change in x2 by change in x1? Minus P1 by P2. है कि नहीं बेटा? This is your slope of budget line. समझ रहे हो? This is your slope of budget line. So we can say that the slope of budget line is opportunity cost of good 1. स्लोप ऑफ बजट लाइन इज अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट ऑफ गुड 1, माने कि गुड 1 को कंज्यूम करने के लिए गुड 2 कितना देना पड़ रहा है। हाउ मच गुड 2 यू हैव टू गिव अप टू कंज्यूम एन एडिशनल यूनिट ऑफ गुड 1। ठीक है, दैट इज व्हाट दिस इज टेलिंग मी। सो लेट्स जस्ट राइट डाउन फाइनली। सो हाउ मच गुड 2 consumer has to give up to consume an additional unit of good one. कितना good to देना पड़ रहा है? How much good to the consumer gives up to consume an additional unit of good one? ठीक है? This is what this slope is telling us. Am I clear with this, beta? अच्छा, last method. Method number 3. Beta, simply speaking, your slope is perpendicular by base. है ना? What is perpendicular, बच्चे? देखो, अगर if I just go back to my budget line, एक बारी के लिए, what is my perpendicular? This m by p2. यही तो perpendicular gap है. What is base, beta? This m by p1. So very simply, you can say m by p2 divided by m by p1, negative sign क्योंकि downward sloping है, and you will get minus p1 by p2. Another way to find the slope of budget line. ठीक है? So these are the 3 methods to find the slope of budget line. But I am giving you one last technique, method number 4. Sometimes when I am teaching, just today, rarely it will happen in Delhi NCR that the weather will be good. It's a beautiful weather today. Beautiful. Matlab, I don't know, but in student life, if this is the weather, wow. With a cup of coffee, studying becomes so nice, na? It is like a bliss. You take a cup of coffee and you enjoy this weather and you study. For students, so it's very nice. Otherwise, you can watch movie also. You can go out, enjoy cafe. Ye sab bhi karo. It is important. And this is also important that sometimes you take a cup of coffee and you read a book. Equally, blissful. ठीक है बेटा, last method. So budget line का equation हो गया P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to M. ठीक है? I do a full differentiation of this. So I will get P1 dx1 plus P2 dx2 equal to dm. But along a budget line, income doesn't change. Income तो same ही है पूरा budget line पे, है ना? तो बेटा, this means dm will be 0. Since your income is not changing along a budget line, so dm will be 0. So you will get P1 dx1 plus P2 dx2 is equal to 0. P1 dx1 is equal to minus P2 dx2. So this gives you dx2 by dx1 is equal to minus P1 by P2. This is when I find in terms of continuity. So this is also telling me the same thing only. This is telling me change in good 2. How much good 2 you have to give up when you want to consume extra unit of good 1. Change in good 1. And this comes out as minus P1 by P2. So up to you, beta. कैसे करो? All of them are the same methods only. Ultimately, you should remember the slope of budget line, which is minus P1 by P2. बस slope समझने का जरूरत है. Otherwise, things are same only. अच्छा, now I just want to give you one question as homework. Plot budget line. Right, beta? You are given P1 is equal to 10. P2 is equal to 20. Income of consumer is 100. So you need to plot the budget line of the consumer. Okay? And second part, find the slope of budget line. Plot the budget line and find the slope of budget line. Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and see another important part of budget line, how budget line changes. Okay, beta. So I want to ask an important question today. We have seen how to plot a budget line. ये हमने कल देखा था. In today's lecture, I want to go ahead and I want to ask how budget line changes. Okay. In order to go ahead and ask how budget line changes, let us first go ahead and write down the equation of budget line. So, beta, what is budget line equation? It is P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer. देखो, budget line can change due to two reasons. Reason number one, change in income of consumer. Reason number two, beta, change in price of goods. जब भी इंडिविजुअल का इनकम चेंज होगा, whenever there will be change in income of consumer or whenever there is going to be change in the price of the goods, budget line will change. अच्छा, let us look at the first one through an example. Suppose beta, I tell you price of good 1 is 10 rupees, price of good 2 is 20 rupees, income of consumer is 100. ठीक है बेटा, तो हाउ विल यू प्लॉट द बजट लाइन? कैसे प्लॉट कर सकते हैं हम इस बजट लाइन को बच्चे? वेरी सिंपल, वी नो इक्वेशन ऑफ बजट लाइन इज P1 x1 प्लस P2 x2 is equal to income. So this will give me 10x1 plus 20x2 is equal to 100. अच्छा, tell me something. What is my x-axis intercept, beta? X-axis का intercept क्या होता है? X-axis intercept is when good 2 is 0. If I will put x2 as 0, what will I get? 10x1 is equal to 100. x1 is equal to 100 divided by 10, माने 10. If you remember, बच्चे, तो this is nothing but m by p1. Income divide by price of good 1. ये x axis intercept है. अच्छा, what about y axis intercept बेटा? Y axis intercept is when you will put x1 as 0. x1 को 0 रखोगे. तो in this same equation, 10 into 0 plus 20 into x2 is equal to 100. बेटा, you will get 20x2 is equal to 100. तो यहां से ना x2 का वैल्यू आ जाएगा 100 डिवाइडेड बाय 20 माने 5. दिस इज नथिंग बेटा बट m बाय p2, इनकम बाय प्राइस ऑफ गुड 2. तो व्हेनेवर वी ड्रॉ बजट लाइन, जब भी हम बजट लाइन ड्रॉ करते हैं, हाउ डू वी गेट दिस बजट लाइन बेटा? हाउ डू वी गेट द बजट लाइन? वेरी सिंपल, गुड 1, राइट बेटा, गुड 2, right? What is my x-axis intercept, बच्चे? X-axis intercept is m by p1. And what is m by p1 here, beta? It is coming out as 10. M by p1 is coming out as 10. What is m by p2 बच्चे? 5. तो यहां पे I will get m by p2 which is 5. And this will be my budget line beta. If I join this, I will get my budget line. ठीक है? अच्छा, can you tell me what will be the slope of this budget line? इसका slope क्या रहेगा? Very simple, ma'am. The slope of this budget line will be minus p1 by p2 minus 10 by 20 minus half. ये हो गया slope of budget line. अच्छा, now beta I am telling you there is an increase in income of consumer. कंज्यूमर का जो इनकम है ना वो इंक्रीज हो रहा है. देयर इज इंक्रीज इन इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर. तो जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल बेटा सपोज आई टेल यू दैट नाउ इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर इज 200. अभी तक इनकम क्या था बेटा? इनकम वॉज 100. देखो इनकम वॉज 100. Now income is 200. So beta, what will be budget line? Very simple. Budget line can be written as P1 X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to income of consumer. Price of good 1 is 10 beta. Price of good 2 is 20 beta. Income is now 200. But can you tell me what will be the x-axis intercept now? Very simple. It is going to be M by P1. Income is what beta? 200. Price of good 1? 10. So it will be 20. But what will be y-axis intercept? Can you tell me? Yes, it is going to be M by P2. Income is bache 200. Price of good 2 is 20. This will give you 10. Clear? So beta, what is my x-axis intercept coming out as? Bache, it is coming out as 20. What is y-axis intercept coming out as? It is coming out as 10. What is slope beta? Slope to unchanged hai ma'am. Slope to P1 by P2 hota hai. So slope is P1 by P2. Beta, price of good 1 is what? 10. 2, 20. तो यहाँ पे तो अभी भी minus half ही आ रहा है. So slope is unchanged at half. है ना? So you can see beta that my new budget line, it will be this. Beta, this budget line slope will also be half. Minus half. So slope of the two budget line are equal to each other. This and this budget line has same slope. Same slope means what? They will be parallel to each other. So please write down. Please write down, bache. Increase in income of consumer leads to parallel shift of budget line. The slope of budget line is unchanged. Beta, slope of budget line is unchanged. So budget line shift to ho raha hai. Budget line is shifting, but the slope does not change. Slope remains the same. Now let us take the other case, beta. This is change in price of goods. So we will take case 1, beta. I will take increase in price of commodity. Increase in price of good 1. Okay. But suppose I tell you that price of good 1 is 10 rupees. Price of good 2 is 20 rupees. Income of consumer is 100. Beta, what will be the budget line? Kya ho jayega budget line? Let's write this down. P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer. How will we plot this, beta? Let's plot this. I am going to take good 1 here. Beta, good 2 here. है ना? Good 1 here, good 2 here. Beta, what will be this intercept? M by P1 माने 100 by 10 माने 10. What will be this intercept, beta? M by P2 माने 100 by 25. है ना? If I join this, क्या मिल जाएगा बेटा? I will get my budget line. Now, suppose I tell you that price of good 1 increases to 20 rupees. Price of good 1 is increasing, बढ़ रहा है. कितने पे? 20 rupees पे. Beta, what will be your new budget line? P1, price of good 1 is 20, x1. Price of good 2 तो पहले ही 20 था. It was 20 only. So plus P2, x2 is equal to, beta, income was what? 100, right? So income is 100. Beta, now what will be your x-axis intercept? Income divided by price of good 1, that means 5. What will be your y-axis intercept, बच्चे? क्या हो जाएगा y-axis का intercept? Income divided by price of good 2, that means 5. So this is 5 only, ये 5 ही रहेगा. But this will come to 5. And this will become your new budget. ये आपका new budget line हो जाएगा. And this is pivoting inwards. What can we say? We can say that the budget line this is called as pivot or rotate inwards. अच्छा बेटा, can you tell me कि slope पे क्या फर्क पड़ा? What will happen to the slope? What was the slope here, बच्चे? P1 by P2. Price of good 1 was 10. Good 2 was 20. So it was half. In absolute terms, half था. है ना? What about this, beta? Minus P1 by P2. Price of good 1 भी 20 हो गया, good 2 भी 20 हो गया है. So this will become minus 1. Minus 1. तो अगर हम absolute terms में देखें, माने if I compare its positive value, ये half है, ये 1 है, तो slope has increased. Whenever the slope of any negative sign just shows it is downward sloping, उससे मतलब नहीं है, negative sign छोड़ दो. But see that here slope in absolute terms is half and here slope is 1. है ना? तो when in absolute terms slope increases, बेटा line becomes steeper. तो line क्या हो गई है? Steep हो गई है. So the budget line has become steeper. So please write down slope increases in absolute terms. Therefore, budget line becomes steeper. है ना? Budget line क्या हो गई बच्चे? Steep. Okay, बेटा. Now what I will go ahead and do ना, take case 2. Beta, that is decrease in price of good 1. Decrease in price of good 1. Good 1 का जो price है वो decrease हो रहा है. So now what will happen, beta? देखो, suppose P1 is 10, P2 is 20, income is 100. तो बेटा what is your budget line? पहले क्या होगी budget line? P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer. ठीक है? सो ये हमने अभी अभी प्लॉट किया बेटा. Here you will have 10, here you will have 5, and when you will join this, है ना, ये 10 ले लेते हैं. This will be your budget line. ये हमने already we have seen many times now. ये plotting देख लिया है हमने. Now बेटा, now this is good 1, है ना, this is good 2. थोड़ा दोबारा प्लॉट कर लेते हैं. Let's plot this again because I need some space here. So this is 5 and this is 10. ठीक है बेटा. अच्छा, now I am saying that price of good 1 has decreased to 5 rupees. Price of good 1 has decreased to 5 rupees. तो अब क्या वो बचे कि price of good 1 हो गया 5, good 2 भी 20 ही है, income is 100 only. बेटा, what will be your new budget line? P1 x1 P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer. Beta, what will be your x-axis interceptor? Very simple. Income divided by price 20. What will be your y-axis intercept, beta? Income divided by price 5. तो y-axis intercept तो अभी भी 5 ही है. It is still 5. But x-axis intercept is now 20. यहाँ कर, जहां पे भी 20 is falling here. It is now 20. अच्छा, what about the slope of budget line बेटा? इसका क्या slope है? Minus P1 by P2 minus 10 by 20 minus half. And बेटा इसका क्या slope हो जाएगा? Minus P1 by P2 minus 5 by 20 minus 1 by 4. So in absolute terms, अगर हम absolute terms में slope निकालें, the slope has reduced, isn't it? पहले slope half था, that means 0.5. Now slope is 0.25. Slope has reduced ना, तो line will become flatter. जब भी slope decrease करेगा, the line becomes flatter. So please write down. When price of good 1 decreases, slope becomes, not slope, write down budget line becomes flatter. Budget line will become flatter. Clear हुई ये बात बेटा? So the budget line becomes flatter. ठीक है? Okay बेटा. Now, बेटा, homework question. You want to consider and plot 2 cases. But case 1 is where price of good 2 increases. है ना? ऐसा ले लेना कि P1 is equal to 10, P2 is equal to 10, income 100, and then price of good 2 increases to 20. ठीक है? Plot this case. And beta case 2, price of good 2 decreases. ठीक है जी? तो बेटा P1 is equal to 10, P2 is equal to 10, income 100, and then price of good 2 decreases to 5. P2 dash. Price of good 2 decreases to 5. Income is still 100 and price of good 1 is 10. So this is homework that you have to plot these 2 cases of budget line. ये दोनों ही cases आप plot करके लेके आओगे. You will plot these 2 cases. ठीक है? Okay बेटा. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Beta, welcome to the next lecture. And today I am going to go ahead and talk about how taxes are impacting the budget line. Alternatively, थोड़ा आसान तरीके से बोलें तो how budget line is getting affected by taxes. कैसे budget line shift करती है या pivot करती है या क्या होता है budget line को जब भी हम tax impose करते हैं. ठीक है? Now, beta, there are three kind of tax that I will be teaching you today. Tax number one. This is called as quantity tax. Okay, beta. Quantity tax is a tax which is imposed per unit that you consume. समझो बेटा. Suppose example, I go ahead and I tell you that for each unit of good one consumed, tax paid is T rupees. Tax paid is T rupees. So, इसका क्या मतलब है? What does this mean, beta? It means that for every unit of the good that you go ahead and you consume, आपको T rupees tax देना पड़ेगा. So, for example, if I tell you that, suppose example, price of good one P1 है. P1 is the price of good one. So when I consume the first unit, जब बेटा मैंने एक unit consume किया, I am paying P1 as the price of good one plus I am paying T rupees as the tax on each unit I am consuming. So T is the tax I am paying. So beta, what is the price of good finally? The price of good will be P1 plus T, right? Acha, what if you consume 2 units? So beta, each unit will cost you P1 and for each unit, हर unit पे आप जो tax pay करोगे, that will be T. तो price, total amount paid will be 2 into P1 plus T. समझे बात को? So when we talk about quantity tax is imposed for each unit of consumption. So it is like saying that the new price is now P1 plus T. आपका गुड का जो प्राइस है इट हैज इंक्रीज्ड बाय T रुपीज. तो अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल सपोज आई टेल यू दैट प्राइस ऑफ गुड बेटा that is suppose 5 rupees, right? And per unit there is a tax of beta 2 rupees. So how much amount will you pay per unit? Amount paid per unit कितना पे करोगे बच्चे? You will be paying 5 rupees as price and 2 rupees as tax. So beta you will be paying 7 rupees per unit. हर यूनिट के लिए आप 7 रुपए पे करोगे. You will be paying 7 rupees per unit. So we can say, please write down with me, quantity tax is like increasing the price of the commodity by T rupees. I have increased the price of the commodity. मेरा commodity का जो price है that has increased by how much बच्चे? By T rupees. So what is your old budget line beta? It is P1 X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to income of consumer. And what will be your new budget line beta? The price of the good is now what? P1 plus T per unit. हर यूनिट के लिए आप अब P1 plus T पे कर रहे हो into number of units plus P2 X2 is equal to income. Is equal to income. So it is like that the price of the good has increased. If price of commodity increases, we have already seen budget line will pivot inwards. ठीक है, तो बेटा ध्यान से देखो, गुड 1, गुड 2, देखो ये वाला इंटरसेप्ट क्या है, m by p2. First, what was the intercept, beta? M by P1. Now, what will be the intercept, beta? M by P1 plus P. We are dividing by a bigger number. So, it will pivot inwards. Inward pivot. Acha, this is my old budget line. Bache, what is the slope of this old budget line? Minus P1 by P2. This is my new budget line. What is the slope of new budget line, beta? Minus P1 plus T by P2. है ना? In absolute sense, देखो numerator बढ़ रहा है, numerator is increasing, absolute, not negative sign के साथ. So in absolute sense, slope has increased. Beta, we have studied when slope increases, budget line becomes steeper. Budget line becomes steeper. So what has happened to the budget line? It has become steeper. Clear? Clear hai? Acha, example. I am telling you price of good 1 is 4 rupees. Price of good 2 is 5 rupees. Income of consumer is 20. Now, there is tax, per unit tax on good 1 of 1 rupee. Of 1 rupee, right? Then find new budget line. Right, beta? Plot new budget line. Find new budget line slope. न्यू बजट लाइन निकालो, ओल्ड बजट लाइन निकालो, दोनों का स्लोप निकालो, दोनों को ग्राफिकली प्लॉट करो. दिस इज ऑल दैट यू नीड टू गो अहेड एंड डू. लेट्स स्टार्ट बेटा. व्हाट विल बी योर ओल्ड बजट लाइन? P1 price of good 1 into number of units of good 1 plus price of good 2 number of units of good 2 is equal to income of the consumer. है ना? This will be my old budget line beta. Okay, बच्चे, what will be your new budget line? New price क्या होगा? Per unit 4 rupees तो देने ही थे, but now per unit I need to pay this 1 rupee as tax also. For every unit I consume, I need to pay 1 rupee as tax. So beta 4 rupees plus 1 rupee, total I have to pay 5 rupees. So beta it will be 5. Number of units consumed. Price of good 2 is unchanged. Number of units consumed, 20. Clear? What is the slope of old budget line, beta? Earlier it was P1 by P2. That means minus 0.80. Right? What is the new slope, beta? P1 by P2. That means minus 1. So if I look in absolute sense, ये 0.80 है और ये 1 है. Slope has increased. Budget line will become steeper. ठीक है बेटा. Now let's plot the new and old budget line. So beta, I'm taking good 1 here. Good 2 here. What is your intercept term? M by P1, M by P2. So earlier my income is 20. 20 divided by 4 will be 5. 20 divided by 5 will be 4. So here I have 4, 5. This is my old budget line. कैसे आया बेटा ओल्ड बजट लाइन? लेट्स जस्ट रिकैप. इनकम डिवाइडेड बाय P1. Income divided by P1. 20 divided by 4. That means 5. Income divided by P2. 20 divided by 5. That means 4. Clear? Now, beta, what is going to be your new budget line? Dekho. Income divided by P1. 20 divided by 5. That means 4. और P2 तो unchanged है. P2 is unchanged only, beta. So 20 divided by 5, 4. So this will be your old budget line. I have already written. And this will be my new budget line. Clear, beta? So what has quantity tax done? It has pivoted the budget line inwards. Clear? बेटा यहां देख सकते हो दिस इज m डिवाइडेड बाय P1 प्लस T. m है 20, प्राइस ऑफ गुड वन 4 था एंड टैक्स वाज 5. तो 20 डिवाइडेड बाय 5 दैट मींस 4. वही तो यहां आ रहा है. दिस 4 ओनली इज कमिंग हियर एंड दिस 5 इज कमिंग हियर. ओके ओके बेटा. Now let's go to the next tax. So this is our first kind of tax, which is called as quantity tax. Now I want to do the next tax, and that is called as, please write down, tax number 2, value added tax. Beta, quantity tax and value tax are very similar in nature. Just that now I am putting tax as some percent. ठीक है. This is not on quantity. ऐसा नहीं है कि 1 यूनिट पे 1 रुपया, 2 यूनिट पे 2 रुपया. I am not putting a tax on the quantity. Rather, I am putting a tax on the value. So this tax is imposed on value. For example, beta, if I tell you price of good 1 is 5 rupees, price of good 2 is 10 rupees, income of consumer is 100. Okay. And I tell you there is 10% tax on good 1 value. Price of good 1 pay, there is a 10% tax. There is 10% tax on the value of good 1. So now what will happen, बच्चे? क्या हो जाएगा? What will happen? So the new price of good 1 will be what, beta? Old price plus 10% से increase हुआ है. It has increased by 10%. 10% of old price. So this is my old price. है ना? And this is the tax imposed. And कैसे tax impose कर रहे हैं? How am I imposing tax, beta? In terms of some percentage, right? It is 10% of the old value of the old price. Clear? So what will be your new price, beta? 5 plus 10% of 5. That means 5 plus 0.5. That means 5.5. So your new price of good 1 will become, beta, what? 5.5. ये आपका न्यू प्राइस हो जाएगा. न्यू प्राइस ऑफ गुड 1 will become 5.5. अच्छा, can you tell me what will be your old budget line? क्या होगा बेटा old budget line? Yes, it is going to be P1, price of good 1, X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to, income is given as 100, right? And what will be your new budget line, beta? New price is what? New price is 5.5 good 1 का. तो 5.5 X1 plus 10 X2 equal to 100. Clear? Beta, what is the slope? If I compare the slope, P1 by P2, that means minus 0.5. What is the new slope, beta? P1 by P2, minus 0.55. तो एब्सोल्यूट सेंस में क्या हुआ है? 0.5, 0.55. Slope has increased. Budget line will become steeper. What will happen to the budget line, beta? Budget line will become steeper. Clear? ठीक है बच्चे. Now let us go ahead and plot this. Good one. Good two. बेटा what is, पहले देखो, m by p1, 100 divided by 5, that means 20. M by p2, 100 divided by 10, that means 10. Beta, this is my old budget line. This will be my old budget line. Now what is happening, beta? Now I have 100 divided by 5.5. 100 divided by 5.5. So if I just divide this, 100 divided by 5.5 is 18.18. तो अब यहाँ पे हो जाएगा 18.18. And 100 divided by 10 is 10 only. So I can just join this. है ना? And this will be my new budget line. ये हो गया inward pivot. Right? Let's write down generally, beta. General case. So generally, if my old budget line is P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer, so what is my new budget line, beta? P1, tax is on good 1. कितना percent है? Suppose V%. ठीक है, या T%. You can keep any percent, है ना? So T% of P1. ये new price हो गया P1 plus T% of P1. देखो यहाँ पे, just compare it, बेटा. What is your new price? P1 plus 10% of P1. क्योंकि what was the tax rate? 10%. अब 10 की जगह I'm just putting general. तो T% of P1 into X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to N. Clear? बेटा देखो यहाँ पे P1 plus T%. How do I convert percentage? 100 से ये करके into P1 X1 plus P2 X2 equal to N. I can take P1 common, beta. 1 plus T by 100 X1 plus P2 X2 equal to N. ये हो जाएगा बेटा P1 1 plus anything divided by 100 को कैसे हम लिख सकते हैं? X1 plus P2 X2 equal to N. 6 divided by 100 is 0.06. 7 divided by 100 is 0.07. तो T divided by 100 will be 0.0T. ठीक है, into X1. तो ये हो जाएगा बेटा P1 1.0T X1 plus P2 X2 equal to M. So your old budget line was this. है ना? And your new budget line will be this, बेटा. कंपेयर कर लो. क्या लिखा था हमने एग्जाम्पल में? 10% टैक्स था ना गुड 1 पे, और प्राइस ऑफ गुड 1 पहले 5 था और प्राइस ऑफ गुड 2 10 था. तो न्यू बजट लाइन अगर मुझे लिखनी हो तो प्राइस ऑफ गुड 1 5, 1.0 10% टैक्स. तो टी की जगह पे आई विल रिप्लेस इट विथ 10% बेटा. तो ये हो जाएगा 10 x1 plus 10 x2 equal to m. M is 100. 5 into 1.1 क्या होता है बच्चे? 5.5 x1 plus 10 x2 equal to 100. So this will be your new budget. Clear? तो try to understand कि ये जो हमने हमारा new budget line यहां लिखा था, the new budget line that I had written here बेटा, इसी का general form ये है. This is its general form. है ना? Clear? Case 3 beta, last case. Income tax is on income of the consumer. It is like, it's also called as lump sum tax. है ना? So for example, beta, your old budget line, that is P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of the consumer. ये हमारा old budget line है. P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of the consumer. And हमारा new budget line बन जाता है बेटा P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income minus taxes. ये जो T है ये इनकम टैक्स है. पहले ही इनकम से I am reducing some amount. I am reducing 100 rupees. I am reducing 200 rupees. So I am deducting some money from the income. That is called as income tax. Is that clear? So this is my old budget line beta and this is my new budget line. ठीक है जी? Okay beta. Let's take an example. So suppose I tell you P1 is 5, P2 is also 5, income of consumer is 200. Okay. And then there is a tax, lump sum tax, fixed tax of 50 rupees. एक fixed tax impose किया गया है. The fixed tax imposed is for 50 rupees. So what is going to be your old budget line beta? Very simple. P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of the consumer, right? And what will be your new budget line beta? P1 x1 plus P2 x2. New income क्या है? Old income minus tax paid. Old income minus tax paid. That will be your new income. Clear? ठीक है बेटा. So this will give you 5x1 plus 5x2 is equal to 150. Old budget line, new budget line. Plot करते हैं बेटा. How will I plot this? M by P1, 200 divided by 5 will be 40. M by P2, 200 divided by 5 will be 40. Join this. What's the slope, beta? P1 by P2, 5 by 5, 1. New budget line banao, beta. 150 divided by 5, 30. 150 divided by 5, 30. What is the slope? P1 by P2 minus 1. So the slope of the budget line is unchanged. Budget line का slope change नहीं हुआ है. What has changed? Only shifted backwards. अब आपकी जो income है वो कम है, right? It has shifted backwards. That's the only change that you see here. Clear? So I hope all three kind of taxes are clear to you, beta. अब हम कुछ क्वेश्चंस मैं आपको दे रही हूं. You need to go ahead and you need to do them as homework. Homework question, beta. ठीक है? Consider that there is an initial budget line which is given to you as P1 x1 प्लस P2X2 इज इक्वल टू इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर। ठीक है, प्राइस ऑफ गुड वन डबल्स। ठीक है बेटा, प्राइस ऑफ गुड टू becomes 8 times। हाँ बेटा, इनकम becomes 4 times larger। ठीक है बच्चे, राइट इक्वेशन ऑफ न्यू बजट लाइन एंड प्लॉट both budget lines। होमवर्क क्वेश्चन है बेटा, यू आर गिवन P1X1 प्लस P2X2 इज इक्वल टू इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर। प्राइस ऑफ गुड वन डबल हो रहा है, प्राइस ऑफ गुड टू 8 टाइम्स हो रहा है, इनकम 4 टाइम्स लार्जर हो रही है। यू नीड टू राइट द इक्वेशन ऑफ न्यू बजट लाइन एंड यू ऑल्सो नीड टू गो ahead and plot both the budget lines। Homework question, I will go ahead and discuss this in the next lecture. Try to do this on your own। Hello beta, good afternoon everyone। So in the last class beta, we had gone ahead and we had talked about the different kind of taxes। हमने अलग अलग तरीके के taxes की बात की थी, right? And I had gone ahead and I had given you this as your homework question। Just try to see the question। So I'm going to just attempt this question first, then I will talk about subsidies। देखो बेटा, the question says P1X1 plus P2X2 is equal to income of consumer। So if you tell me, can you tell me how will I plot this budget line beta? If I take good one here and I take good two here, on the x-axis your intercept will be M by P1 and on the y-axis your intercept will be M by P2। And when you will join this, what will you get? Budget line of consumer। What is its slope bache? What will be the slope of this budget line? Minus P1 by P2। You should always take some example in such questions। So suppose I take income as 100, price of good one as 10, price of good two also as 10। अभी के लिए मैं दोनों के प्राइस को इक्वल ले रही हूं। आई एम टेकिंग द प्राइस टू बी इक्वल टू ईच अदर। ठीक है, तो बेटा व्हाट विल बी योर इक्वेशन ऑफ बजट लाइन? Equation of budget line will be P1X1 plus P2X2 is equal to income of consumer, is equal to income of consumer। समझे? This is going to be your initial budget line beta। अच्छा, now what the question was saying? It says that price of good one doubles। तो instead of P1 now, पहला इक्वेशन था P1X1 plus P2X2 equal to income of consumer। अब क्या बोल रहे हैं? Price of good one doubles। This is what question is saying। तो P1 की जगह बच्चे I will plug in 2P1X1। प्राइस डबल हो गया। नाउ लुक हियर, प्राइस ऑफ गुड टू बिकम्स 8 टाइम्स। तो P2 की जगह पे आई विल प्लग 8P2X2, 8 टाइम्स हो गया। एंड बेटा व्हाट इज हैपनिंग टू इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर? इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर इज बिकमिंग 4 टाइम्स लार्जर। यही क्वेश्चन था, होमवर्क क्वेश्चन। सो 4 टाइम्स लार्जर मीन्स व्हाट? इट इज गोइंग टू बी 4 टाइम्स द इनकम, है ना? यही तो क्वेश्चन ने बोला था, राइट इक्वेशन ऑफ न्यू बजट लाइन एंड प्लॉट द टू बजट लाइंस। सो इक्वेशन ऑफ न्यू बजट लाइन बेटा विल बी दिस न्यू बजट लाइन इक्वेशन। Can you go ahead and can you tell me what will be the slope of this new budget line? Very simple. New price divided by new price. So it is going to be 2P1 divided by 8P2. Beta, this will be P1 by 4P2. पहले slope क्या था? What was the slope earlier, beta? P1 by P2. है ना? What is your new slope? 1 by 4 P1 by P2. 1 by 4 is what? 0.25 P1 by P2. तो slope is falling ना. पहले 1 into P1 by P2 था. अब 0.25 P1 by P2 है. Slope has fallen. What will happen to budget line? हमने पढ़ा हुआ है. Whenever slope decreases, budget line becomes flatter. Budget line becomes flatter. अच्छा, इसको देखने की कोशिश करो यहां से. तो अगर मैं इसको न्यूमेरिकली देखूं तो what will happen बेटा? क्या हो जाएगा? Price of good one क्या हुआ? Price of good one has doubled. तो what will be new price of good one? 2 times 10, so 20 हो गया. Price of good two, बेटा price of good two is 8 times. So what will be your price of good two? 80. इनकम को क्या बोला है हमने? इनकम हैज बिकम 4 टाइम्स. व्हाट विल बी योर न्यू इनकम बेटा? 4 टाइम्स. सो इट विल बिकम 400. So what will be the equation of your new budget line? क्या equation आ रहा है new budget line का? Simple. P1 x1 plus P2 x2 is equal to income of consumer. Is equal to income of consumer. So can you tell me, hey, beta, what will be the intercept on x-axis and y-axis now? X-axis intercept अब क्या हो जाएगा? X-axis intercept. What have we studied? M by P1. 400 divided by 20. ये हो जाएगा 20. What will be your y-axis intercept? M by P2. So 400 divided by 80. That means, बच्चे, this will be 5. पहले क्या था x-axis intercept and y-axis intercept? M by P1, which means 100 divided by 10, which means 10. And what was y-axis intercept? 100 divided by 10. That means 10. So earlier, my x and y-axis intercept, they were 10 each. अब y-axis intercept बन गया है 5 and x-axis intercept क्या बन गया बेटा? That has become 20. That has become 20. So if I join this will be my new budget line. This is the answer to your homework question. यही homework question था. You had to find the equation of new budget line and plot the two budget line. तो इस budget line का जो slope हमने निकाला, our slope is coming as 10 divided by 10, which means 1. And here slope is coming as 1 by 4, 0.25. Clear? I hope this is clear to all of you. Now, beta, let us talk about subsidies. So if you remember, in the last class, we had talked about taxes. हमने taxes की बात की थी. And while talking about taxes, I had explained to you that there are 3 kinds of taxes. Subsidies, maybe it is the same. So there are 3 kinds of subsidies that we can go ahead and we can see. First, quantity subsidy. Second, what will be the second subsidy? Same as tax. Value subsidy. and third beta will be lump sum subsidy. So just like taxes, like there were three kind of taxes. देखो यहाँ पे there were three kind of taxes that we had studied. Exactly like that, there will be three kind of subsidies. तीन तरीके की subsidies हम पढ़ते हैं. Let us talk about the first one first, beta. Quantity subsidy. Example देखो. Try to see this example. Suppose you go to a shopkeeper. और वो shopkeeper आपको बोलता है कि per unit chocolate that you will buy, chocolate का MRP 10 rupees है, but per unit chocolate that you buy, I will give you a subsidy of 1 rupee. I will give you discount of 1 rupee per unit. हर unit पे 1 रुपए का discount. That means per unit you have to pay only 9 rupees beta instead of 10 rupees, right? So this is called as quantity subsidy. So quantity subsidy is subsidy given per unit. So for example, there is a chocolate, right? The price of this chocolate is 10 rupees. And I am giving you a subsidy of 1 rupee. So you have to only pay 9 rupees for this product. So how are we saying, कैसे निकाल रहे हैं हम price per unit beta in this case? How are we finding price per unit? Price per unit will be actual price minus the subsidy. This will be the new price. What will be new price beta? Actual price minus subsidy. So let's take an example. Just I tell you, there is subsidy of S per unit on good 1. हर यूनिट पे जो आप गुड 1 का खरीद रहे हो, every unit of good 1 that you are buying, you will get a subsidy of S per unit. So what will be the new price of good 1 beta? The new price of good 1 will become P1 old price minus subsidy. है ना? Subsidy से subsidy is like a discount. So this will be your new price of good 1. Right, beta? Acha, now, beta, what will be your old budget line? It will be P1 X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to income of consumer. What will be your new budget line? Price of good 1 has decreased. कितने से decrease हुआ है? S से. So new price is P1 minus S X1 plus P2 X2 equal to income. Beta, what was the slope of the old budget line slope? P1 by P2. What will be new budget line slope? P1 minus S by P2. So numerator decrease हो रहा है ना? So in absolute sense, slope is decreasing. The line will become flatter. What will happen to budget line? It will become flatter. Clear? Okay, beta. Take an example now. So I am telling you price of good 1 is 10 rupees. Price of good 2 is 5 rupees. Income of consumer is 90. ठीक है? There is quantity subsidy of 1 per unit on good 1. गुड 1 पे हम एक क्वांटिटी सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं एंड क्वांटिटी सब्सिडीज ऑफ 1 पर यूनिट. सो व्हाट विल बी योर ओल्ड बजट लाइन बेटा? P1 X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to income of consumer. What will be your new budget line beta? New price of good X क्या हो गया? Old price minus subsidy. So 10 minus 1 is 9 rupees per unit. 9x1 plus 5x2 is equal to 90. How can we plot this beta? Good 1. Good 2. है ना? P1, sorry, income divided by P1, 90 divided by 10, माने 9. 90 divided by 5, माने 18. This is my old budget line. New intercepts find out करो बेटा. Find new intercepts. 90 divided by 9, 10. 90 divided by 5, 18. New budget line. It has become flatter now. Flatter. बेटा what is the slope of old budget line? क्या slope है old budget line का? P1 by P2 minus 2. Slope of new budget line? 9 by 5. That means it will be minus 1.8. So slope has decreased in absolute value. देखो अगर मैं इसका absolute value minus 2 का निकालूं, it is 2 और ये है 1.8. So slope is decreasing in absolute value ना. So it means it has become flat. ठीक है. So this is the first thing बचे which is called as quantity subsidy. First thing. Now let's talk about the second thing which is going to be value subsidy. I have already done similar thing in tax, तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा emphasize नहीं करूँगी. I won't be emphasizing a lot on this. You can do it on your own now. So I'm just going to take an example here. So please write down value subsidy. So value subsidy means you are getting subsidy on the price of the good. जैसे for example, if I tell you that the subsidy is 10% of good one's price, है ना? When I talk about subsidy in terms of the value, so it becomes a value subsidy. जैसे for example, if I tell you price of good 1 is 10 rupees, price of good 2 is 5 rupees, income of consumer is 90, and now I am telling you that there is 10% subsidy on good 1 price. गुड 1 के प्राइस पे 10% का सब्सिडी है. देयर इज अ 10% सब्सिडी ऑन द प्राइस ऑफ गुड 1, वैल्यू पे. तो व्हाट विल बी द न्यू प्राइस बेटा? इट विल बी 10 माइनस द सब्सिडी, है ना? सो इट विल बी 10 माइनस व्हाट इज द सब्सिडी अमाउंट? बेटा सब्सिडी इज 10% ऑफ दिस 10. 10% है 10 रुपए का. So 10% of this 10 rupees. 10% कैसे परसेंट निकालते हैं? 10 divided by 100 into P1. So this will give me 10 minus 1. It means 9. है ना? Clear? So your old budget line, it will be 10x1 plus 5x2 is equal to 90, and your new budget line will be 9x1 plus 5x2 is equal to 90. तो notice that बेटा ये वाले तो मैंने दोनों पहले ही बना के दिखा दिए. I've already shown you that it will pivot outwards only. ऐसा ही दिखेगा. Just that now instead of saying that the subsidy is 1 rupee, आपको डायरेक्टली ये नहीं बोला जा रहा दैट सब्सिडी इज 1 रुपी, राइट? So I am not telling you that subsidy is 1 rupee. Try to understand. I am telling you that subsidy is some percent of the price. तो generally कैसे लिख सकते हैं हम बेटा? Generally. So if there is a subsidy of S% on P1, तो what will be your new price beta? Old price minus subsidy. What is your subsidy beta? S% on P1. How do we convert percent into this? S by 100 into P1. So if I take P1 common, तो क्या मिल जाएगा? 1 minus S by 100. बेटा anything divided by 100 will be 0.0 S. So this is going to be your new price. Price will decrease by the amount of subsidy. Price subsidy की वजह से decrease हो रहा है, but subsidy is in terms of value. Clear? So what will be your new budget line, beta? P1, 1 minus S by 100, new price of good one, into X1 plus P2 X2 is equal to income of consumer. This will be your new budget line. ये आपका new budget line हो जाएगा. Am I clear with this concept? Okay, beta. Last. Lump sum subsidy. All of you should be able to do this on your own now. सबको ये अच्छे से आना चाहिए. What is going to happen in case of lump sum subsidy, beta? Write down. Price of good one X1, price of good two X2. सब्सिडी क्या बोलता है कि गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग यू सम लमसम मनी. गवर्नमेंट ने बोला कि ठीक है, योर इनकम इज 100 रुपीज, टेक 10 फ्रॉम मी. 100 रुपए तो आपका इनकम है, 10 रुपए मुझसे भी ले लो, राइट? सो इन दिस केस योर इनकम इंक्रीजेस बाय द अमाउंट ऑफ सब्सिडी. So check that in this case बेटा slope is unaffected. स्लोप को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा, गुड के प्राइजेस को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा. द प्राइस ऑफ द गुड्स आर अनचेंज्ड, दे आर नॉट चेंजिंग. व्हाट इज चेंजिंग? द इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर इज इंक्रीजिंग बाय द अमाउंट ऑफ एस, बाय द अमाउंट ऑफ सब्सिडी. आपका इनकम इंक्रीज हो रहा है, राइट? सो हाउ कैन वी शो दिस बेटा? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, if I tell you P1 is 5, P2 is also 5, income of consumer is 20, and now government gives lump sum subsidy of 5 rupees. गवर्नमेंट ने अब एक लमसम सब्सिडी दे दिया है 5 रुपए का. गवर्नमेंट हैज गिवन यू अ लमसम सब्सिडी ऑफ 5 रुपीज. व्हाट विल बी योर ओल्ड बजट लाइन बेटा? P1 X1 plus P2 X2 equal to income of the consumer. What will be your new budget line beta? P1 X1 plus P2 X2. What is your new income? Old income plus money given by government, grant given by government. Government ने आपको 5 रुपए का grant दिया है, right? So government has given you 5 rupees plus 20 rupees. 20 plus 5 will be 25. So 25. Right? Let's plot this picture. Good one. Good two. Income divided by P1. 20 divided by 5. 4. 20 divided by 5. 4. Join this. New intercept. 25 divided by 5. 5. 25 divided by 5. 5. Join this. So what is happening? Parallel shift. parallel outward shift of budget line. क्या हो रहा है बच्चे? Parallel outward shift of budget line. What is happening to slope? Nothing. Slope is unchanged. What is the slope? Price of good X by price of good Y, 1. Here also. So, slope unchanged. Okay. So, these are the 3 kind of subsidies that we have to go ahead and understand, beta. I hope the lecture is absolutely clear to you. Okay. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, beta. Welcome to the next class of budget line. And in today's class, we are going to go ahead and we are going to talk about rationing. Beta, rationing or ration, है ना? Ration means what? किसी चीज को जब हम कर्ब कर देते हैं, जब हम एक कंस्ट्रेंट लगा देते हैं, जब हम फिक्स कर देते हैं, that is called as rationing. So in this, what we are doing is we fix level of consumption to be a certain amount. मतलब उस अमाउंट को वो चीज क्रॉस नहीं कर सकता. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लेट मी गिव यू एन एग्जाम्पल. I tell you, income of consumer is 100, price of good X is 5 rupees, price of good Y is 10 rupees. तो बेटा, how will we draw the budget line of the consumer? कैसी budget line बनेगी हमारे consumer की? Very simple. Good X, good Y. बेटा, what will be your X axis intercept? M by PX. माने 100 by 5, 20. What will be your y-axis intercept? M by py. 100 by 10 माने 10. So this will be my budget line. ये मेरा budget line हो जाएगा. Right? Now, suppose the government goes ahead and puts a ration on the consumption of good X. Government is going ahead and saying that no one can consume more than 15 units of good X. Government ने एक limit लगा दिया कि nobody can consume more than 15 units of good X. Even if it is affordable, आप खरीद सकते हो, आपके पास पैसा है खरीदने का, but it is not available in the market. 15 super units market में ही नहीं है, right? So in this case, what is happening is the government is going ahead and putting a ration on the consumption, right? Government is saying that more than 15 units is not available in the market. So when we have this kind of scenario where we go ahead and we put a ration, हम एक ration लगा देते हैं कि इससे ज्यादा अब market में available नहीं है, right? That is called as rationing. So you cannot have this as part of your budget line. इस part को हम budget line से we will go ahead and we will remove this part from budget line. इसको हमने हटा दिया. Because this is not there. It's not part anymore. है ना? So what will be your new budget line, beta? This part and this part. You cannot consume more than 15 units. Clear? ठीक है. तो please write down. If good one is rationed, जैसे इस केस में हमने 15 units पे ration कर दिया है, the section of budget set beyond the rationed quantity is looped off. तो ये वाला जो पार्ट था, दिस पार्ट, वी हैव जस्ट रिमूव्ड दैट पार्ट, वी हैव जस्ट लूप्ड दैट ऑफ. समझे? अच्छा, नाउ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. समटाइम्स, बेटा प्लीज राइट डाउन, कभी कभी क्या होता है, समटाइम्स यू हैव अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ टैक्स, सब्सिडी एंड राशनिंग. कभी कभी ये दोनों चीजें कंबाइन हो जाती हैं. देयर इज अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ द टू थिंग्स टुगेदर. ठीक है? समटाइम्स देयर इज combination of taxes, subsidies and your rationing. एक एग्जाम्पल ले लेते हैं. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल, बेटा आई एम टेलिंग यू दैट गुड एक्स जो है, that represents the good which government does not want you to consume in excess. जैसे for example cigarettes. आपके लिए इट इज अ गुड गुड, यू वांट टू कंज्यूम इट, आपको तो अच्छा लग रहा है कि वाओ आई विल कंज्यूम सिगरेट्स, बट द गवर्नमेंट डज नॉट वांट यू टू कंज्यूम सिगरेट्स आफ्टर अ सर्टेन अमाउंट, right? So what government will do? Government will go ahead and say that I will impose tax on good X after consumption of X bar units. तो ध्यान से देखो मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ. देखो, here I have good X बेटा, and here I have good Y, है ना? जैसे I am telling you that price of good X is P1 and price of good Y, that is P2. तो बेटा what will be the slope of budget line? कैसे निकलता है slope? Price of good X by price of good Y. P1 by P2 is your budget line slope. तो यहाँ पे मैंने एक budget line बना दिया है. This is my budget line. ठीक है? The slope of this budget line is minus P1 by P2 beta. Here you have M by P1 and here you have M by P2. Now government is changing the story. अब government story में twist लेके आ रही है. So what is government saying? Government is saying, wait, if you consume more than X1 bar units, if you consume more than this units of good one, I will put a tax on you. मेरे को चाहिए आप इसके बाद और consume ना करो. So if you will consume more than good one, I will put a tax. So more than X1 bar units, government imposes tax. Government ने tax लगा दिया कि if you consume more than these units, you have to go ahead and you have to pay a tax to me. अच्छा बेटा, tax is a quantity tax of T per unit. So can you tell me what will be the new price बेटा? New price of good one? क्या हो जाएगा नया प्राइस गुड वन का? The new price of good one will be old price plus tax rate, है ना? Isn't it? What will be your new slope बेटा? Price of good one upon price of good two, of course with the negative sign. तो we have seen, हमने ये देखा है taxes वाले पार्ट में, that when tax is imposed on good one, जब भी हम good one पे tax लगाते हैं, because the numerator is increasing, absolute value में अगर मैं slope निकालूं, the numerator has increased. Whenever the slope increases, then budget line becomes steeper. when slope increases. So whenever the slope increases, the budget line must become steeper. इतना बात समझ में आया? So now beta we know अगर जैसे if there would have been tax on good X completely, अगर good 1 पे पूरे पे tax होता तो how we would have plotted बेटा? Good 1 और good X, good Y, ये हमारा ओल्ड बजट लाइन होता, दिस हैज स्लोप ऑफ P1 by P2 एंड ये न्यू बजट लाइन हो जाता. And this has slope of P1 plus T by P2. Of course, with negative sign. ऐसा ही होता है. With tax, budget line goes inwards. We have done this in tax lecture. हमने कर लिया अच्छे से. तो budget line को inwards तो जाना है. It has to go inwards. But it must go inwards. ये है if tax on all units of good X. Here tax is there only after X1 units. Tax imposed to कर रही है government. Government is imposing tax. But government is imposing tax only after X1 units. So there will be inward shift of the budget line. जैसे यहाँ हुआ. It will shift inwards. But only after X1 bar. उससे पहले तो कोई tax ही नहीं है. There is no tax. So it will pivot inwards, but only after X1 bar. So what will be your new budget line beta? This will be as it is. इतने units पे तो कोई tax ही नहीं है. You are not paying any tax. So you are facing the price P1 only. But after X1, what price will you face? P1 plus T by P2. So this will become your, this part will become your budget line. समझे? So we can say that what will be our final budget line when tax imposed after X1 units. When tax is imposed after X1 units, what will be your budget line beta? Something like this. यहाँ पे slope is P1 by P2. In this part, there is no tax. This is X1 bar units. Post this, there is tax. And what is the slope here, beta? Minus P1 plus T by P2. Clear? This will be my budget set. ये पूरा मेरा budget set है. Set is what? जो भी points हम afford कर सकते हैं. Any point that is affordable is part of budget set. So this entire becomes my budget set. Clear? So budget line will become steeper. Budget line steeper तो होगा, but it will go ahead and become steeper only after X1 units of consumption. सिर्फ इसके बाद ही it will become steeper. Okay, beta? Okay. Thank you. Okay, hello beta, good afternoon everyone. So now beta, today we are going to go ahead and talk about food stamp program. What is food stamp program? Whenever, देखो food, food means you're giving discount, food stamp means you're giving discount only on food. तो बेसिकली ये फूड स्टैम्प प्रोग्राम, इसका हिस्ट्री ये है दैट दिस स्टार्टेड इन यूएस, right, in 1964 for poor people. And here what we started doing is we started giving the poor people a discount. ठीक है, ऑन फूड आइटम्स अप टू सर्टेन लेवल। तो दो तरीके के प्रोग्राम्स हमने स्टार्ट किए यूएस में। द एम इज टू अंडरस्टैंड द टू काइंड ऑफ प्रोग्राम। इससे कोई मतलब नहीं है हमें कि मतलब यूएस इज जस्ट एन एग्जाम्पल, उसको समझने का जरूरत नहीं है आपको। यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड what are the type of programs that can be started. So there are two kind of food stamp programs that can be started. The first food stamp program that can be started is giving discount up to certain quantity of food. क्या बोल रहे हैं बच्चे? It is saying giving discount up to certain quantity of food. माने क्या? It means that I am telling you that, up to 10 kgs of wheat, I will charge a price of ₹5 per kg. But after 10 kgs of wheat, I will charge ₹10 per kg. तो वीट का प्राइस तो ₹10 पर केजी ही है। द प्राइस ऑफ वीट इज ₹10 पर केजी, बट आई एम गिविंग यू डिस्काउंट ऑफ ₹5 एंड आई एम चार्जिंग ओनली 5 पर केजी फॉर द फर्स्ट 10 केजीज ऑफ वीट। पहले 10 केजी के लिए आई एम गिविंग यू अ डिस्काउंट, राइट? सो ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड इसमें क्या बोल रहे हैं हम। व्हाट आर वी सेइंग? that the actual price of wheat is 10 rupees per kg. Wheat का असली price ₹10 per kg ही है, right? But what I am saying that I will offer you a discount of ₹5 per kg for first 10 units. पहले 10 यूनिट के लिए, पहले 10 किलो के लिए I will go ahead for the first 10 kgs. I will go ahead and I will offer you a discount. I will give you a discount. So what does this mean, beta? So if no discount is offered, अगर मैं कोई भी डिस्काउंट ना दूं, if no discount is offered, so what will be your budget line? Your budget line will be price of wheat into units of wheat plus price of other food into units of other food is equal to income of consumer. अगर कोई भी डिस्काउंट ऑफर नहीं होता है, if no discount is offered, then what will happen? We are saying that the budget line will be price of wheat into units of wheat, price of other goods into units of other good equal to income. Suppose price of other good is 1, न्यूमरेटर गुड पे ले लेते हैं, and price of wheat is 10. तो बेटा what will be your old budget line? Your old budget line will be 10 into W plus 1 into other goods is equal to, suppose income is 100, 100 is equal to 100. तो what will be your budget line बेटा? यहां पे आ गया wheat, यहां आ गया अदर गुड्स, इनकम डिवाइडेड बाय प्राइस, 100 divided by 10, that means here I will have 10, and income divided by price, 100 divided by 1, that means यहाँ पे I will have 100, है ना? तो this is my budget line. ये मेरा budget line. अब मैं कह रही हूं that the first 5 units government is offering discount. Wheat के पहले 5 यूनिट पे, rather than 10 units, I will keep it for first 5 units. For the first 5 units, government is offering you a discount. है ना? तो पहले 5 यूनिट के लिए गवर्नमेंट बोलता है दैट वी विल गिव यू अ डिस्काउंट ऑफ 5 रुपीज, 5 रुपए का डिस्काउंट हम आपको देंगे फॉर फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स। आई विल गिव यू अ डिस्काउंट ऑफ 5 रुपीज। सो बेटा फॉर फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स what will be the price of wheat? The price of wheat was 10 rupees. Wheat का प्राइस 10 रुपए था. You are giving a discount of 5 rupees. 5 रुपए का डिस्काउंट मिल गया. So the net price of wheat will be 5 rupees. What will be the price of wheat? It will be 5 rupees. ध्यान से सुनना मेरी बात को. The first 5 units you are getting for 5 rupees. 5 रुपए में पहले 5 यूनिट्स मिल रहे हैं. क्लियर? अच्छा, now tell me, beta, what will be the slope of budget line then? Very simple. The slope of budget line is price of wheat divided by price of other goods. Price of wheat is 5. Price of other goods is 1. So slope of budget line will be 5. Minus sign laga lo, of course, because it is downward sloping. So slope of budget line will be 5 in absolute value. What about after 5 units? बेटा फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स के बाद क्या होगा? व्हाट विल हैपन आफ्टर 5 यूनिट्स? आफ्टर 5 यूनिट्स द प्राइस ऑफ व्हीट इज 10 रुपीज. व्हीट का प्राइस बढ़ गया है. अब आपको एक्चुअल प्राइस पे करना है. यू नीड टू पे द एक्चुअल प्राइस ऑफ व्हीट. Price of wheat has increased now. So when price of wheat increases, beta, price of other good is 1 only. What will be the slope of budget line? Price of wheat divided by price of other good. 10 divided by 1, that means 10. Of course, negative sign laga lo, it is downward sloping. So slope is increasing in absolute value. Absolute में अगर सिर्फ positive number देखें, it is going from 5 to 10. So slope is increasing. What have I taught you? Budget line will become, क्या हो जाएगा budget line बेटा? Steeper. Budget line will become steeper. समझ रहे हो बात को? So what has happened is, for first 5 units, budget line इसका slope क्या था बेटा? The old budget line represents price of 10 of wheat. ये तो तब बनाया था ना when there was no discount given. ये old budget line कब बनाया था? When no discount was offered. So what was the slope here बच्चे? It was price of wheat divided by price of other good. That means 10. तो this slope is 10 only. इसका slope 10 ही है. Now for first 5 units, you are getting a discount. And when you get a discount, जब आपको ये discount मिलता है, the price of wheat becomes 5. है ना? तो what is the slope बेटा? क्या निकाला हमने slope? Slope became -5. Line became flatter. अच्छा, after 5 units, slope इसी के जैसा ही है. Slope is same as old budget line. After 5 units, there is no discount. कोई discount नहीं मिल रहा है. So after 5 units, you will get a line parallel to this line. Are you getting it? After 5 units, जो पुरानी budget line का slope था, whatever was the slope of old budget line, you will go ahead and get the same slope. So it will become parallel to the old budget line. Clear? This is a very tricky concept. इसको बहुत ध्यान से समझना हमें जरूरी है. It is very important to understand this carefully. So it will become parallel to the new budget, old budget line. Beta, this will be your new budget line. है ना? और इस पार्ट में क्या स्लोप है? What is the slope? अरे इस पार्ट में तो कोई ऑफ नहीं मिला है, सो द स्लोप विल बी -10। अच्छा, मोस्ट ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन। बेटा, कैन यू टेल मी, थोड़ा सोच के बताना, हाँ, थिंक एंड टेल मी, कैन यू टेल मी व्हाट विल बी दिस इंटरसेक्ट, ये वाला पॉइंट क्या होगा? इफ ऑल इनकम इज स्पेंट ऑन वीट, अगर मैं सारा पैसा वीट पे खर्च कर दूं, हाउ मच वीट आई कैन बाय? सो क्वेश्चन, व्हाट विल बी the amount of wheat if all income spent on wheat? We will think very carefully, सोच के करेंगे, हाँ। अच्छा, एक बात बताओ बेटा, इनकम कितना है? What is the income given to me? Income is given as 100, है ना? Income is given as 100। जो हमारे फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स हैं, फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स, I am getting those at discount। कितने पे मिल रहे हैं वो फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट? व्हाट इज द प्राइस यू आर पेइंग फॉर फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स? यू आर पेइंग ₹5 पर kg। सो वो जो द फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स यू आर पेइंग 5 पर kg। सो हाउ मच हैव यू पेड फॉर फर्स्ट 5 यूनिट्स? 5 into 5, दैट मीन्स 25। अच्छा, व्हाट इज योर रिमेनिंग इनकम बेटा? 100 minus 25 is equal to 75। 75 is your remaining income। और ये 75 में अब जब हम वीट खरीदेंगे, नाउ व्हेन वी विल गो अहेड एंड वी विल बाय वीट फ्रॉम दिस रिमेनिंग इनकम, व्हाट विल हैपन? यू हैव टू गो अहेड एंड यू हैव टू बाय दैट वीट एट द रेट ऑफ ₹10 पर kg। अब जब वीट खरीदोगे तो उसका प्राइस ₹10 पर kg, ₹10 पर kg होगा। नाउ व्हेन यू विल बाय वीट, you can only buy at ₹10 per kg, no discount will be given to you। So 75 rupees I have, 1 kg cost me 10 rupees, so I can buy 7.5 kgs, है ना? तो what is the total wheat purchased? कितना खरीदा टोटल वीट? I purchased 5 kgs each at 5 rupees, spent 25 rupees, and I purchased 7.5 kgs each at 10 rupees and spent 75 rupees, right? So the total money I have spent is my entire income, 100 rupees, and the total wheat I have purchased is 12.5 kgs। Clear? So this point, beta, will be 12.5. This point will be 12.5 kg. Clear? This is the first case of food stamp program when you are getting a discount on first few units। आपको पहले कुछ यूनिट्स पे डिस्काउंट मिल रहा है, राइट? सेकेंड केस बेटा, food stamp to be spent only on food। It is like providing free food। So now what we are doing in this food stamp program, we are saying, look, I am giving you a particular coupon। मैंने आपको एक कूपन दे दिया है, but you can exchange this coupon only for food। You cannot buy anything else with this coupon। इस कूपन से आप कुछ भी नहीं खरीद सकते हो. यू कैन नॉट बाय एनीथिंग एल्स विद दिस कूपन. व्हाट कैन यू डू विद दिस कूपन बेटा? यू कैन ओनली गो अहेड एंड बाय फूड. ठीक है. सो आई एम सेइंग सपोज दैट दिस कूपन it gives you suppose 5 kgs of wheat. जब आपको ये कूपन मिलता है गवर्नमेंट से, व्हेन यू गेट दिस कूपन फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट, इट इंटाइटल्स यू टू 5 kg ऑफ व्हीट. इससे आप 5 kg व्हीट खरीद सकते हो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. यू डोंट हैव टू पे एनीथिंग, right? But you cannot use this on any other good. You cannot buy anything else with this money. You have to purchase wheat only, right? So now beta, let's look at the budget line. Let me create, give me 1 minute. Let's create a line here. Okay. Fine. Now what we are going ahead and we are doing is that, see, this is my old budget line. This is food. ठीक है, this is other good. Right? Same. जैसे पहले old budget line लिया था ना. This is my old budget line and here nothing has changed beta. In this old budget line, everything is the same. Mane, you have price of wheat is 10 rupees. Price of other good is 1 rupee. Your budget line will be price of wheat into units of wheat, price of other good into units of other good is equal to income of consumer. ये आपका budget line हो गया. ठीक है. So I have drawn exactly same budget line. Income divided by price of good, 100 divided by 10. तो यहाँ पे मेरे पास 10 आ गया और 100 divided by 1 यहाँ पे 100 आ गया. Now I am saying that government has given a coupon which gives 5 units of wheat free of cost. तो अब हमें ये 5 units of wheat तो मिल रहा है. We are getting this 5 units of wheat, but we are getting it free of cost. So what will happen बेटा? ये first 5 units of wheat, even if I spend all my income on other goods, मैं सारा 100 रुपए दूसरे गुड पे खर्च कर दूं, I am spending all my income on other goods, then also I will consume these 5 units of wheat up to this point. It means that, ध्यान से देखो, ये what is this point बेटा? This point is 5,100. 5,100 माने 5 units of wheat and 100 units of other good. So now I am saying that this point is affordable. अगर मैं अपना सारा पैसा दूसरे गुड पे भी खर्च कर दूं, even if I spend my entire money on other good, still I will get 5 units of wheat. Still government is giving me 5 units of wheat. Clear? And then if I want one more unit of wheat, अगर मुझे 6th unit चाहिए, then I need to spend 10 rupees. क्योंकि wheat costs me 10 rupees. ना? So from after 5 units, if I need wheat, so I need to spend money. मुझे पैसा खर्च करना पड़ेगा. So after 5 units, there will be a trade-off. After 5 units, there is a trade-off. मतलब अगर इसके बाद फूड बढ़ाना है तो बाकी को कंजम्पशन को कम करना पड़ेगा. Like the usual case, usual budget line. But up to 5 units, I am getting it free of cost. मुझे एक भी रुपया खर्च नहीं करना. I don't have to spend a single penny of money. Right? So this is the second food stamp program. So please write this down, beta. So please write it with me. The first 5 units of wheat are available to the consumer free of cost. This means that even if consumer spends his entire income on other good, still he can consume up to 5 units of wheat. Beta, why have I written the word up to? माने उसकी मर्जी. Maybe he just wants 4 units. उसका पेट 4 में ही भर गया. तो he will just take 4 from the government. But up to 5 it is free, right? Beyond the 5th unit, he must pay for wheat, and hence the usual trade-off. तो after 5th unit वही सेम स्लोप होगा जो पहले था. ठीक है, मतलब 10 रुपए का वीट और 1 रुपी का अदर गुड. वीट कंज्यूम करना है तो 10 रुपए दूसरे गुड पे कम खर्च होंगे. If you need to consume wheat, you need to give up on the other good. So for 1 unit of wheat, you need to give up 10 rupees, and 10 rupees less will be available for other good. So this is the same trade-off as before. Same trade-off means same slope as before. This budget line, this part of budget line, and ये old budget line, slope is same. Price change नहीं हुआ wheat का. Price of wheat has not changed. Just that first 5 units are given free of cost. Clear? Okay, beta. So this is your answer to the 2 kind of food stamp program. ठीक है? I hope that the 2 food stamp programs are absolutely clear to all of you. I have a homework question for all of you. So please write down homework question. Right? If the income of consumer increases and one of the price decreases at the same time, will consumer necessarily be at least well off? ठीक है बेटा. So this is your homework question. If the income of consumer increases, example लेके करना, don't do without example. So take price of good X as 2, price of good Y as 3, income of consumer as 6. ठीक है. Income of consumer increases. So income को increase कर दो 12 पे, and one of the price of good decreases. तो price of good X को decrease कर दो 1 पे, price of good Y unchanged है. Consumer will be well off than before, है ना? तो just plot the 2 budget sets. दोनों budget line बनाओ. If budget set has expanded, अगर अब ज्यादा points हैं budget set में, budget set has expanded, consumer will be better off than before. है ना बेटा? तो कंज्यूमर बेटर ऑफ हो जाएगा। तो दोनों बजट लाइंस बनाओ। अगर दूसरा बजट लाइन बाहर की तरफ है, आपके पास ज्यादा पॉइंट्स अब आ रहे हैं, देन कंज्यूमर विल बी बेटर ऑफ, राइट? सो विद दिस वी एंड chapter 2 of variant, which is budget line. We have completely ended chapter 2. All these notes, beta, whatever notes I have written of chapter 2, they will be available on the portal. You can go ahead and you can register yourself on the portal and get access to these notes also if you want, right? Otherwise, the lecture is available on YouTube and you can do it simultaneously on YouTube. So, just 1 minute. Okay. So, chapter 2 of variant budget constraint पूरा खत्म हो गया है. If you want the PDF of these notes, then notes are available on portal. You can register yourself on portal. I will share the link of portal just below in the comment section. I also want all the students to go ahead and to join the Telegram group so that I can keep updating you about the important questions. Exam में क्या questions important रहेंगे, कौन सा video lecture कब आ रहा है. So you should also go ahead and join the Telegram group. And the link to Telegram group will also be posted on the comment section. Okay, so now beta we will go ahead and we will start with the next chapter, chapter 3, जिसका नाम है preferences. Okay beta, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and start with the next chapter. And this is called as consumer preferences. Consumer preferences. Now, when we talk about budget line, we always go ahead and we always talk about what the consumer can afford. एक बजट लाइन हमेशा ये बताती है कि एक कंज्यूमर क्या क्या खरीद सकता है, right? But now we want to go ahead and we want to understand that given what a consumer can afford, क्या क्या वो खरीद सकता है, अगर हम ये सब बता दें, what is it that the consumer actually wants to buy, right? So we want to go ahead and we want to investigate which is the best bundle that the consumer wants, है ना? तो जैसे अगर मैं आपको ये बोल दूं कि बेटा योर इनकम इज 100 रुपीज एंड यू कैन बाय 5 एप्पल एंड 2 ऑरेंजेस एंड यू कैन ऑल्सो बाय 2 एप्पल एंड 3 ऑरेंजेस, ये दोनों ही आप चीजें खरीद सकते हो. सो अमंग डिफरेंट ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल टू यू, व्हाट यू विल गो फॉर, आप क्या खरीदोगे, दैट इज व्हाट वी वांट टू गो अहेड एंड वी वांट टू लुक इन दिस चैप्टर, राइट? To begin with, I want to go ahead and I want to define something which is known as a consumption bundle. Definition number 1. Consumption bundle. Right? So I want to start by talking about consumption bundle. अब क्या है consumption bundle? What is a consumption bundle? We call the complete list of goods and service that the consumer can buy, right? That is called as consumption bundle. Just for example, if I tell you 1 fridge, 2 TV, 5 orange, 7 apple, whenever we go ahead and we give the complete list of goods and service that are involved in the choice problem, कि क्या क्या कंज्यूमर कर सकता है, उसका वो चॉइस प्रॉब्लम बताना, that is called as consumption bundle. उसको क्या बोल देते हैं? We call that as consumption bundle. So please write down. Write it with me, beta. Complete list of goods and services that are involved in the choice problem of consumer. So when we go ahead and we give a complete list कि ये consumer ले सकता है, that complete list is called as consumption bundle, right? Now we want to also go ahead and we want to talk about any bundle x1 comma x2. So although you can have many goods, right? But in economics, we always want to deal with a 2D problem. Goods तो बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं. Good 1, good 2, good 3, good 4, good 5, good n. Good can be many goods. But to simplify it, what we do is we only work with two goods, right? In order to make a 2D diagram also, where I can take good 1 here and I can take good 2 here. अगर मुझे एक 2D diagram के साथ काम करना है, if I want to picturize it, I want to graph it, so it is easy to work with 2D diagram and two goods. Good 3 के साथ होता तो 3-dimensional graph हो जाएगा. If it will be good 4 goods, then it will be a 4D graph, right? If it will be 5 goods, then it will be a 5D graph. So it will become difficult for me to show things graphically, right? So because I want to go ahead and I want to use a 2-dimensional diagram, I just want to show x-axis and y-axis, it is easier to work with two goods. दो ही goods के साथ काम करना ज़्यादा आसान रहता है. It is easier to work with two goods. So what I can go ahead and I can do is, I can call this as a consumption bundle. Any consumption bundle is represented by a capital alphabet, right? So I can say that this X, it is representing a consumption bundle, right? And I am saying that X1 represents the amount of good 1 consumed, and X2 represents the amount of good 2 consumed, right? So here what I am now doing is, I am telling how much individual is consuming of good 1, x1 units of good 1, and x2 units of good 2. Is this clear? Okay. Now, we want to define 3 kind of preferences. Preference number 1, beta. This is called as strictly preferred. What is it called? It is called as strictly preferred. Right? What is strict preference? It is represented by a sign like this. Right? Strictly preferred means, अगर मैं बोल रही हूं कि one bundle is strictly preferred over the other bundle, it means I will prefer that bundle over the other bundle. Just for example, if I tell you that I like 4 apple and 2 oranges strictly more than, this is strictly preferred over 3 apple and 1 orange, है ना? जिस बंडल में ज्यादा एप्पल्स एंड ऑरेंजेस होंगे, आई विल बी प्रेफरिंग दैट ओवर द बंडल विच हैज लेस एप्पल्स एंड लेस ऑरेंज. Then this means that the satisfaction that I am getting from this bundle, जब मेरे को ये मिलेगा 4 एप्पल एंड 2 ऑरेंजेस, the satisfaction that I will be getting from 4 apple and 2 orange, it will be more than my satisfaction from 3 apple and 2 oranges, right? So it simply means that suppose I name this as bundle X and I name this as bundle Y, then it simply means that consumer is choosing bundle X over bundle Y. कंज्यूमर को जब भी ये दो बंडल दिखाए जाएंगे एक्स और वाई, हमेशा कंज्यूमर बंडल एक्स को चूज करेगा वाई के ऊपर. When the consumer will go ahead and do this, it is known as strict preference. Is this clear? Let's write this down. So given two bundles X and Y, if X is strictly preferred over Y, it means consumer gets more. I don't want to use the word utility. अभी मैंने utility word define नहीं किया है, but it actually means that consumer is getting more utility from bundle X over Y. जितना, if you have heard the word utility before, it means that जितना utility X दे रहा है, Y उससे ज्यादा utility दे रहा है. Whatever utility X is giving you, Y is giving you, whatever utility Y is giving you, X is giving you more utility than Y, right? Then X will be preferred over Y. Am I making sense? But we haven't defined the word utility yet, right? So usually it means that when X is preferred over Y, strictly preferred over Y, utility from X should be more than utility from Y. जो यूटिलिटी एक्स दे रहा है वो ज्यादा है एज कंपेयर टू वाई. But since we haven't defined utility yet, I am going to write in terms of satisfaction. So I will say it means that consumer gets more satisfaction from bundle X as compared to bundle Y. This is called as strict preference. Okay. The next thing that we want to go ahead and we want to work with is called as indifference. Or indifferent. So when we talk about indifference, इसका sign हो जाता है ऐसे बेटा. Right? So if I tell you that there is one bundle X, X bundle is X1, X2, and there is another bundle Y. Y1 is Y1, Y2. Just if I tell you, X is 4 apples, 3 orange, and Y is 2 apples but 6 orange. Okay. And I am telling you that X and Y के बीच में I am indifferent. Indifferent means equally satisfied. So I will use the sign like this. So indifference means that the satisfaction from X is exactly equal to my satisfaction from Y. So if you go ahead and you get the same level of satisfaction, I have not defined the term utility, but utility के terms में, if X and Y give you the same level of utility, utility simply means satisfaction as of now. So if X and Y give you the same level of utility, they give you the same satisfaction, है ना? Then we can say that we are indifferent between X and Y. तो X and Y का indifference का क्या मतलब हो गया बेटा? If two bundles give you the same level of satisfaction, so please write down. If two bundles give consumer same level of satisfaction, then he is indifferent between the two bundles. Then we can say that the consumer will be indifferent between the two bundles. क्या बोल सकते हैं हम कि consumer इन दो bundles के बीच में indifferent है, right? Now I want to define another thing which is known as weak preference. Third, weak preference. What is weak preference or weakly preferred? Weak preference basically means that either it includes two things. Either the consumer can prefer X over Y, or the consumer can be indifferent over X and Y. If I have any such kind of relation, right, it is basically we don't know one of the two cases. अगर मुझे नहीं पता, suppose मैं आपको ये बोल दूं कि अगर X bundle है 4 orange and 3 apples and Y bundle है 2 orange and 5 apple, and I am telling you that ठीक है, शायद मुझे X Y के ऊपर पसंद है या शायद मैं इनके बीच में इंडिफरेंट हूं, right? So basically what is happening is, all I can say is कि at least X Y जितना तो यूटिलिटी देगा ही, Y जितना satisfaction तो देगा ही, उससे ज्यादा भी दे सकता है. What I am saying, if consumer thinks that this bundle X is at least as good as Y, at least as good, मतलब Y जितना अच्छा तो है ही, उससे ऊपर भी हो सकता है. When we use the word at least as good as, at least X is at least as good as Y, or it can be more than Y also. So when we use terms like this, then basically it is weak preference. So when can we say that X, so weak preference sign is like this, X is weakly preferred over Y when X is either preferred over Y or I am indifferent between X and Y, right? So basically this is the case when X is at least as good as Y. So at least as good means कि Y जितना तो होगा ही होगा, but Y से ज्यादा भी हो सकता है. It can be equal to Y, it can give me satisfaction equal to Y, or the satisfaction can be more than Y. So when I have such kind of preferences, then it is called as weak preference. Then it is called as weak preference. Is this clear? Okay. Now, question first of all. Suppose I tell you that the satisfaction given by consumer is represented by the total amount of X and Y together. हम कंज्यूमर के सेटिस्फैक्शन को कैसे मेजर कर रहे हैं कि उसका X and Y टोटल कितना है. The satisfaction of consumer is measured by the total amount of X and Y. ठीक है. So now you need to tell the relationships, beta. Case A. So bundle X is 4 units of good 1 and 3 units of good 2. And bundle Y is 2 units of good 1 and 5 units of good 2. So how have we given the formula, bache? What is the formula of satisfaction? The formula of satisfaction is total amount of X and Y together. So what is the total amount here? 4 plus 3 equal to 7. What is the total amount here? 2 plus 5 equal to 7. So therefore, what can I say in this case? That both give consumer सेम लेवल ऑफ सैटिस्फैक्शन. दोनों बंडल्स कंज्यूमर को सेम लेवल ऑफ सैटिस्फैक्शन दे रहे हैं. सो इफ बोथ बंडल्स गिव कंज्यूमर सेम लेवल ऑफ सैटिस्फैक्शन, कंज्यूमर विल बी इंडिफरेंट बिटवीन एक्स एंड वाई. क्लियर? अच्छा, नाउ इफ आई टेल यू दैट बंडल एक्स इज 2,5 and bundle Y is 3,3. So now if I use the same concept, what will be 2 plus 5 beta? 7. 3 plus 3, 6. 7 is more than 6. So I am preferring x over y. I am preferring x over y. Clear? So you will be given some way to calculate satisfaction. आपको पहले पता होना चाहिए कि हम satisfaction कैसे calculate कर रहे हैं. This way of calculating satisfaction or calculating utility can be different. जरूरी नहीं है हर बार ऐड करके ही satisfaction निकालें. This can be different. Like for example, I can go ahead and I can tell you that I am calculating satisfaction on the basis of product of the goods. So इस केस में what will be my satisfaction beta if I do it on the basis of product of goods? 4 into 3, that means 12. And 2 into 5, that means 10. So now I can say that x is preferred over y. So basically, first of all, I should know the rule. On what rule I will calculate the satisfaction of individual. This rule I will be teaching you in the upcoming classes. Abhi nahi samajhna hai. But there are different ways to calculate satisfaction of the individual. Different ways to calculate utility of the individual. But इसके बारे में अभी हम बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. Today we are talking about different definitions of preferences. So we are saying that whenever the consumer gets more satisfaction from X as compared to Y, ये हो गया strict preference. If he gets the same level of satisfaction from X and Y, तो ये हो गया indifference. And if he doesn't know, either it is X more than Y or X equal to Y, that means X is at least as good as Y, then this is called as weak preference beta. Right? Now, I am also saying that these relations are not independent of each other. So, please write down dependence of these relationships. Let us try to now understand the dependence of these relationships. अब हमें ये समझना है कि ये relationship एक दूसरे के ऊपर dependent कैसे हैं. Dependence of these relationships. So, beta example. Right? Suppose I go ahead and I tell you that I have X weakly preferred over Y and also Y weakly preferred over X. Then what does this mean? इसका क्या मतलब है? What's the conclusion? Try to understand this thing. So I am saying that X is weakly preferred over Y. So if X is weakly preferred over Y, this means that my satisfaction from X, it will be greater than or equal to satisfaction from Y. And when I say Y is also weakly preferred over X, तो इसका क्या मतलब हो गया बच्चे? That your satisfaction from Y will be greater than equal to satisfaction from X. अब इन दोनों को हमें combine करना है. It says and. We need to combine the two things together. So X satisfaction is more than equal to satisfaction from Y, and Y's satisfaction is more than or equal to satisfaction from X. So what can I conclude if both things are happening? X greater than equal to Y भी है और Y greater than equal to X भी है. So how can these two happen together? Only when the satisfaction from X will be exactly equal to satisfaction from Y. तभी तो ये दोनों चीजें satisfy हो पाएंगी. Only then both the statements are satisfied. So I have been able to find a relationship when two statements are given to you. Right? Similarly, suppose I give you another form. Suppose I tell you that X, this Y, and X indifferent Y not true. दिस इज ट्रू. तो व्हाट कैन यू कंक्लूड बेटा, दोबारा देखो. सो एक्स इज वीकली प्रेफर्ड ओवर वाई. एक्स इज वीकली प्रेफर्ड ओवर वाई माने क्या मतलब हो गया, दैट द सैटिस्फैक्शन फ्रॉम एक्स can be greater than or equal to satisfaction from y. Can be greater than or equal to satisfaction from y. But ये कह रहे हैं that x indifferent to y is not true. मतलब x indifferent to y is not true. So what does this mean beta? That satisfaction from x is not equal to satisfaction from y. Because you are not indifferent. तो दोनों चीजों को कंबाइन करो. यू आर सेइंग दैट दिस यूटिलिटी और सैटिस्फैक्शन फ्रॉम एक्स इज मोर देन और इक्वल टू सैटिस्फैक्शन फ्रॉम वाई, एंड you are also saying that satisfaction from x is not equal to satisfaction from y. तो if I combine these two things together, यहां से आता है greater than or equal to is not true. So therefore, can you say clearly that satisfaction from x is strictly more than satisfaction from y? Right? So if someone in exam gives you this statement, that x is weakly preferred over y and x is not indifferent to y. x y से तो ज्यादा हो सकता है, it is greater than equal to y but not equal to y. It has to be greater than y. So this goes ahead and this tells you that x will be strictly preferred over y. This will tells you that x will be strictly preferred over y. Clear? So this kind of statements can be given to you in exam and you need to go ahead and interpret these statements. ऐसे statements को interpret करना आना चाहिए, right? Okay. So this means that we can therefore conclude x is strictly preferred over y. इससे हमें समझ में आता है that x will be strictly preferred over y. Is this clear? So you can also go ahead and you can also find the dependence of the relationships. Right? Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to today talk about the assumptions about preferences. Assumptions about preferences. ठीक है बेटा. This is one of the very important topic from the point of view of any exam. किसी भी एग्जाम में assumptions about preference ये बहुत ही important topic है, right? Now, first of all, whenever we talk about the assumption about preferences, we need to understand that we are talking about a rational consumer. We are talking about a rational consumer. And who is a rational consumer? Any consumer who is basically thinking about himself. कोई भी ऐसा कंज्यूमर जो अपने यूटिलिटी को मैक्सिमाइज करना चाहता है, जो अपने यूटिलिटी के बारे में सोच रहा है, will be called as a rational human being. What will we call them? We will call him as a rational human being. Is this clear? So who is a rational consumer? Any consumer who maximizes his satisfaction. जिसको अपनी satisfaction से मतलब है that can be called as a rational human being. Acha, now against a rational human being we have someone, तो rational तो एक तरीके से हम बोल सकते हैं कि rational human being वो हो गया who is a selfish human being, है ना? But इसी के against a rational human being, we can also have a person who can think about the preference of another individual. जैसे, for example, our mothers, right? What do our mothers do, beta? Our mothers basically, they can derive utility or satisfaction from the consumption of their children, है ना? तो जैसे when their children will consume food, when their children will eat lunch, they will be more happy. So that is not a rational person. A rational human being is any human being who only thinks about his own satisfaction. जो भी selfish होता है, जो सिर्फ अपना satisfaction, अपना utility के बारे में सोचे, that person will be called as a rational human being. Clear हुई? So whenever we do any assumption about preferences, we assume that we are talking about these rational human individuals. ठीक है? तो इनको बोलते हैं assumptions of rationality. माने we are assuming that the individual is a rational human being. He cares only about his own utility. So please write down any individual who cares about his own satisfaction or utility. Any individual who cares about his own satisfaction, about his own utility, will be called as a rational human being. अब इसी में we have many assumptions about rationality, and these are also called as axioms of rationality. क्या बोल देते हैं इनको बेटा हम? These are also called as axioms of rationality. Right? The first axiom of rationality that we have is called as completeness. What is completeness? Completeness means given two bundles, you should be able to compare the bundles, right? So you should not say, I don't know. आपको ही नहीं बोलना मुझे नहीं पता. You should be able to compare the two bundles, right? So for example, if I tell you this is a Adgel pen and this is a Renault pen. Another pen I have Renault pen. Do you prefer Adgel or Renault? Yeah. So you should be able to tell me, I prefer Adgel, ma'am. I prefer Renault. है ना? So what does completeness mean? Given any two bundle, you should be able to compare. Okay, so please write down. Given any two bundles, an individual should be able to compare them. Right? So if I tell you that there is a bundle X, which is X1, X2, and a bundle Y, which is Y1, Y2, then individual should be able to tell. What this individual should be able to tell? Whether he prefers X over Y, or he prefers Y over X, or he is indifferent between X and Y. He should be able to tell. वो ये ना बोले I don't know. He should be able to tell whether he prefers X over Y, Y over X, or he is indifferent between X and Y. Right? So this is what is the meaning of completeness. ठीक है? When will completeness be difficult? it will be not possible under extreme situations, like the situation of life and death. एक बात बताओ, if I tell you, would you like to die from a gunshot, or would you like to die from maybe a flood? So you will not be able to tell me, na? You don't know the pain in the two things, right? You will say, I don't know. I don't want to die only. Okay? Leave dying from gunshot or from flood. Hai. So such situations where an individual is not able to compare what he wants to do, right? Yes, correct. Emotional situations, right? So emotional situations where you cannot compare, right? They don't follow completeness. वहां पे completeness lack करता है ना? So comparing between mother and father, do you love your mother more or father more? Difficult to tell, right? So that's the first part, which is completeness. The second is called reflexive. What is reflexive saying? Reflexive says any bundle is as good as itself. Any bundle is certainly as good as its identical bundle. Mane, if I give you one blue ink Adgil pen and I give you another same blue ink Adgil pen, so these two are very similar in nature. So one is definitely as good as the other one. The first bundle is certainly as good as the second bundle, right? So this is called reflexiveness. इसको हम कैसे show करते हैं? How do we show reflexiveness? We show reflexiveness like this, that if this is bundle X, then bundle X is as good as its own bundle. The sign of as good as is weak preference. Remember we did this weak preference, beta? Weak preference. Weak preference translates to as good as. So when we say that a bundle is as good as itself, माने कि इस बंडल से जो हमें यूटिलिटी मिलेगा, सैटिस्फैक्शन मिलेगा, वो दूसरे बंडल के बराबर तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा जो सेम ही बंडल है. This is what it means. Any bundle is as good as itself. Now, when is this violated? कब ऐसा होगा कि ये violate हो जाए? It will be violated in case of small children. So if there is a child, and I show him one blue lace pack, and I show him another same blue lace pack, right? He may prefer one over the other. He may violate this assumption. है ना? वो बोलेगा नहीं 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 ये वाला better लग रहा है इसके ऊपर. Both are blue lace, 10 rupees pack, everything is the same, but children may violate this assumption, right? They may prefer one over other even when both of them are same, है ना? तो तब वो ये violate हो जाता है. Okay, now let's talk about the third assumption. So the third assumption we have is called as transitivity. The third assumption is called as transitivity. ध्यान से समझना. Transitivity says that if you prefer bundle X over Y and you prefer bundle Y over Z, then you must prefer bundle X over Z. Similarly, if you are indifferent between X and Y, and you are indifferent between y and z, then you should be indifferent between x and z. If you weakly prefer x over y and weakly prefer y over z, then you should weakly prefer x over z. एक एग्जाम्पल लेते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एक बंडल x है एंड उससे जो हमें सैटिस्फैक्शन या यूटिलिटी मिल रहा है, आई एम गेटिंग द यूटिलिटी ऑफ 10 फ्रॉम बंडल x. देयर इज अनदर बंडल y और इसमें मुझे जो सैटिस्फैक्शन या यूटिलिटी मिल रहा है दैट्स 8. देयर इज अनदर बंडल z एंड उसमें जो मुझे यूटिलिटी या सैटिस्फैक्शन मिलेगा दैट इज 6. The utility from bundle x is more than utility from y. So I prefer x over y. देखो 10 is more than 8. The utility from y is more than utility from z. देखो 8 is more than 6. So I should prefer y over z. So transitivity tells me that when x is preferred over y, y is preferred over z, then x should also be preferred over z. और वो हो भी रहा है. Utility from x is more than utility from z. Satisfaction from x is more than satisfaction from z. Utility is just satisfaction. So satisfaction from x is more than satisfaction from z. So we can say that therefore this is transitive. Transitivity is followed. Right? This is when we go ahead and we say that transitivity is followed. Okay. Now what we can go ahead and we can ask is, when is transitivity violated? Right? So when is it violated? So transitivity is violated whenever you have cyclical preferences. Right? Now, what are cyclical preferences? Let me give you an example of cyclical preferences. So, for example, I ask a person, do you like pizza or pasta? And he tells me, I love pizza. Then I ask a person, I'm giving you pasta and I'm giving you sandwich. And he tells me, I love sandwich. So transitivity tells me that if pizza is preferred over pasta, is preferred over sandwich, then pizza should be preferred over sandwich. Right? Now, I give this person pizza and sandwich, but he chooses sandwich. So when you go ahead and here I have pasta. So when he chooses sandwich here, there is a cycle that has been created, that among pizza and pizza was chosen. Among pasta and sandwich, pasta was chosen. And among pizza and sandwich was chosen. तो एक cycle create हो गया. Although होना ये चाहिए था that if pizza over pasta and pasta over sandwich, right? So you should have chosen pizza over sandwich. But when pizza and sandwich are given to you, the individual is choosing sandwich. उसने अपना preference change कर दिया, right? So when this happens, this is called as cyclical behavior. And this is when transitivity is violated, right? So transitivity gets violated with cyclical behavior. These are the three axioms, or these are the three assumptions of your rational behavior, right? Completeness, reflexivity, and transitivity. Okay, I hope that this is absolutely clear to all of you. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and give you a homework question. Just try to think about it, right? Question. Consider a group of people A, B, and C. Consider the relation at least as tall as, right? A, is it transitive? B, is it complete? So the homework question is, you have to consider a group of people A, B, and C, and the relation is at least as tall as, right? Is this relation transitive? Is this relation complete? Okay, try to do this question. I will discuss it in the next lecture. Okay, thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. So first of all, let us look at the homework question that I had given you in the last class. Let us try to solve this homework question that I had given you, right? So what is this question saying? Consider a group of people A, B, C and consider the relation at least tall as. Is this transitive? So देखो, suppose I consider that, beta, consider this, that A is this individual and this is B and this is C. So I am saying A is at least as tall as B. A का height B जितना है या B से ऊपर है. And then I am saying B is at least as tall as C. A is as tall as B, B is as tall as C. So can I go ahead and say that A is at least as tall as C? Can I say this? Yes. अगर A का height B से बड़ा है और B का C से, तो A का C से तो will be higher only, no? So I can go ahead and I can say this. So is this relation transitive? Answer is yes. Now talk about completeness. Completeness क्या बोलता है? Given any two bundles, I should be able to compare. तो इस केस में given any two individuals, can you compare their height? क्या आप इनका height compare कर सकते हो? Can you compare their height? You can say that, okay, this person is taller, this person is shorter. You can complete the relationship. So is this complete? Yes. Is this complete? Yes. So at least as tall as means या तो tall होगा या तो बराबर होगा. So you have covered all possible things, that either two people may, one will be tall, one will be short, or the second possibility is that both will have same height. You have covered both when you are saying at least as tall as. So at least as tall means what? दो चीजें हो गई, या equal height या one has more height. यही तो होगा, isn't it? One has equal height as other or one has more height as other. Both these relationships are covered here, isn't it? Right? So you can go ahead and you can understand here that this is a complete relationship. Right? So this is about it, right? Now, I hope that this homework question is absolutely clear to you. Let us now go to a new topic and we are going to talk about indifference curve today. Okay. What is an indifference curve? An indifference curve basically is combination of two goods. That means I am presenting a consumption bundle such that consumer gets same level of utility, right? An indifference curve shows all those consumption bundles that leave the consumer indifferent, which give the consumer the same level of utility. So if the consumer gets same level of utility, that curve which shows us those bundles, उसी को हम indifference curve बोल देते हैं. So let's try to plot an indifference curve. So I have good 1 here, and I have good 2 here. This is my indifference curve. I see 1. Indifference curve 1. Try to see this thing better. I am saying that point A, point B, point C, point D, and so on, all these points give consumer the same level of satisfaction. They give consumer the same level of utility. What is the word, beta? Utility. Utility means satisfaction. So all these bundles give consumer same level of satisfaction. तो देखो यहाँ पे, suppose here I have 1 unit of good 1 and 5 units of good 2. Here I have 2 units of good 1 and I have 3 units of good 2. Suppose here I have 3 units of good 1 and suppose I have 2 units of good 2. Here I have, इसको 6 कर देते हैं. Let's make this 6. Here I have 6 units of good 1 and 1 unit of good 2. ठीक है. And suppose I have defined my satisfaction. कैसे define किया मैंने बच्चे? My satisfaction from the two commodities is equal to the product of the commodities. This is how I have defined my utility. इस तरीके से मैंने अपने utility को define कर दिया. Now, how we define utility is a separate topic. I will talk about that separately in another lecture. अभी के लिए just take it as given. Just consider it given. अभी के लिए मान लो कि ऐसा दिया हुआ है आपको that your utility is the product of the consumption of the two goods. तो बेटा bundle A में क्या है? Good 1 के 1 units and good 2 के 6 units. So what will be your utility from A? 1 into 6 equal to 6. Now B beta. In B, you have 2 units of good 1 and 3 units of good 2. So what will be your utility from bundle B beta? Again, कितने units हैं good 1 के? 2 units. कितने units हैं good 2 के? 3 units. 2 into 3, 6. Bundle C beta. How many good 1 you have? 3 units. Good 2, 2 units. What will be utility from C? 3 into 2 equal to 6. Bundle 4 beta. How many units of good 1 you have? 6 units. Good 2, 1 unit. Utility from bundle D will be 6 into 1 equal to 6. 6 into 1 equal to 6. So you are getting the same level of satisfaction from different bundles. So we can say that bundle A is indifferent to B, indifferent to C, indifferent to D. They are giving you the same level of satisfaction. So two bundles that give you the same level of intersection, that give you the same level of satisfaction, that is called as your indifference curve. All these bundles, ये जो एक ही line पे lie करें, such that इनसे जो utility मिले या satisfaction मिले, that is equal, becomes an indifference curve. Now we want to go ahead and we want to define something which is called as a weakly preferred set. But before I define this, I want to do another property of indifference curve. क्या property है बच्चे? The property is points that lie above indifference curve give higher level of satisfaction. Those points which lie above the indifference curve, है ना? They give you more level of satisfaction. So for example, this is an indifference curve. ये मेरा एक indifference curve है, ICA. ये हो गया good X, good Y. Those points which are above this indifference curve, माने जो भी point इसके ऊपर होगा, like point D, this is point B, point F, this is point C. Those points which lie above indifference curve, उनसे आपको ज्यादा satisfaction मिलेगी. Why? Because just see here बेटा, suppose I am looking at bundle D, तो D और B को अगर हम compare करें, if I compare D with B, D has more amount of good X and D has more amount of good Y, है ना? तो जैसे suppose point B is 2 units of X and 3 units of Y, तो what will be my utility बेटा? अगर मैं utility X into Y मानू, 2 into 3, it means 6. This is the utility from bundle B. This is my utility from bundle B. What about utility from bundle D? Bundle D has 4 units of X and it has 4 units of Y. So what will be utility from bundle D beta? 4 into 4, that means 16. So bundle D is giving you more utility than bundle B, isn't it? तो यहीं से हमारे पास एक प्रॉपर्टी आ जाता है which is called as monotonicity. Mono means more. So monotonicity means more is preferred. So if you increase consumption of both goods or one good, holding other constant, utility will increase. Utility will increase. तो जब हम दोनों ही गुड्स को बढ़ाते हैं, जैसे पॉइंट बी पे जाते हैं, या अगर मैं पॉइंट सपोज यहां आऊं, पॉइंट एफ पे आऊं, तो एफ पे क्या हुआ? व्हाट इज द यूटिलिटी फ्रॉम एफ बेटा? आई एम कंज्यूमिंग 4 यूनिट्स ऑफ एक्स एंड मैंने y का चेंज नहीं किया, यहां पे भी y is 3 units and f पे भी y is 3 units only. So 4 into 3, 12. So utility at f is also more than b. f and b have same amount of good y. देखो y का consumption same है, but f has more x. देखो x बढ़ गया. So utility has increased, isn't it? So whenever you increase both the goods, जैसे पॉइंट डी पे गए, एक्स भी बढ़ा दिया वाई भी, आई इंक्रीज बोथ, और आई इंक्रीज वन गुड, देन माई यूटिलिटी विल इंक्रीज. सो दिस टेल्स मी अनदर थिंग, दैट हायर द indifference curve, more the utility. जितना ऊपर मेरा इंडिफरेंस कर्व होगा, the higher my indifference curve is, the more will be my utility. So, which means that if I have to go ahead and I have to draw indifference curve 1, indifference curve 2, indifference curve 3, good X, good Y. As I go on higher and higher and higher indifference curve, my utility will increase. My utility will increase. Now let's talk about weakly preferred set. So beta, if you remember, what was weak preference saying? क्या मतलब था weak preference का? X is weakly preferred to Y. It has two parts to it. दो चीजें हो सकती हैं इससे. One, either X gives you more than Y. Two, either X utility is equal to Y. So weak preference has two things in it. दो चीजें आ जाती हैं weak preference में. The first thing in weak preference is X is strictly preferred over Y. And the second thing in weak preference is I am indifferent between X and Y. I am indifferent between X and Y. So beta, when X is preferred over Y, matlab these are all points above indifference curve. Because जो point भी indifference curve के ऊपर होगा, they will give me more utility. And indifferent means all points on the indifference curve. All points on the indifference curve. So if I have to go ahead and if I have to combine the two, क्या combine कर रहे हैं बच्चे? Above indifference curve and on indifference curve. So what will I get? This is my indifference curve. Good X, good Y. This part. All points on indifference curve and all points above indifference curve. If I mark all these points, जो IC के ऊपर हैं और IC पर हैं, I hope I am right in the Hindi part. Those points which are on the indifference curve and which are above the indifference curve, if I include all such points, then that gives me weakly preferred set. What does it give me? It gives me weakly preferred set. Am I clear with this part? So weakly preferred set to any point. जैसे अगर मैं point ले लेती हूँ point A, यहां पे हो गया इसका डिमांड गुड 1 का x1 एंड गुड y का y1. And I ask you, what is its weakly preferred set? So weakly preferred set will be all those points which are on the indifference curve, क्योंकि वो A के बराबर का utility देंगे. They will give utility equal to A. And all points above the indifference curve, because they will give utility more than A. Including these two kind of points will give you weakly preferred set. So please write down the shaded area consists of bundle at least as good as bundle A. At least as good as means what beta? Weakly preferred. कि या तो A जितना either equal to A or more than A, या A से ज्यादा. So I'm including all bundles which are giving utility either equal to A or more than A. Am I clear with this? So this is your weakly. Hi, good evening everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and do an important proof from the point of view of exam. And that is going to be that two indifference curves cannot intersect. The aim of this lecture is to prove that two ICs cannot intersect, right? Let us try to go ahead and let us try to prove this thing. How can we go ahead and how can we prove this? I'm going to go ahead and I am going to start by assuming that suppose two indifference curve intersect. ऐसा एक situation ले लेते हैं और बोलते हैं कि suppose the two indifference curves intersect. So what will happen? Indifference curve 1, indifference curve 2. Good X, good Y. Okay. So what am I saying? I am saying suppose two indifference curve intersect. Right? Then what will happen, beta? If I take 3 points, point A, point B, and point C, right? Consider indifference curve 1. IC1 को consider करो. Consider indifference curve 1. What has happened? Point A and C are on IC1. दोनों same indifference curve पे हैं. We know that when two ICs, they are on the same indifference curve, they should give the same level of satisfaction to the consumer. अगर दो पॉइंट्स एक ही इंडिफरेंस कर्व पर होते हैं तो वो कंज्यूमर को सेम लेवल ऑफ सैटिस्फैक्शन देते हैं. सो दिस मीन्स दैट यूटिलिटी फ्रॉम ए एंड यूटिलिटी फ्रॉम सी शुड बी द सेम, है ना? और I can say that consumer should be indifferent between A and C. A और C के बीच में consumer indifferent होगा. Consumer will get same level of satisfaction from A and C. Is this clear? Now what we can go ahead and we can do is we can consider another indifference curve. So now I will go ahead and I will consider indifference curve 2. So consider indifference curve 2. IC2 को हम consider कर रहे हैं. Now what happens with IC2 beta? Note that point A and B, they are on indifference curve 2. So we can say that A and B are on IC2. फिर से हम same property use करेंगे. What property we will use? Two points which are on the same indifference curve should provide the same level of satisfaction to the consumer. So this tells me that utility from point A will be equal to utility from point B. Or I can say that consumer will be indifferent between A and B. कंज्यूमर ए और बी के बीच में इंडिफरेंट होगा. कंज्यूमर विल बी इंडिफरेंट बिटवीन ए एंड बी बिकॉज पॉइंट ए एंड बी आर ऑन द सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व. वो एक ही आईसी पर आ रहे हैं. क्लियर? नाउ बेटा लेट्स यूज ट्रांजिटिविटी. फ्रॉम ट्रांजिटिविटी क्या बोलेगा ट्रांजिटिविटी? That consumer is indifferent between A and B and consumer is indifferent between A and C. So what does this tell me beta? A और B का utility same है. A and C का utility भी same है. So this tells me that utility of B and C should also be the same. That means it tells me that consumer should be indifferent between B and C. कंज्यूमर पॉइंट बी एंड पॉइंट सी के बीच में इंडिफरेंट होगा. कंज्यूमर विल बी इंडिफरेंट बिटवीन पॉइंट बी एंड सी. इज दिस क्लियर? बट अब ये देखो कि पॉइंट बी एंड सी हैव सेम अमाउंट ऑफ गुड एक्स. दोनों में एक्स तो सेम ही है, एक्स नॉट. बट पॉइंट बी हैज वाई नॉट अमाउंट ऑफ गुड वाई and point C has y1 amount of good y. So when I compare point C with B, अगर मैं C को B से कंपेयर करूं, comparing point C with B, C has same amount of good x. उसमें good x तो B जितना ही है, but more good y as compared to B. B के कंपैरिजन में as compared to B, C has more of good y. So in the last class, we had studied about monotonicity. So using monotonicity, which says more is preferred. जितना ज्यादा होगा उसको ज्यादा प्रेफरेंस मिलेगा. Utility from C should be more than utility from B. So transitivity tells us that B and C should give same utility. Transitivity बोल रहा है कि B और C से same utility आना चाहिए. But monotonicity is telling me that C should give me more utility than B. Isn't it? So therefore, we have reached contradiction. Right? One is telling me that utility of C is more than utility of B. Other is telling me utility from C should be equal to utility from B. Both are not possible simultaneously. I cannot satisfy both. Either it will be more or it will be equal. How can it will be more also and equal also? So we have reached a contradiction. So therefore, we cannot have two ICs intersecting each other. Right? Therefore, two indifference curves, they cannot intersect each other. Am I clear with this? Okay, beta. So this is the only topic I wanted to discuss for today, that two indifference curves cannot intersect each other. In the next class, I will go ahead and I will start talking about the different examples of indifference curve. अगली क्लास में हम ये पढ़ेंगे कि what are perfect substitutes, what are complements. So we will talk about different kind of indifference curves. Okay, beta. Thank you. Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and talk about perfect substitute goods. ठीक है कि perfect substitute goods होते क्या हैं? We need to talk about that. ठीक है? Those goods which can be substituted in case of one another. जिन goods को हम एक दूसरे के against substitute कर सकते हैं, those goods are called as perfect substitute goods. For example, तो let's write down. पहले definition लिखो. those goods which can be substituted against one another at a constant rate are called perfect substitutes. But mark the word constant rate. जिन गुड्स को हम एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट एक कांस्टेंट रेट पे सब्स्टिट्यूट कर सकते हैं एट अ कांस्टेंट रेट, दे आर कॉल्ड एज परफेक्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर मैं आपको बोलूं कि इफ यू आर टेकिंग 1 टी फ्रॉम मी, अगर आप मेरे से एक चाय का ग्लास ले रहे हो, देन आई नीड 1 कॉफी इन रिटर्न. Then this is perfect substitute. The exchange rate should be constant. हमेशा ये जो रेट है जिसपे हम सब्स्टिट्यूट कर रहे हैं वन गुड अगेंस्ट द अनदर, दैट शुड बी कांस्टेंट. उसको कांस्टेंट होना जरूरी है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल देखो यहां पे, बेटा दिस इज टी, दिस इज कॉफी. हाँ, मैं क्या कह रही हूं कि अभी कंज्यूमर के पास करेंटली कंज्यूमर हैज 1 टी एंड 5 कॉफीज एंड माई रेट ऑफ सब्सटीट्यूशन इज 1:1. मेरा जो रेट ऑफ सब्सटीट्यूशन है वो 1:1 का है. व्हाट डज दिस मीन? इट मीन्स दैट when you will give up 1 unit of coffee, जब आप कॉफी from 5 you will come to 4, you will get 1 unit of tea. आपकी टी 1 से 2 पे चली जाएगी. Similarly, when you will give up 1 unit of coffee, जब आप 4 से 3 पे आओगे, you will get 1 unit of tea. आपका टी 2 से 3 हो जाएगा. The rate is constant. When you give up 1 coffee, you get 1 tea. You give up 1 coffee, you get 1 tea. You give up 1 coffee, आप 3 से 2 पे आए, you want 1 tea. उसके एक्सचेंज में you get 1 tea. आपके पास एक टी आ गया. तो this point, point A, point B, point C, point D, when we join them, जो हमें लाइन मिल रही है, this becomes the indifference curve. This is called as indifference curve. Clear? The rate is constant. Rate constant है. बेटा कंपेयर दिस विद दिस केस, जो हम आईसीस पहले बना रहे थे, कंपेयर इट विद दिस इंडिफरेंस कर्व दैट वी हैड ड्रॉन हियर. ये वाला इंडिफरेंस कर्व, ये वाला इंडिफरेंस कर्व. This indifference curve did not have a constant rate. इसमें rate constant नहीं था. So when we were talking about, अभी इधर ही I will somewhere just write down, well defined indifference curves. When we were talking about well defined indifference curve, माने हम कैसे indifference curve का बात कर रहे थे? We were talking about convex shape indifference curve. यहां पे मेरे पास है good x, here I have good y, है ना? Here my rate is not constant. यहां पे मेरा rate of substitution constant नहीं है. What is happening in this case? So suppose let's say that you are at point A, बेटा. Suppose हम यहाँ पे point A ले लेते हैं. And here I have 1 unit of x and suppose I have 4 units of y. तो जब हम point B पर गए, when I go to point B, I increase x by 1 unit, I am bringing y to 2 units. I am bringing y to 2 units. So what is happening here, बच्चे? टू इंक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ गुड एक्स बाय 1 यूनिट, जब हमने एक्स को 1 यूनिट से बढ़ाया, टू इंक्रीज कंजम्पशन ऑफ एक्स बाय 1 यूनिट, आई एम डिक्रीजिंग कंजम्पशन ऑफ वाई बाय 2 यूनिट्स। क्लियर? आगे देखो, when I move from point B to point C, so C पे I am going to 4, suppose मैंने x को 2 यूनिट से बढ़ा दिया, देखो, but I am only reducing y by 1 यूनिट। तो रेट इज नॉट कांस्टेंट, रेट कांस्टेंट नहीं है। हियर व्हेन आई इंक्रीज x by 1 यूनिट, I am decreasing y by 2 यूनिट्स, and here when I decrease x by increase x by 2 यूनिट्स, I am decreasing y by 1 यूनिट। rate is not the same। यहां पे 1y देने पे 2x मिल रहे हैं, देखो x कितना ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है, और यहां पे 2y देने पे 1x मिल रहा है, देखो x कितना कम बढ़ रहा है। The rate is not the same, right? This is my convex indifference curve. Now compare it back to perfect substitute. Perfect substitute में what am I saying? I am saying the rate is constant. Rate क्या है? Constant. What does constant mean? कि हर बारी जब हम एक पॉइंट से दूसरे पॉइंट पे गए, every time when I go from one point to another, जब भी एक पॉइंट से दूसरे पॉइंट पे जाऊंगी, whenever I will go from one point to another, I will do substitution at the same rate. मैं same rate से substitute करूंगी। Here also I increase x by 1 यूनिट, I decrease y by 1 यूनिट, पॉइंट B से C पे भी I increase x by 1 यूनिट, I decrease y by 1 यूनिट, C से D पे भी I increase x by 1 यूनिट, I decrease y by 1 यूनिट। This is decrease। समझ रहे हो? The rate is constant. When the rate is constant, that is called as perfect substitute good, right? So this is the definition of perfect substitute. Now, how do we ensure that the rate comes out to be constant when the lines are linear lines? Okay, so please write down, when indifference curve are lines, जब इंडिफरेंस कर्व नहीं है, एक लाइन है, इट रिप्रेजेंट्स कांस्टेंट स्लोप। इट रिप्रेजेंट्स कांस्टेंट स्लोप, समझे? द स्लोप नीड नॉट ऑलवेज बी 1 बेटा, ठीक है? स्लोप कैन बी एनीथिंग। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं ये बोल सकती हूं that when you will give 2 tea to me, then I will give up 1 coffee. I can say this thing now, that if you give up 1 coffee, जब आप एक कॉफी दोगे तब तक आपको 2 चाय मिलेंगी। So how will this look? This is tea. This is coffee. Suppose I am at point A, beta. Point A is, suppose 2 tea and 6 coffee. Point A is 2 tea and 6 coffee. अब हमने क्या बोला कि जब आप 1 यूनिट ऑफ कॉफी दोगे, you will get 2 units of tea. This is the rate of substitution. तो if I go to point 5, मैंने एक कॉफी दे दी, I will get 2 units of tea. तो मैं यहां आ जाऊंगी 4 पे। I have got 2 units of tea for 1 unit of coffee and I have reached point B. Clear? अब देखो दोबारा, आई एम गिविंग अप 1 यूनिट ऑफ टी कॉफी, फिर से तो मैं अब यहाँ पे 4 पे आ गई, एंड आई एम गेटिंग 2 यूनिट्स ऑफ टी, तो यहां कहीं पे 6, ये हो गया पॉइंट सी। तो एवरी टाइम यू आर गिविंग अप 1 टी, सॉरी 1 कॉफी, जब जब आप एक कॉफी दे रहे हो आपको 2 चाय मिल रही है, यू गेटिंग 2 यूनिट्स ऑफ टी। जॉइन दीज पॉइंट्स बेटा, दिस विल बी योर इंडिफरेंस कर्व। ऑफ कोर्स नीचे तक आएगा, इट विल गो टिल द एक्स एक्सिस, this will be your indifference curve. So are you understanding the concept? The exchange rate can be anything, but it needs to be a constant exchange rate. जब हम point A से B से C से D पे जाएं, every time it needs to be a constant exchange rate. Exchange rate needs to be constant. ये point है इसका. This is what is important, right? अच्छा, then in this case we can say that consumer always worries about the total number of goods. देखो कि total number of goods is always the same. देखो यहां पर, देखो यहां पे पॉइंट ए पे, सी हियर 5 कॉफी एंड 1 टी, तो टोटल कितना है 6, ठीक है, टोटल इज 6 यूनिट्स, है ना। पॉइंट बी पे देखो बच्चे, 4 कॉफी एंड 2 टी, टोटल इज 6 यूनिट्स, है ना। 3 कॉफी एंड 3 टी, टोटल इज 6 यूनिट्स। टोटल इज द सेम ऑन ऑल पॉइंट्स ऑफ द इंडिफरेंस कर्व, समझ रहे हो। तो जब तक टोटल सेम है, कंज्यूमर इज गेटिंग द सेम सेटिस्फैक्शन, सेम यूटिलिटी। ऐसे ही यहां देखो, पॉइंट ए हैज 6 कॉफी एंड 2 टी, total is 8. B has 5 coffee and I think I have written it in a little वो way. I need to make the right utility function here. तो इसको क्या कर लो ना, just let me give you some numbers here ताकि ये clear हो. So what we can do here, exchange rate को constant रखने के लिए, let's say I have x plus 2y is equal to 14 ले लेते हैं. Let's say, let me take it at 14. हाँ, तो when x will be 2, so this will be 6. When x will be 4, this will be 5. When x will be, I am doing the same thing only. हाँ, जो numbers पहले लिए थे ना, I am taking on very similar basis, but I just need to change the way I will explain you the points. When x will be, suppose 6 यहाँ पे, so this will be 4, ठीक है। Now अब यहाँ देखो, ध्यान से समझना। हाँ, in this case it's a little tricky, धीरे धीरे समझ में आएगा, but we are concerned about the total number at any point, ठीक है। We are concerned about the total number at any point, but try to understand that बेटा यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है, that either when I have to write this utility function, so try to understand that the rate of substitution is not 1:1. Rate of substitution है 1:2. थोड़ा सा समझो इसको. The book has not taken this example, तो एक बारी थोड़ा समझ लेते हैं. The rate of substitution is 1:2, है ना। तो जब हम एक x एक y देते हैं तो हमें 2 यूनिट x के मिल रहे हैं, है ना। तो जब हम ऐसा कुछ लिखते हैं तो what we do is we write our utility or satisfaction as x plus 2y. How will we write it? We will write it as x plus 2y. please write a note here that I will redo this thing. In the next chapter, I will explain this concept again using the concept of MRS. ये अभी शायद थोड़ा इतना क्लियर ना हो because I am not able to help you understand कि ये मैंने derive कैसे किया utility function, how I formed this. I will be able to explain you this thing only when I do chapter number 4, जहां पे हम utility functions को explain करेंगे, where I will explain what is MRS. But अभी के लिए just understand कि if I take that your satisfaction is x plus 2y, तो देखो कि आपको हमेशा हर पॉइंट पे सेम satisfaction मिल रहा है. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल if I take x as 2 and I take y as 6, तो x plus 2y हो जाएगा 12 plus 2 14. फिर if I take x as 4, इस पॉइंट पे b पे देखो x as 4 and y as 5, तो भी x plus 2y आएगा 14. So the level of satisfaction that I am getting is the same. यहां पे भी 14 and यहां पे भी 14. ठीक है, बट हाउ आई गॉट दिस, यहां पर ये कैसे आया है, दैट इज समथिंग विच आई विल बी डूइंग इन द नेक्स्ट चैप्टर. जस्ट लीव दिस फॉर नाउ. अभी के लिए आप बस इससे समझ लो दैट इफ द रेट इज 1:1, हर एक टी के लिए एक कॉफी. इफ द रेट ऑफ substitution is 1:1, then in that case consumer is always concerned about the total number. consumer को सिर्फ इससे मतलब है कि टोटल कितना बन रहा है. Here also he is getting 6 units. Here also he is getting 6 units. Here also he is getting 6 units. Just understand this much, huh? Okay, let's take one last example here. So suppose I tell you that there are two kind of pencils, right? One is a red pencil and one is a blue pencil. And consumer is concerned with the total number of pencil. अगर उससे एक रेड पेंसिल आप ले लो तो उसको एक ब्लू पेंसिल दे देना. द रेट ऑफ सब्स्टिट्यूशन इज 1:1. ठीक है, सो हाउ विल वी ड्रॉ दिस बेटा? ऑन वेरी सिमिलर बेसिस. आई एम टेकिंग ब्लू पेंसिल हियर, आई एम टेकिंग रेड पेंसिल हियर. ठीक है, दिस इज वन पॉइंट. हियर कंज्यूमर हैज 6 रेड पेंसिल्स एंड 1 ब्लू पेंसिल. अब मैंने क्या किया, आई टुक 1 रेड पेंसिल फ्रॉम द कंज्यूमर, उसके पास 5 रेड पेंसिल्स हो गया, बट आई गिव हिम 1 ब्लू पेंसिल इन रिटर्न, सो ही हैज 2 blue pencils now. What is the total number of pencil here? 6 red and 1 blue, 7 pencils. Total number here beta 5 red and 2 blue, which means 7 pencils. Let's go to the next point. देखो यहाँ पे, here I have 4 red pencil and I have 3 blue pencils. So what is going to be the total here, बच्चे? 4 red and 3 blue, 7 pencils. And rate of substitution is constant. So what am I getting? I am getting perfect substitutes. Right? So please write down. The consumer only cares about the total number of pencils. कंज्यूमर को सिर्फ इससे मतलब है कि टोटल नंबर ऑफ पेंसिल क्या है, नॉट देयर कलर. सो ब्लू एंड रेड पेंसिल आर perfect substitutes of each other. Blue and red pencils, they are perfect substitutes of each other. And what is the slope of this indifference curve, bache? This means how much, so slope is what? Perpendicular by base. Perpendicular by base. So how much red pencil you have to give up to consume 1 unit of blue pencil? तो देखो, when you go from point A to B, blue pencil कितने से बढ़ रहा है? By 1 unit. So change in blue pencil is by 1 unit. Red pencil is decreasing by 1 unit. So red pencil is decreasing by 1 unit. So what is the slope of this? -1. What is minus reflecting? क्या दिखाता है minus sign? That to increase good X, you should decrease good Y. Whenever you have to increase the consumption of one good, you must decrease the consumption of the other good, right? So please write down indifference curve are straight lines with slope of -1. The indifference curves are straight lines with a slope of -1. And this slope remains constant. Is this clear to everyone? What are perfect substitutes? I hope this is clear, huh? Okay, beta. So now in the next class, we will go ahead and we will do perfect complements. Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and we are going to talk about the next kind of indifference curve. And that is going to be our perfect complements, right? So what are complementary goods? So I'm going to use the word perfect complements. So perfect complements are those goods which are used together. Example, left shoe and right shoe, right? These goods are used together. And there is also, so we can say they are used in some fixed proportion, right? For example, I can say that I will wear one left shoe with one right shoe. This is the proportion. If you give me one left shoe and one right shoe, अगर आप दोनों का एक एक मुझे दे दोगे, एक left shoe और एक right shoe, then I will have one pair and I will use them together. If you give me one left shoe with two right shoes, then also it is of no use to me. ये जो extra right shoe आप मेरे को दे रहे हो, the extra right shoe you are giving me, that is of no use to me. उसका कोई भी use ही नहीं है, and I will just have still one pair, right? So the point here is that as long as I am making one pair, my utility is same, right? So for example, if you, यहाँ पे मैं लिख रही हूँ left and right, if you give me one left shoe and one right shoe, तो मेरे पास एक pair बनेगा, I will get one pair of shoe. If you give me one left shoe and two right shoe, तो भी मैं एक ही जोड़ी बना पाऊंगी. I will be only able to make one pair of the shoe. The extra right shoe is waste. If you give me two left shoe and one right shoe, then also I will get one pair. If you give me three left and one right, then also I will have one pair of shoes. If you give me four right and one left, then also I will have one pair of shoes. Right? Are you getting it? So adding one of the shoes, अगर आप मेरे को सिर्फ extra right shoe दे दो या left दे दो या left दे दो या right दे दो, without adding the other one, is going to go ahead and give me the same level of satisfaction, क्योंकि at the end of the day I just have one pair of the shoes. I just have one pair of the shoes, right? Such goods, they are called as complementary goods. So how can I increase the satisfaction of consumer? So satisfaction or utility of consumer will increase if both shoe are increased. And it means if you give me two left and two right, then I will have two pair. तब मेरा satisfaction ज्यादा हो जाएगा, because now I have two pair of shoes. So how can I go ahead and how can I plot this? कैसे दिखा सकते हैं इस चीज को? Try to see here. I have taken left shoe here. I have taken right shoe here. Isn't it? So I am saying, अगर आप मुझे एक लेफ्ट दो एंड एक राइट दो, इफ यू गिव मी वन लेफ्ट एंड वन राइट, जो भी मेरा satisfaction है, whatever my utility is, it remains the same. If you give me two left and one right, तो भी मुझे वही मिलेगा, एक ही पेयर. If you give me three left and one right, then also I will get the same satisfaction. If you give me one left and two right, then also एक ही पेयर बन रहा है. One left and three right, then also same satisfaction. So all points that give consumer same level of satisfaction should be on the indifference curve. जो भी points consumer को same utility देते हैं, same satisfaction देते हैं, all the points that give the consumer the same level of satisfaction should be on the same indifference curve, right? So point A, B, C, D, E should be on the same indifference curve. Point A is one left, one right. Point B is two left, one right. Point C is three left, one right. Point D is one left, two right. Point E, one left, three right. All these points, ये सारे के सारे points से I am only able to make one pair of the shoe. मेरे पास सिर्फ एक पेयर जूते का आ रहा है. I am getting one pair of the shoes. So they should go ahead and give me the same level of satisfaction. So they should be on same indifference curve. है ना? अच्छा, if I want to increase the satisfaction of consumer, तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? I need to give him more pair of the shoes. और वो कब आएगा? When he will have two left and two right. अगर left का भी बढ़ा दो और right का भी बढ़ा दो, then he will have two pair of the shoes. If you give him two left and two right, he will have two pair of the shoes. Is that clear? So for this, what do I need to do? This will be my another indifference curve. देखो, point F is two left, two right. point G is 3 left, 2 right. Point H is 2 left, 3 right. देखो, just match this. 2 left, 3 right. So this gives me 2 pair, 2 pair, 2 pair of shoes. So these points will give the consumer the same level of satisfaction because these points give rise to 2 pair of the shoes. इनसे 2 pair जूते के बन रहे हैं. You're giving rise to 2 pair of the shoes. Right? So the important thing about perfect complements is that consumer prefers to consume these goods in fixed proportion. To give you another example of this, I can tell you, suppose I tell you that there is one tea which I like with 2 spoons of sugar. I like my one tea with 2 spoons of sugar, right? Then this is also complementary goods. एक चाय हमेशा 2 चम्मच चीनी के साथ ही कंज्यूम करते हैं, right? The ratio need not be 1:1. यहाँ पे, for example, here you had the ratio 1:1. 1 left with 1 right, 2 left with 2 right. But the ratio will not always be 1:1. The ratio can be 1:2, 2:1, कुछ भी ratio हो सकता है. Am I making sense? And to increase the satisfaction of consumer, you need to increase consumption of both the goods. ठीक है, तो for example, as long as you were increasing only left or only right, so satisfaction was not increasing. एक पेयर ही बन रहा था. To increase the satisfaction of the consumer, you need to ensure that you increase both the goods. जब good X का भी left को increase किया from 1 to 2 and right को भी increase किया from 1 to 2. When you increased both of them, only then the satisfaction of the consumer increased. Am I clear with it? Okay, beta. So this is about perfect complementary goods, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you a homework today. So the homework is the following. A college football coach says that given 2 linemen, A and B, he prefers the one who is bigger and faster. Is this relation transitive? Is it complete? Try to do this question based on whatever we have learned till now. अभी तक जो भी हमने पढ़ा है उसके बेसिस पे क्वेश्चन करने की. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to the next lecture in which I am going to talk about bad goods today. Okay. Before we do that, let us take the homework question. Let us see how to solve this homework question, beta. देखो ध्यान से what the question is saying. A college football coach says that given two linemen, A and B, he prefers the one who is bigger and faster. Is this relation transitive? तो देखो जरा ध्यान से. Suppose if I tell you that A is bigger and faster than B. B is bigger and faster than C. तो क्या होगा? A will be chosen over B. B will be chosen over C. तो क्या हम कह सकते हैं कि if A and C are given, तो A will be chosen? Yes. If A is bigger and faster than B, A B के मुकाबले में ज्यादा बड़ा और ज्यादा फास्ट है. B C के मुकाबले में in comparison to C, he is more bigger and faster. So A will be more bigger and faster in comparison to C. So A will be chosen na in comparison to C also. So we can say that this is transitive. हम बोल सकते हैं that these are transitive preferences. So we can go ahead and say that therefore these preferences are transitive. ये preferences को हम transitive बोल सकते हैं. These preferences are transitive. Am I clear with it, बच्चे? ठीक है. Now बेटा completeness की बात करते हैं. ठीक है. तो suppose completeness means what? I should be able to tell what should be done in a particular situation. मैं दो bundles को हमेशा compare कर पाऊं. I should be able to compare two bundles. अच्छा, tell me something. Suppose I tell you that A का height is 5.8. हाँ, and his speed is 70 kilometer per hour. Just an example, huh? And B का height is also 5.8 and his speed is also 70 kilometer per hour. मतलब both of them have same, are equally big and equally fast. Equally big and equally fast. Does this question tell you what will be done in that case? क्या ये बताता है कि उस केस में फुटबॉल कोच किसको चूज करेगा? Does it tell you who will the football coach choosing? It does not. It does not tell you whether the football coach will choose person A or person B. ये बता ही नहीं रहा कि दोनों में से किसको फुटबॉल कोच चूज करेगा. So if it cannot tell you which person the football coach will choose, मतलब this is not complete. You cannot compare in all circumstances. यहाँ पे comparison हो नहीं पा रहा, बता नहीं पा रहे कि A के साथ जाए या B के साथ जाए या दोनों के साथ चले जाए, किसी को भी ले ले randomly. So therefore these preferences are not complete since no comparison criteria is given for above case. है ना? तो therefore it is not complete. समझ गए बात को? Is this clear, बेटा? Okay. Now let us go to goods which are bad goods. What are bad goods? Any good which you don't like is called as a bad good. ठीक है? So a commodity that the consumer doesn't like is called a bad good. Any commodity which consumer doesn't like, जो consumer को पसंद ना हो, that is called as a bad good. For example, I don't like mushrooms. ठीक है, बट आई लव चीज. सो चीज, when you increase the consumption of cheese, my satisfaction increases. मेरा utility बढ़ता है. ठीक है, but for mushroom, when you increase the consumption of mushroom, my satisfaction or utility decreases. तो जब आप चीज का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाते हो, when you increase the consumption of cheese, right, my satisfaction or utility will increase. But when you increase the consumption of mushroom, my satisfaction or utility will decrease. हाँ बेटा, तो cheese is a good for me and mushroom is a bad good for me. ठीक है. Now question is, how do we make indifference curve in this case? हम इस केस में indifference curve कैसे बनाते हैं? तो what is the property of indifference curve? All points on indifference curve should give you same level of satisfaction. जो भी points indifference curve पे आ रहे हैं, whatever points are coming on the indifference curve, they should give you the same level of satisfaction. They should give you the same level of utility. ठीक है, तो now what we can do ना, suppose I go ahead and I take, अच्छा, this is okay, you can take good on x axis also and good on y axis also, किसी भी एक में ले सकते हो. ठीक है, so suppose I go ahead and I take mushroom here and I take cheese here. ठीक है, and I take any point, कोई भी एक point ले लो. Suppose I take point A. Point A पर I have x1 amount of cheese and y1 amount of mushroom. Now I am looking for a point जो मुझे same satisfaction दे as point A. It should give me the same satisfaction as point A. ठीक है, so consider point B बेटा. ठीक है, when I go to point B, I have increased the consumption of cheese. तो जब मैं point A से point B पर गई, from A to B, I have increased the consumption of cheese, है ना. When I increase the consumption of cheese, जब मैंने cheese का consumption बढ़ाया, cheese is a good for me, ये मेरे लिए good है, right? So when I increase the consumption of cheese, it will increase the utility of the consumer. Consumer का satisfaction बढ़ जाएगा. ठीक है, but when I go from point A to B, I have increased the consumption of mushroom also. So increased consumption of mushroom. Mushroom का भी consumption बढ़ा दिया हमने. I have increased the consumption of mushroom also. So when I will increase the consumption of mushroom, बेटा mushroom is a bad good. तो अगर उसका consumption हम y1 to y1 dash करेंगे, when we will increase the consumption of mushroom, what will happen to my utility? There will be decrease in the utility. So one is increasing utility, one is decreasing utility. So what is the net effect? Utility is unchanged. एक ने यूटिलिटी को बढ़ाया, one increased utility, 1 decreased utility. So utility remained unchanged. And as long as utility is unchanged, they will be on same indifference curve, same in IC pe honge. So what we can go ahead and we can say that if I join these 2 points, they will be on same indifference curve. This will be my indifference curve. Okay. Same, you can compare any other point, point C. Point C पे भी same हो रहा है. You are increasing cheese, utility is increasing. Increasing mushroom, utility is decreasing. एक से utility बढ़ रहा है, दूसरे से कम हो रहा है. One is increasing utility, other is decreasing utility. Net utility is unchanged. So we can say that utility at point A. That means satisfaction at point A, satisfaction at point B, satisfaction at point C is the same. Consumer is indifferent between point A, B, and C. Okay. Now, beta, there is something which is known as direction of preference. Okay. Direction of preference. क्या होता है direction of preference? What is direction of preference? It tells us in which direction consumer wants to move. किस डायरेक्शन में वो अपने इंडिफरेंस कर्व देखना चाहता है. सो इफ वी यूजुअली सी फॉर वेल डिफाइंड इंडिफरेंस कर्व, जो हमारे यूजुअल इंडिफरेंस कर्व हैं जो हम बनाते हैं डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग, व्हाट इज द डायरेक्शन ऑफ प्रेफरेंस बच्चे? जस्ट सी हियर, इफ दिस इज माय इंडिफरेंस कर्व, दिस इज गुड x, दिस इज गुड y, है ना? तो यूजुअली व्हाट हैपेंस, consumer wants to increase the demand of good X and increase the demand of good Y. Consumer को X का डिमांड भी बढ़ाना है और Y का डिमांड भी बढ़ाना है. Since consumer wants to increase the demand of both the goods, we find the direction of preference from between. ऐसे माने higher the indifference curve, more the utility. Right? So we can say that in this case, consumer wants to increase the demand of both the goods, right? So direction of preference is, I can just label this, कुछ नाम दे देते हैं, A to B, है ना? Now consider the case of bad good. So now suppose I go ahead and I consider कि good Y is a bad good. Good good and bad good. Right? And this is my indifference curve. ये मेरा IC है. Indifference curve. Now what does consumer want, beta? Consumer wants to increase good X. ये X वाला जो good है, X axis पे जो है, वो तो good है. He wants to increase good X. But what does he want? He wants to reduce good Y. जितना कम मुझे bad good दोगे उतना better. The lesser good Y you give me, the better it is. So if I take good X and good Y, I want to increase the demand of good X. X तो मुझे बढ़ाना है. It is a good good. I want to decrease the demand of good Y. It is a bad good. I don't want good Y, so I want to lower good Y. So what will be the direction of preference? Direction of preference will be like this. It means that the indifference curve जो right side होता जाएगा, the indifference curve which will come towards right, right and right will give me more utility. जैसे here I am saying that utility from indifference curve 2 is more than utility from indifference curve 1. This indifference curve is giving me more satisfaction. ये मुझे ज़्यादा satisfaction दे रहा है. This indifference curve is giving me less satisfaction. Right? So now here I can say that if this is IC1, so indifference curve 2 will be here, beta. Direction of preference is like this. So indifference curve 3 will be here. Clear? So I can say that my utility from indifference curve 2 is more than utility from indifference curve 1. Utility from indifference curve 3 is more than utility from indifference curve 2. Mane, the more right I come, the more is the utility. So this is giving me more utility than this. This is giving me more utility than this, and so on and so forth. Samajh rahe ho? Is this making sense? Okay. So the direction, so please write down. The direction of increasing preference is down and to the right. Right? That is towards the direction of decreasing bad good. Right? And increasing good good. So I want to decrease the bad good and increase the good good. Clear? Okay, beta. Now the last point here, please write down that the indifference curve are upward sloping. है ना? जब हमने bad good का indifference curve बनाया, they are upward sloping. Why, beta? Because when we increase the consumption of good, we must increase consumption of bad good to hold utility constant. तो जब हम एक पॉइंट से दूसरे पे आए, वी इंक्रीज्ड द कंजम्पशन ऑफ द गुड गुड, तो हमें बैड गुड का कंजम्पशन भी बढ़ाया. जब गुड गुड का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाया, यूटिलिटी बढ़ी. जब बैड गुड का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाया, यूटिलिटी कम हुई. एक से यूटिलिटी बढ़ रही है, दूसरे से कम हो रही है. नेट इज यूटिलिटी अनचेंज्ड है. Am I making sense? So when we are increasing the consumption of good, increasing the consumption of good, your utility is increasing. Increasing consumption of bad good, your utility is decreasing. So the net effect is utility is unchanged along an indifference curve. So क्योंकि we are increasing both of them, because we are increasing both, it is upward sloping. Clear? Homework beta. Now good X is a bad good. Good Y is a good good. Plot indifference curve. Good X is a bad good. Good Y is a good good. You need to plot indifference curve and mark direction of preference. दोनों चीजें बताना है. First, you need to go ahead and plot the indifference curve. Second, you need to tell what will be the direction of preference. Right? Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, beta, in the last class, we had gone ahead and we had talked about bad goods, right? And we had seen how to go about making the indifference curve for bad goods, right? Today, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to continue. And in today's lecture, we are going to go ahead and we are going to talk about neutral goods, right? So what is the name of the topic today? Neutral goods. Let me just write this down for you. Neutral goods. What are neutral goods? Those goods which neither increase nor decrease the utility of the consumer. जो गुड ना कंज्यूमर की यूटिलिटी बढ़ाते हैं ना कम करते हैं, दे नीदर इंक्रीज नॉर डिक्रीज द यूटिलिटी ऑफ द कंज्यूमर. उनके होने या ना होने से कंज्यूमर को कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. तो वो जो गुड्स होते हैं उन्हीं को हम न्यूट्रल गुड्स बोलते हैं. द कंज्यूमर डज नॉट केयर अबाउट सच गुड्स, right? He doesn't care whether he has 1 unit, 2 unit, or 0 units of those goods. They are called as neutral goods. Okay, is this making sense? Please write it down with me. So those goods which neither increase nor decrease the utility of consumer. The satisfaction of the consumer, the benefit that the consumer is getting, जो भी उसे satisfaction मिल रही है, जो भी उसे benefit मिल रहा है, it is neither increasing nor decreasing, right? If that is the case, then those goods are called as neutral goods. उन्हीं को हम neutral goods बोल देते हैं. Is that making sense? So please write down. These are the goods for which consumer doesn't care in one way or the other, right? So for example, let's say that for me, let's say that water is a neutral good. मतलब आप मुझे 1 unit पानी का दो या 2 unit या 10 unit, I don't care, right? So I am neutral about water. तो देखो जरा ध्यान से, how will be the indifference curve, beta? Suppose I tell you that I have taken water here, okay, and I tell you that I have taken, suppose, pizza here, okay. What I am saying, beta, pizza is a good. Pizza is a good. Good means what? Good means that when I will increase the consumption of pizza, my utility will increase. अगर हम पिज्जा का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाते हैं तो यूटिलिटी बढ़ेगी. My utility will increase, my satisfaction will increase. So if I increase the consumption of pizza, my utility will increase, beta. ठीक है जी. But if we increase consumption of water, utility unchanged. अगर वाटर का कंजम्पशन इंक्रीज करते हैं, देन द यूटिलिटी विल नॉट चेंज. बट इफ वी इंक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ पिज्जा, यूटिलिटी विल इंक्रीज. तो देखो ध्यान से, वेदर आई हैव 1 unit of water, 2 unit of water, 3 unit of water, as long as I have one pizza, I am getting same utility from point A, B and C. है कि नहीं? Point A is one pizza, one water. Point B is one pizza, two water. Point C is one pizza, three water. But water is a neutral good. Water kitna bhi ho, I am not affected. It is a neutral good, right? Increasing water is not increasing my satisfaction, right? So what can I go ahead and say? That I can just pass an indifference curve and I can say this is how my indifference curve will look. Because A, B and C give me same level of utility, I am indifferent between A, B and C. A, B और C के बीच में मैं indifferent हूं. A, B और C मुझे same utility देते हैं. So what can I say? Utility from A, B and C is equal. तो बेटा अगर यूटिलिटी बराबर की है तो एक ही इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे होना जरूरी है. दे विल बी ऑन द सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व, है ना? सो वी कैन से दैट these 3 points they will be on the same indifference curve. ये एक ही इंडिफरेंस कर्व पर होंगे. And if I want to increase the satisfaction of the consumer, अगर मुझे consumer का satisfaction बढ़ाना है, what will I do? I will increase the amount of pizza. So when I will increase the pizza quantity to 2 units, then I will reach a higher indifference curve, IC2. So I can say that my utility from indifference curve 2 is more than my utility from indifference curve 1. IC2, that means indifference curve 2, will give me more utility than indifference curve 1. This is what we can go ahead and we can say. Is it clear, beta? Clear hui ye baat? So this is how we can draw the indifference curve of neutral goods. Okay. Homework question. अब मैं रिवर्स कर रही हूं. Suppose good X is neutral good. Good Y is a good good. Then plot the indifference curve map. Map माने 2-3 indifference curve. So many indifference curve together are called as indifference curve map. So what am I saying? Now take the neutral good on the x-axis. Take the good good on the y-axis and try to go ahead and plot the indifference curve map. Okay? Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. So in today's class, we are going to go ahead and talk about satiation. What is satiation, beta? Satiation basically refers to bliss point, saturation point. point after which any good becomes a bad good. Right? So consider this thing. Okay? For example, let's consider the case of the pani puris, the golgappas that we have, right? I don't know, I think I've drawn it correctly. The golgappas that you have every day. ठीक है, उसमें क्या होता है बेटा? When you crave for pani puri, when you crave for golgappe, जब बहुत ज्यादा मन होता है वो खाने का, हाँ? The first bite of that golgappa, the first bite of that pani puri will give you so much utility. It will give you a very high amount of utility, बहुत ज्यादा utility देगा. Then you will have the second bite. It will give you a little less utility. Then you will have the third golgappa. Utility और कम हो गया, है ना? So we know that there is a concept which is called as the concept of diminishing marginal utility. What does it say? It says that as consumption of a commodity increases, the additional utility that we get declines. The first golgappa, वो जो पहली bite होगी गोलगप्पे की, that will give you very extra utility. The second one, थोड़ा कम. Third one, a little less. Fourth one, even lesser. What if I give you 10 pieces of golgappa? You will be full. If I again give you one more, maybe you will vomit. You will tell me, no ma'am, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं खा सकते. I cannot have the 11th one. I cannot have the 12th one. Isn't it? So after some quantity, after having some units, you will go ahead and you will say, no, this is the maximum I can have, ma'am. इसके ऊपर नहीं होगा. अगर आपने और दिए तो I will vomit. Which means that good, the good that was giving you positive utility will start giving you negative utility. It will start giving you negative utility. So the good will become a bad good after a level. एक consumption level के बाद वही good, that good, it will go ahead and it will convert itself into a bad good. If you continuously eat something, keep eating it, एक point के बाद नहीं खाई जाएगी. You won't be able to have it and it will convert itself into a bad good. Am I clear with that? So now I need to plot this thing better. I am marking one best point for the consumer. He wants x1 bar of good one. Good one के उसको x1 bar units चाहिए. And he wants good 2 के x2 bar units. If I just mark this point, ये जो point यहाँ से आ रहा है ना, this point is called as the bliss point. It is also called as the saturation point. ठीक है? Satiation also. ठीक है? अब इस पॉइंट के बाद अगर मैं इससे भी ज्यादा कंज्यूम करूं, if I consume more than this is the maximum I want, right? At this point I will be saturated. Satiation, I will be saturated. मेरे को maximum हो चुका है. This is my point where I have got maximum utility. इससे ज्यादा utility I don't want, right? So something like this. So in your elementary classes also you would have learned something like this. हर 11th 12th में बच्चे को ये पढ़ाया जाता है that this is your total utility. Total utility is what, beta? The total satisfaction attained by consumer, है ना? क्लास 11 12th में हमने पढ़ा ये बात. अच्छा, then I have something which is known as marginal utility. What is marginal utility, beta? The extra satisfaction consumer gets when he consumes an extra unit of the good. जब हम एक extra unit खाते हैं तो extra कितना utility मिलता है? What's the extra utility I get when I consume an additional unit? So for your example, I am taking Golgappas here. I had the first unit. You can call it by different name. I know you call it by puchka, by pani puri, by golgappa, whatever you call it. हाँ बेटा. अच्छा, first unit of golgappa is giving me 10 utils of satisfaction. 10 util का satisfaction मिला. What is utils? Utils is the unit in which utility is measured. जिस यूनिट में हम यूटिलिटी को मेजर करते हैं, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज यूटिल्स. सो व्हेन आई हैव द फर्स्ट यूनिट, जब मैं पहला यूनिट लेती हूं, आई गेट अ सैटिस्फैक्शन ऑफ 10 यूटिल्स. सो दिस इज मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी एंड दिस इज टोटल. टोटल इज ऑल्सो 10. देन आई हैव माई सेकेंड यूनिट बेटा. तो वो जो सेकेंड यूनिट है, इट गिव्स मी एक्स्ट्रा 8 यूटिल्स का सेटिस्फैक्शन. उतना तो नहीं मिलेगा जितना पहली बाइट में मिला. द फर्स्ट बाइट विल ऑलवेज बी समथिंग न्यू, वाओ डिलीशियस. सेकेंड विल गिव यू यूटिलिटी, दूसरे से भी यूटिलिटी आ रहा है, बट नॉट एज मच एज द फर्स्ट वन, थोड़ा कम आ रहा है. सो टोटल यूटिलिटी विल बी 10 plus 8, which means 18. थर्ड वाले से आई एम ओनली गेटिंग 6 मोर. So total will be 18 plus 6, 24. From fourth one, I am getting suppose 2 more. Yeah, 4 more. Let's go in this gap. So 24 plus 4 will be 28. Okay. From the fifth one, suppose I am going ahead and getting 2 more. ऐसे कर करके we can go ahead and get extra utility. So from the fifth one, I'm getting 2 more, right? So 28 plus 2, 30, right? So as you go ahead and as you increase your consumption, as you go from first unit to second to third to fourth to fifth, you are getting more and more utility. Clear है बात? अच्छा, what about the sixth unit बेटा? जो sixth unit हमने लिया पानी पूरी का, it is not giving me any extra utility. बस इससे ज्यादा I don't want. ये sixth unit is giving me zero utility, zero extra utility. So 30 plus 0 equal to 30. This is my point of satiation. इससे ज्यादा I don't want to consume. Point of satiation. Clear? This sixth unit is my point of satiation. I don't want to go ahead and consume beyond sixth unit. इसमें मेरा हो गया satisfaction पूरा. Now when if someone forces me कि नहीं एक और लो ना, take one more pani puri, take one more golgappa, I will vomit. I cannot have it. I will get negative utility. So -2. So my satisfaction will go to back to 28. Right? So beyond this has converted to a bad good. Clear हुई बात? This is this. ये जो है, ये 6 unit है. This is this point. x1 bar. Till x1 bar. जब तक हम x1 bar तक पहुंच रहे थे, my total utility was increasing. Marginal utility means extra utility I am getting. It was decreasing. At that sixth unit, ये जो मेरा sixth unit था, marginal utility became 0 and total utility became maximum 30. If you ask me to consume after the sixth unit, marginal utility will be negative. Total will decline. Total utility will start falling. So this point, ये जो मेरा point है, this point is my point of satiation. This is my point of satiation or saturation. ये जो मेरा point है, जहां पे मेरा point of satisfaction maximum है, that is nothing but this x1 bar, 6 units. Good one can be Golgappas. Like that only I have some good too, beta. Here it is a good. After it becomes a bad good. जैसे यहाँ पे, here it was a good. पर consume करते जाओगे, then utility keeps falling and it becomes a bad good. Right? Now what we can go ahead and we can do is, we can plot an indifference curve around it. So what I am doing is, look very carefully. The indifference curve looks like a circle. Indifference curve looks like a circle. You can pick up any quadrant and look into the circle. ध्यान से समझना, हाँ. I want to reach the point of bliss. मुझे ये point reach करना है from any part of the circle. So if I am at point A, I want to reach here. If I am here, I want to reach here. If I am here, I want to reach here. If I am here, I want to reach here. क्योंकि इस point पे मेरा utility maximum है. I am getting maximum utility at this point. From any point, I want to reach this point. मुझे किसी भी हाल में इस point तक पहुंचना है. This is my point of bliss, point of satiation, maximum utility, right? So try to understand that these arrows, what are they, beta? They are giving you the line of preference. These are your line of preference. Is this clear? Now what you can do is, suppose I tell you, suppose अब मैं आपको बोलती हूँ, consider good 1 is a bad good. Good 2 is a bad good. ठीक है? And I ask you, plot indifference map. है ना? Good 1 is a bad good. माने this part. Good 2 is also a bad good. माने this part. So when both of them are bad good, which quadrant will I be in? This one. Both of them are bad goods. है कि नहीं? What is the shape of my indifference curve? Concave. तो कैसे IC बन जाएंगे? Like this. Let's see. ये हो गया good X. Suppose एक bad good का नाम ले लो. Pollution is a bad good. Whenever you consume pollution, your utility falls. जब भी pollution लोगे तो utility गिरेगा. It's a bad good. Let's take good Y, बेटा. ये भी एक bad good ले लेते हैं. तो number of COVID cases, COVID disease, ये भी एक bad good है. अच्छा, now let's see if the utility remains constant from one point to another or not. हमने क्या पढ़ा था? As long as we are on the same indifference curve, utility remains constant. So I take a point A, I take a point B, and let's see अगर हम A से B पे जाते हैं, utility remains the same or not. So let's see here. When I go from A to B, I am increasing. देखो, I am increasing pollution. तो अगर pollution बढ़ेगा, what will happen to your utility, बेटा? Utility will decrease. Clear? When I go from A to B, what is happening to number of COVID cases? They are decreasing. So I am decreasing COVID. So what will happen to utility beta? Utility will increase. So when I am increasing pollution, utility is decreasing. I am decreasing COVID, utility is increasing. One is decreasing utility, one is increasing utility. What happens net beta? Utility will be unchanged. Utility will be unchanged. That is why they are on the same indifference curve. इसीलिए तो same indifference curve पे. अच्छा, what will be your direction of preference? क्या है direction of preference? Let's try to understand this thing. सिर्फ इस केस में, हाँ. So I take both of goods as bad goods. Bad good, bad good. और ये मेरा इंडिफरेंस कर देते हैं. For the direction of preference, what do we want? We want to, अगर मैं किसी भी इंसान से पूछूं, if I ask any person कि बेटा both of them are bad goods, what do you want? So what will you tell me? If both the goods are bad goods, we want to go ahead and we want to decrease the consumption of both the goods. मुझे गुड X का कंजम्पशन भी डिक्रीज करना है और गुड Y का कंजम्पशन भी डिक्रीज करना है. I want to reduce X and reduce Y. तो डायरेक्शन ऑफ प्रेफरेंस इज ऑलवेज इन बिटवीन बेटा, है ना. सो आई वांट टू, कंज्यूमर wants to decrease good X, decrease good Y. So consumer wants to decrease the consumption of both the goods. दोनों ही गुड्स के कंजम्पशन को कंज्यूमर को रिड्यूस करना है. So we can go ahead and we can say that this will be the direction of preference, reducing the consumption of both the goods. ये बात clear हुई? Is this clear, बच्चे? Okay, so this is how you can analyze different cases. So homework, huh? Create indifference curve map when good X is good and good Y is bad good. So good X is a good. That means good X is a good. Good Y is a bad good. That means better this segment. So how will the indifference curve look? I hope you will be able to draw it. Good, bad, good. अच्छा, एक काम करो, just tell me कि ensure that दो points देकर that the utility remains unchanged along an indifference curve. Take any two points, point A, point B. So when you go from A to B, you are increasing good X. Good X is a good. So utility is increasing. You are increasing good Y. Good Y is a bad good. So utility will decrease. एक utility increase कर रहा है, एक utility decrease कर रहा है. So utility will remain unchanged. Utility will remain unchanged. So when we go from point A to B, utility is unchanged. तो ये प्रूफ करता है that they will be on the same indifference curve. ठीक है, ऐसे ही बेटा just try to make the other two cases also. So when both of them are good goods, अगर दोनों ही good goods होंगे, that means you will be here, right? Well defined indifference curve. And when good X is bad and Y is good, तो कहाँ हो जाओगे? You will be here, right? Here. है ना? So you can make all four indifference curve now. What is the bliss point? ये point कौन सा है? Where your total utility will be maximum and marginal will be 0. Is this clear to everyone, beta? Okay, beta. Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and start our analysis with discrete goods. What are discrete goods? Those goods which can only be measured in, so I cannot write them in decimals. I can only write them in numbers and not decimals. Just for example, but I can say that either you have one car or two car, right? या तो one car होगा या तो two car होगा. You cannot have 1.1 car. You cannot have 1.4 cars, है ना? So car is cannot be described in continuous units. कार को हम continuous units में नहीं describe कर सकते. We cannot describe car in continuous units. Either car will be one car or two car, not four car, not 10 car. I mean, not 4.1 car, not 10.5 cars. है ना? So those goods which can only be described in integer values, not in decimal values, जिनको हम सिर्फ integer में लिख सकते हैं, पर हम decimal में नहीं लिख सकते हैं, they are called as discrete goods. उनको क्या बोल दिया जाता है? They are called as discrete goods. Am I clear with this part, beta? ठीक है. Now in this case, what will happen is, I will use the concept of composite good. तो हम good 1 को x1 represents quantity of good 1 बेटा. और ये जो हमारा good 1 है ना, this good 1 is a discrete good. So I am taking good 1 as a discrete good, और माने ये सिर्फ integers में ही available होगा. And then I am taking x2. This represents quantity of good 2. And beta, this is available. ये good 2 को हम कैसे define करें? Money spent on all other goods. जैसे हमने composite good define किया था. Money spent on all other goods. ठीक है. Now we need to go ahead and we need to make indifference curve for such goods. ठीक है बेटा. So let us try to just represent this using an IC curve format. So on the x-axis, I am taking good one. Good one को मान लेते हैं car. It's a discrete good. And on the y-axis, good two. Good two is income spent on all goods other than car. Income is a continuous commodity. समझने की कोशिश करो. पैसा कंटिन्यूअस होता है, इनकम इज कंटिन्यूअस. क्यों इनकम कंटिन्यूअस है बेटा? क्योंकि इनकम कैन बी 5 रुपीज ऑल्सो, 5.5 रुपीज ऑल्सो, 5.7 रुपीज ऑल्सो, 5 रुपीज 70 पैसा, 5 रुपी 80 पैसा. समझ रहे हो ना? तो इनकम इज अ कंटिन्यूअस गुड. तो गुड टू तो कंटिन्यूअस है, बट गुड वन जो है वो हमारा एक डिस्क्रीट गुड है, वो सिर्फ नंबर्स में ही मेजर हो सकता है. नाउ हाउ डू आई शो इंडिफरेंस कर्व ऑफ सच गुड्स? ठीक है, तो देखो ध्यान से. आई एम मेकिंग इंडिफरेंस कर्व. ये एक पॉइंट है, पॉइंट ए. पॉइंट ए रिप्रेजेंट करता है जीरो कार एंड ऑल मनी ऑन अदर गुड्स. आई एम जस्ट कंज्यूमिंग अदर गुड्स. मैंने एक भी कार कंज्यूम नहीं किया. आई एम स्पेंडिंग ऑल मनी ऑन द अदर गुड्स. फिर बेटा यहाँ पे आई हैव वन कार विद मी सपोज, और ये कोई एक पॉइंट आ गया, पॉइंट बी. तो जैसे ही हमने कार को खरीदा, एज आई इंक्रीज कंजम्पशन ऑफ कार, तो यूटिलिटी सेम रखने के लिए व्हेन यू इंक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ वन कमोडिटी, टू कीप द यूटिलिटी अनचेंज्ड, यू शुड डिक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ अदर कमोडिटी. बोथ गुड्स आर गुड गुड्स, दोनों ही गुड्स गुड गुड्स हैं. तो अगर हमने कार का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाया, गुड वन का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाया, तो गुड टू का कंजम्पशन कम करना पड़ेगा ना, टू होल्ड यूटिलिटी अनचेंज्ड, टू ड्रॉ एन इंडिफरेंस कर्व. सो पॉइंट बी इज अ लिटिल लोअर. आई एम रिड्यूसिंग कंजम्पशन ऑफ अदर गुड्स. मैंने दूसरे गुड्स का कंजम्पशन कम कर दिया. आई एम इंक्रीजिंग कंजम्पशन ऑफ कार एंड आई एम रीचिंग पॉइंट बी. ठीक है, पॉइंट बी इज वन कार एंड कुछ क्वांटिटी ऑफ अदर गुड्स, सम मनी ऑन अदर गुड्स. फिर बेटा देखो पॉइंट सी. पॉइंट सी क्या है? आई हैव टू कार्स. सो अगेन आई एम इंक्रीजिंग द कंजम्पशन ऑफ कार्स टू होल्ड यूटिलिटी कांस्टेंट. अगर मुझे यूटिलिटी को कांस्टेंट रखना है और मैं कार्स का कंजम्पशन बढ़ा रही हूं, आई शुड डिक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ अदर गुड्स. तो बाकी गुड्स पे कम पैसा खर्च होगा. आई मस्ट डिक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ अदर गुड्स. तो पॉइंट सी, आई एम इंक्रीजिंग कार फ्रॉम 1 to 2. बीच वाले पॉइंट्स दे आर नॉट कंज्यूमेबल. आई कैन नॉट हैव 1.1 कार, 1.4 कार, 1.6 कार. दैट इज नॉट देयर. आई डोंट हैव दोज बंडल्स विद मी, right? So either it is one car or it is two cars. Okay. So how do I draw an indifference curve for these points, beta? By representing dotted line. So dotted point represent that this is not line. Line nahi hai ye. This is actually मेरे को indifference curve. So if you just compare it with the continuous good indifference curve, beta, तो कंटिन्यूअस गुड इंडिफरेंस कर्व क्या बोलता है? अ वेल डिफाइंड इंडिफरेंस कर्व लुक्स लाइक दिस. ऐसा होता है ना, कॉन्वेक्स. दिस इज गुड वन, दिस इज गुड टू, कुछ ऐसा दिखता है. वेल डिफाइंड इंडिफरेंस कर्व. व्हाट हैपेंस बेटा? व्हेन यू गो फ्रॉम पॉइंट ए टू पॉइंट बी, यू इंक्रीज गुड वन, यूटिलिटी इंक्रीजेस. You decrease good two, utility decreases. Over and above, utility remains unchanged. That is why they are on the same indifference curve. इसीलिए वो same IC पर हैं. Now what has happened is that point A, suppose it represents one car. Suppose point B is representing two car, beta. Suppose there is point C which represents three car. तो जैसे ही ये डिस्क्रीट गुड केस हुआ, द मोमेंट इट हैज बिकम डिस्क्रीट गुड केस, तो ये पॉइंट ए और बीच के जो पॉइंट्स हैं, the points in between A and B, they are not affordable, they are not available to the consumer. Right? It's not about affordability, it's about the fact that these bundles are not available. Kyunki, suppose let's say a bundle D tells me that there is 1.5 car, but can I have 1.5 cars? क्या 1.5 cars हो सकती हैं? नहीं हो सकती ना. So point D is not a point which we are talking about, isn't it? So therefore, any point between A and B is not available to the consumer. तो हम यहाँ पे we will represent it with dotted point. Point A and B, point between B and C. These are not available only to consumer. Like this. Same here. Between, so suppose this point is 0 beta, 0 car. Between 0 and A, no point is available to the consumer. So I cannot have that like this. And something like this will be there. Are you understanding? So it will cut the axis. Axis axes are possible. I can have 0 car. Maybe here also I can have maximum 4 cars. Axis is possible, but points in between are not possible. तो जब हम ऐसा कर देते हैं वो डिस्क्रीट कोड बन जाता है. इज दिस मेकिंग सम सेंस? तो क्या बोल रहा है डिस्क्रीट कोड कि या तो 0 कार हो, या 1 कार हो, या 2 कार हो, या 3 हो, या 4 हो, बट इनके बीच के पॉइंट्स नहीं हो सकते. either you will have 0 car, 1 car, 2 car, 3 car or 4 car, but you cannot have points in between. You cannot have these points. ये points नहीं हो सकते. And since you cannot have these points, क्योंकि ये points हो ही नहीं सकते हैं, the indifference curve is just these dots. And utility from point A, B, C is equal. ये सारे points पे utility same है because they are on the same indifference curve. Clear हुई ये बात? Okay. I'm just going to remove this now. ठीक है. So you will write it with me. Please write it with me, beta. Right. Good one is only available in integer amounts. The dashed line connect together the bundles that the consumer is indifferent. तो ये जो bundles है जिसे dashed line connect कर रही है, the line that connects these points, I am saying that utility from bundle A, B and C is same. तभी तो ये एक indifference curve पे हैं. A, B और C के बीच में consumer indifferent है. Consumer is indifferent between A, B and C. Clear? अच्छा, now if I ask you that plot indifference map. तो indifference map means what beta? Many indifference curves. Indifference map means what? Many indifference curves. So now I need to go ahead and I need to show multiple indifference curves together. अब मुझे बहुत सारे indifference curve बना के दिखाने पड़ेंगे, तब उसे हम indifference curve map बोलेंगे. We will call that as an indifference curve map. So let us try to just plot that. This is good 2, good 1 बेटा. सपोज यहाँ पे है 1 यूनिट और ये है 2 यूनिट. दिस इज माई इंडिफरेंस कर्व 1. ये 2 ले लेते हैं. ठीक है. फिर ज्यादा यूटिलिटी के लिए क्या चाहिए होगा? द हायर द इंडिफरेंस कर्व, द मोर द यूटिलिटी. लेट्स ड्रॉ एन हायर इंडिफरेंस कर्व. This gives me more utility. Then draw a higher indifference curve. यहाँ पे 2 units of car, 2 units of car है. So simply we are saying that higher indifference curve, more utility. तो ये हो गया हमारा indifference curve 1, indifference curve 2, indifference curve 3. Clear बेटा? ठीक है जी. So now what you can go ahead and do is next question. Plot weekly preferred set for this consumer. Plot weekly preferred set या weekly preferred bundle of this consumer. तो बेटा what is weekly preferred set? क्या था weekly preferred set? Weekly preferred set has 2 points in it. दो तरीके के points आते हैं weekly preferred set में. One in which consumer is indifferent, and second, those points which consumer prefers. बेटा अगर ये कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं पता तो प्लीज पुराने लेक्चर्स को पहले हमें देखना है. वीकली प्रेफर्ड सेट वो सेट था जिसमें वो सारे बंडल्स थे जिसमें कंज्यूमर इंडिफरेंट था या वो पॉइंट्स जिनको कंज्यूमर उस बंडल के ऊपर प्रेफर कर रहा था. So if I say that X is weakly preferred to Y, it can mean two things. Either X is preferred to Y or you are indifferent between X and Y. These 2 points together, bache, they form the weakly preferred set. Please try to understand first. Remember the concepts well. पुराने concepts भूलने नहीं हैं, उनको रिवाइज करते हुए आगे चलना है. ठीक है, we don't have to forget the old concepts. Keep revising. तो अब देखो, if I draw this indifference curve, एक IC बना लेते हैं यहाँ पे, point A. Why am I doing dotted line बेटा? क्योंकि it is a discrete good. Point B, point C. This is an indifference curve. So weakly preferred set means what? Those point between which I am indifferent. तो indifferent कहाँ पे हूँ? Point A, B और C पे. These are indifferent to each other. A, B and C पे मैं indifferent हूँ. I am indifferent between these points. And which point will be preferred over A? A के ऊपर कौन से point को preference मिलेगा? Whichever has more amount as compared to A. Whichever has more amount as compared to A. That means these points, beta. Anything above A. Which point will be preferred over B? Whichever has more as compared to B. That means these points. Anything above B. Which point will have more than C? किसको हम ज्यादा प्रेफरेंस देंगे C के ऊपर? वो सारे बंडल जिनमें C से ज्यादा अमाउंट है कंजम्पशन के लिए. That means anything above C. है ना? So suppose compare this beta. This tells me 1 car and 40 rupees on other goods. और यहां पे एक पॉइंट है जो बोलता है 1 कार एंड 70 रुपीज ऑन अदर गुड्स. तो ये जो पॉइंट डी है, दिस पॉइंट डी विच इज 1 कार एंड 70 रुपीज ऑन अदर गुड्स, एंड ये जो पॉइंट बी है विच इज 1 कार एंड 40 रुपीज ऑन अदर गुड्स. तो बेटा क्लियरली डी इज preferred over B, isn't it? D is preferred over B. So D will lie in weakly preferred set. Am I clear with it? D will lie in weakly preferred set, है ना? तो प्लीज राइट डाउन, लिखो मेरे साथ बैठ के, द वर्टिकल लाइन represent the bundles that are at least as good as the indicated bundle. तो ये जो हमारा बंडल है, इसके ऊपर जो भी बंडल्स आएंगे, ऑल बंडल्स दैट लाई अबव पॉइंट बी आर इन फैक्ट प्रेफर्ड ओवर बी, right? So they will lie in the weakly preferred set of B. Am I clear? They will lie in the weakly preferred set of B. Okay. In the next class, we will take in detail the features of well-defined preferences. Well-defined preferences को हम थोड़ा सा और डिटेल में समझने की कोशिश करेंगे नेक्स्ट क्लास में. ओके बेटा? ओके, थैंक यू बेटा. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, we are going to go ahead and talk about well-defined preferences today. Okay. We are going to go ahead and write all the features of a well-defined preference. What is a well-defined preference? So, a well-defined preference is any preference which goes ahead and which represents the general indifference curve. What is general indifference curve, beta? An indifference curve which looks something like this. Good X, good Y. And this is my indifference curve. This kind of indifference curve, right, which we usually plot, that is a well-defined indifference curve. ठीक है? क्यों हम डिफाइन कर रहे हैं एक वेल डिफाइंड इंडिफरेंस कर्व को? क्योंकि कुछ जब हमें कुछ प्रूफ करना होता है, कुछ बेसिक चीजें एक कंज्यूमर के बारे में बोलनी होती हैं, तो हम हमेशा वेल डिफाइंड प्रेफरेंस के साथ ही काम करते हैं. ठीक है? व्हाट आर सम ऑफ द assumptions of well defined indifference curve? First, monotonicity. Mono means more. So monotonicity means more is preferred. More is preferred. ठीक है? Monotonicity says that I can go ahead and I can compare bundles and I will always prefer the bundle which has more of the good. ठीक है? पर जब हम मोर ऑफ गुड का बात करते हैं, सो क्योंकि मैं ज्यादा गुड को कम के ऊपर प्रेफरेंस दे रही हूं, इट मीन्स दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट गुड गुड्स. क्योंकि ज्यादा पॉल्यूशन तो किसी को पसंद नहीं है. नोबडी लाइक्स मोर पॉल्यूशन, नोबडी लाइक्स मोर कोविड केसेस, बट यू लाइक मोर पिज्जा, यू लाइक मोर बुक्स, है ना? सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट मोनोटोनिसिटी माने मोर इज बेटर, मोर इज प्रेफर्ड. वी आर considering good goods. हम हमेशा गुड गुड्स की बात कर रहे हैं, नॉट बैड गुड्स. ठीक है। अच्छा, अब देखो, इफ x1 x2 इज वन बंडल, आपको एक बंडल बोल दिया इज अ बंडल, और एक और मैंने बंडल ले लिया, एंड y1 y2 is another bundle, then x1 x2, पहले मैं डेफिनेशन लिख रही हूं, देन आई विल एक्सप्लेन, will be better or preferred over y1 y2 if it has more of at least one good and no less of the other good. If it has more of one good and no less of the other good, अगर ऐसा है तब हम उसको बोल सकते हैं that it is monotonicity. So let me try to go ahead and give you some bundles related to it. Example. So example number 1, beta. Let's say you have bundle A, which is 2, 3, and bundle B, which is 1, 3. तो देखो, A has, ये good X है, good Y, good X, good Y. So A has more of good X, same amount of good Y. So I can say A is preferred over B. A को हम B के ऊपर क्यों प्रेफरेंस दे रहे हैं? क्योंकि A के पास गुड X ज्यादा है, इवन दो गुड Y सेम है, बट गुड X तो ज्यादा है ना. A has more of good X, so A will be preferred over B. ठीक है बेटा. Now take the second case. अब देखो, I am taking A as, B as, अब देखो, A has more of good X, देख पा रहे हो? This is X, Y, X, Y. ये है 1, ये है 2. A has more of good X and more of good Y. देखो यहाँ पे दोबारा 3 and 2. So A has more of good Y. Therefore, A is preferred over B. तो यहां से हमारे पास आ गया A is preferred over B. ठीक है. टेक द थर्ड केस बेटा. A is 1, 2, suppose 2, 3. B is 2, 2. अब देखो फिर से, this is X, Y, X, Y. A has same amount of good X, but A has more of good Y. Therefore, A will be preferred over B. This is monotonicity. या तो आपके पास दोनों ही गुड्स ज्यादा हो, you have more of both the goods, or you have more of one good. यहाँ पे A के पास X ज्यादा है, यहाँ पे A के पास Y ज्यादा है. So when you have more of at least one good or more of both the goods, then we can say that it is monotonicity. More is preferred. ठीक है. More is preferred. Clear हुई ये बात? ठीक है बेटा. Now we can go ahead and say that if suppose मैं ऐसा बोल दूं A is 1, 3 and B is 2, 2. तो अब देखो A has more of good y. A के पास good y ज्यादा है, 3 यूनिट्स हैं, यहाँ पे 2 है, and B has more of good x. देखो 1 and 2. So B has more x, A has more y, therefore not comparable. अभी हम कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते मोनोटोनिसिटी के लिए. When can monotonicity be compared? कब हम बोलते हैं more is better? When you have same amount of at least one good and more of the other good, or you have more of both the goods, right? Or you have same amount of one good and more of other good, right? Then monotonicity can be considered. ठीक है, ये क्लियर हुई बात? ठीक है. So please write down implication. Right? So monotonicity implies, please write down, negative slope of indifference curve. Monotonicity implies negative slope of the indifference curve. ठीक है. क्यों नेगेटिव स्लोप बच्चे? बिकॉज आई वॉन्ट ऑल पॉइंट्स बिटवीन विच आई एम इनडिफरेंट. मुझे ऐसे पॉइंट्स चाहिए होते हैं इंडिफरेंट कर्व पे जिनके बीच में मैं इनडिफरेंट हूं, राइट? सो इफ आई इंक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ बोथ द गुड्स, अगर मैं दोनों ही गुड्स का कंजम्पशन बढ़ा दूंगी, आई विल नॉट बी ऑन सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व. Are you understanding it? So in order to go ahead and keep utility unchanged, अगर मुझे यूटिलिटी को अनचेंज्ड रखना है तो एक की कंजम्पशन बढ़ाते हुए मुझे दूसरे को कम करना होगा. सो ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग दैट सपोज दिस इज बंडल A इज x1 y1, ये बंडल B है, B इज x2 y2. ठीक है. If both consumption are more, अगर x1 भी y1 से ज्यादा, x2 से ज्यादा है, y1 भी y2 से ज्यादा है, तो यूटिलिटी फ्रॉम A विल बी मोर देन यूटिलिटी फ्रॉम B. सो A एंड B सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे नहीं हो सकते. A एंड B कैन नॉट बी ऑन सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व, राइट बेटा? उसी तरीके से सपोज इफ आई टेक A इज x1 y1, B is x2 y2. Suppose I tell you x1 is greater than x2 and I tell you y1 is equal to y2. अगर मैं ये बोल दूं that this is same and I am telling you this is more, so then also utility from A will be more than utility from B, beta. So I can again say that A and B cannot be on same indifference curve because of monotonicity. More is preferred, more is preferred. So when will A and B be on same indifference curve? Only when utility from A is equal to utility from B, A and B will be on same indifference curve. सिर्फ जब A और B का यूटिलिटी बराबर होगा तो ही तो A और B सेम आईसी पर होंगे. एंड व्हेन विल यूटिलिटी बी द सेम बेटा? ओनली इफ व्हेन आई हैव मोर ऑफ वन गुड. अगर मैं x1 और x2 को कंपेयर करूं और A के पास गुड x ज्यादा है, हाँ, तो इट इज इंक्रीजिंग यूटिलिटी, तो A के पास गुड y कम होना चाहिए. सो y1 शुड बी लेस देन y2. So if I were to plot these points, beta, what will I get? indifference curve, good X, good Y, point A, point B, ये हो गया X1, Y1, X2, Y2. So, or I can take this as A beta, इसको A ले लो ताकि it is consistent with this theory. तो A has more of good X, A के पास X ज्यादा है, इसको हम X1 बोल देते हैं. Wait 1 minute, हाँ. I will call this X1, इसको X2 कर दो, इसको Y1, इसको Y2. अब देखो A का बंडल है X1, X2. A के पास गुड X ज्यादा है और B के पास गुड Y ज्यादा है, तो तभी तो ये सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे ऊपर है. ओनली देन दे आर ऑन सेम इंडिफरेंस कर्व. अगर ए के पास दोनों गुड्स ही ज्यादा होते, इफ ए वुड हैव हैड मोर ऑफ बोथ द गुड्स, then A would have been on higher indifference curve. If A would have had even more of one good, then also A would have been on higher indifference curve. अगर मोनोटोनिसिटी के अकॉर्डिंग अगर A के पास एक दोनों में से एक भी गुड ज्यादा होता और दूसरा गुड बराबर होता, then we would have said that A is on higher indifference curve. So when can A be on the same indifference curve as B? Only when you increase consumption of one good and decrease the consumption of the other good. तो मोनोटोनिसिटी का implication ही है that more means higher indifference curve, and for same indifference curve you need that when you increase consumption of one good, other good should decrease. So if I draw this indifference curve again beta, good X, good Y, है ना? So better bundle, right? Worse of bundle. माने if I take, देखो ध्यान से, if I take point A here beta and point B here, तो can you see that at point B I have more of good X and more of good Y. B has more of good X and more of good Y. So please write down more of both goods is a better bundle for the consumer. Less of both goods represent a worse bundle for both goods. समझे? तो point C, suppose it has less of both the goods, na, as compared to A. So it is a worse off bundle. Or point B, it is a better off bundle. Okay. Okay, beta. Now let us go ahead and let us write down the second assumption. And the second assumption is basically second, convexity. Convexity. ठीक है. To prove convexity, what we can do is the following. Indifference curve, good X, good Y. ठीक है, लेट्स से आई टेक वन बंडल, मैंने यहां पे एक बंडल ले लिया, ये बंडल हो गया बेटा x1, हाँ, और यहां पे हो गया हमारा y1। ठीक है, या आप जस्ट टू अवॉइड कंफ्यूजन व्हाट यू कैन डू इज यू कैन टेक x2 हियर और इसको बना दो गुड 2 और इसे बना दो गुड 1। तो ये हो गया x1 गुड 1 का कंजम्पशन एंड x2 गुड 2 का कंजम्पशन। और यहां पे मैंने एक और बंडल लिया, आई टेक अनदर बंडल एंड दिस विल बी y1 एंड y2। अब देखो दैट suppose I name this bundle A and I name this bundle B. तो bundle A, which is nothing but x1, x2, and bundle B, which is nothing but y1, y2, they are on the same indifference curve, एक ही indifference curve पे है। So consumer is indifferent between A and B. Indifferent. So consumer is indifferent between A and B. माने x1, x2 indifferent, y1, y2। ठीक है, अब ध्यान से सुनना मेरी बात। सपोज इसको छोड़ दो अभी के लिए, जस्ट थिंक ज्योमेट्रिकली, मैथमेटिकली सोचो। सपोज आई गो अहेड एंड आई टेक 2 पॉइंट्स, मैंने एक पॉइंट ले लिया, यहां पे एक पॉइंट हो गया सपोज 1, 1। ठीक है, लेट मी ड्रॉ दिस इन अ बेटर स्पेस। सपोज आई टेक बेटा समथिंग लाइक दिस, ये मेरे कोऑर्डिनेट्स हैं। ठीक है, ये गुड, ये मैं डोंट टेक गुड एक्स वाई, मैथ्स में सोचो। हाँ, दिस इज माई एक्स एक्सिस, दिस इज माई वाई एक्सिस। यहां पे वी टेक अ पॉइंट 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5। ठीक है बेटा, आई हैव टेकन 1 पॉइंट, एक मैंने यहां पॉइंट ले लिया पॉइंट ए, और एक मैंने ना यहां पे आई हैव टेकन अनदर पॉइंट, ये हो गया पॉइंट बी। इफ आई जॉइन देम, ये जो मेरी लाइन बनेगी ना, दिस लाइन का जो इक्वेशन है, दिस इज क्रिएटेड, ध्यान से सुनना मैथ्स का पाठ, यूजिंग वेटेड एवरेज given to A and B, weight being some t and t between 0 and 1। ठीक है, मतलब अगर मैं इस लाइन पर कोई भी पॉइंट, इफ आई वांट टू फाइंड आउट एनी पॉइंट, सपोज बेटा आई वांट टू राइट डाउन दिस पॉइंट, सपोज ये पॉइंट मुझे चाहिए, पॉइंट 2,2। ठीक है, सपोज दिस इज द पॉइंट, आई वांट टू आस्क कि क्या ये पॉइंट 2,2 इस लाइन पे है। सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज दैट माय लाइन कोऑर्डिनेट्स, इस लाइन के जो कोऑर्डिनेट्स हैं वो 1,1 और 4,4 हैं। मैंने कुछ वेटेज देनी है 1,1 को, सो वेटेज इज गोइंग टू बी t इंटू 1,1 एंड वेटेज हो जाएगी 1 माइनस टी इंटू 4,4। और मैं कह रही हूं कि जो भी पॉइंट इस लाइन पे आएगा वो इस इक्वेशन को सेटिस्फाई करेगा, इट विल सेटिस्फाई दिस इक्वेशन। सो एनी पॉइंट ऑन लाइन, जो भी इस लाइन पे पॉइंट आएगा, जो इन कोऑर्डिनेट्स के बीच में है, ए और बी. Whatever point will come on this line, it will go ahead and it will satisfy this equation. तो क्या हो गया यहाँ पे? t कॉमा टी प्लस 4 into 1 minus t कॉमा 4 into 1 minus t. Right? Now, let us go ahead and just solve this. तो क्या मिलेगा? t, इसमें I am adding this up, plus 4 minus 4t and adding this here, 4 minus 4t plus t. 4 minus 3t, 4 minus 3t. ठीक है. All points on the line, जितने भी पॉइंट्स इस लाइन पर हैं A and B के बीच में, all these points should be of this form. सारे के सारे पॉइंट्स इस फॉर्म में होंगे. I can take different values of t. तो अब देखो जरा एग्जाम्पल. जैसे मैंने t को ले लिया 0. So I will get 4 minus 3 into 0. 4 minus 3 into 0. That means 4 comma 4. This lies on the line. ये लाइन पे है. अब देखो, suppose I take t as 1. 4 minus 3 into 1. 4 minus 3 into 1. That means it will be 4 minus 3, 4 minus 3, 1 comma 1. This is also on the line. Now take t anything between 0 and 1. Suppose मैंने t को ले लिया half. 4 minus 3 into half. 4 minus 3 into half. So beta, this will give you what? This will give me 4 minus 1.5. 4 minus 1.5. 2.5, 2.5. तो मतलब इसी लाइन पे जो यहां पे कोई पॉइंट लाई करेगा ना, दिस पॉइंट विल लाई ऑन द लाइन. ये हो गया 2.5 and 2.5. दिस पॉइंट विल लाई ऑन द लाइन. ये इस लाइन पे होगा. क्लियर? Am I making sense? So as you will put different values of t, जैसे जैसे आप t में different values डालते जाओगे ना, you will get different coordinates and all those will lie on this line. सब के सब इस लाइन पे ही होंगे. Everything will be on this line. अब यहां पर हम ये क्यों समझ रहे हैं? It means that suppose I have taken point A. ये point A है. I have taken point B. ठीक है. And I want to ask you, can I draw a line through point A and B? क्या मैं एक लाइन ड्रॉ कर सकती हूँ पॉइंट ए और बी के बीच में? यस, ये एक लाइन हो जाए. और कैन यू टेल मी द इक्वेशन ऑफ एनी पॉइंट ऑन दिस लाइन? क्या आप मुझे बता सकते हो कि इस लाइन पे जो भी पॉइंट लाई करेगा उसका क्या इक्वेशन होगा? यस, समथिंग लाइक दिस. जैसे हमने यहाँ किया, जब हमें दो पॉइंट्स दिए हुए थे, टू वन ऑफ द पॉइंट्स हमने एक वेटेज दिया, टू द अदर पॉइंट हमने एक वेटेज दिया, और जो हमारे पास फाइनल कोऑर्डिनेट आया, वॉट एवर कोऑर्डिनेट आई गॉट फाइनली, दैट रिप्रेजेंटेड ऑल डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स ऑन द लाइन फॉर डिफरेंट वैल्यूज ऑफ टी. अलग अलग वैल्यूज टी की थी. सेम इज हैपनिंग हियर. दिस इज वन पॉइंट A, this is another point B. Can I write the equation of this line? क्या मैं इस लाइन पे जो भी पॉइंट्स हैं, क्या मैं इनके बारे में बता सकती हूँ? Can I tell something about the different points on this line? I can tell. And what can I tell? That I need to give some weightage to this bundle and some weightage to this bundle, and I will be able to get all bundles in between. Isn't it? So please write down. If we join A and B, we will get weighted average bundle. है ना बेटा? We will get weighted average bundle representing all bundles on that line. Right? So your bundle A is X1, X2, and giving it a weightage of T. Your bundle B is Y1, Y2, weightage 1 minus D, and add. And add. Add them. What will you get, beta? T X1, X2 plus 1 minus D Y1, Y2. Clear? Let's solve this. This is going to give you Tx1 plus 1 minus Ty1. So I can just take one step in between. थोड़ा आपको simplify हो जाएगा. Tx1, Tx2 plus 1 minus Ty1. Clear? This is getting added with this. First coordinate with first coordinate. Second coordinate with second coordinate. यहां पे ये आ गया, यहां पे ये आ गया. समझे बात को? क्लियर हुई? अब हम कह रहे हैं इस लाइन पे ना कोई भी पॉइंट ले लो. टेक एनी पॉइंट ऑन दिस लाइन. मतलब पॉइंट सी, डी, ई, एफ, जी. टेक एनी पॉइंट ऑन दिस लाइन. ये सारे पॉइंट्स इस इक्वेशन को सेटिस्फाई करेंगे फॉर डिफरेंट वैल्यूज ऑफ टी. जैसे जैसे आप टी को फॉर ऑल वैल्यूज ऑफ टी बिटवीन 0 and 1, जैसे जैसे आप टी की अलग अलग वैल्यूज डालते जाओगे, आपको इस लाइन के डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स मिलते जाएंगे. यू विल कंटिन्यू गेटिंग डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स ऑन दिस लाइन. क्लियर? ओके. नाउ what is the meaning of convexity? Convexity says that weighted average और एवरेज, वेटेड भी लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, एवरेज आर प्रेफर्ड ओवर एक्सट्रीम. वेटेड एवरेज और एवरेज दे आर प्रेफर्ड ओवर एक्सट्रीम. दे आर प्रेफर्ड ओवर एक्सट्रीम. माने इफ आई टेक एनी बंडल हियर, इस लाइन पर जो भी बंडल है बेटा वो वेटेड एवरेज बंडल कहलाएंगे. क्यों? बिकॉज आई एम गिविंग सम वेटेज टू ए. देखो मैंने ए को कुछ वेटेज दिया और बी को कुछ वेटेज दिया. ए को क्या वेटेज दिया है हमने? टी का, है ना. ए हैज बीन गिवन वेटेज ऑफ टी. बी को क्या वेटेज दिया है? 1 माइनस टी का. B has been given weightage of 1 minus t. और उनको जब हमने ऐड किया, then we got this bundle which represents the bundle on the line, जो उस लाइन को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है. जब हम बोलते हैं weighted average are preferred over extreme, it means any bundle on the line joining A and B is preferred over A और B. जो भी बंडल्स उस लाइन पर लाई करेंगे, एनी ऑफ दोज बंडल, माने जो भी बंडल उस लाइन पे लाई करेगा बच्चे, व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द इक्वेशन ऑफ द बंडल्स दैट लाई ऑन दैट लाइन? क्या इक्वेशन है उस बंडल का जो लाइन पे लाई कर रहा है? द इक्वेशन ऑफ द बंडल दैट लाइज ऑन द लाइन इज दिस, tx1 plus 1 minus ty1 comma tx2 plus 1 minus ty2. We are saying this is preferred over a. What is the equation of a, beta? x1 comma x2. I am using weakly preferred as of now. ऐसे ही tx1 plus 1 minus ty1 comma tx2 plus 1 minus ty2. This is preferred over y1, y2. मतलब ये जो हमारा वेटेड एवरेज बंडल है, this is preferred over A, and यही वेटेड एवरेज बंडल, this is preferred over B. समझे? अब देखो डायग्रामेटिकली समझो. गुड X, गुड Y. अच्छा, हम 1 2 ले रहे थे. गुड 1, गुड 2. बंडल A, x1, x2. बंडल B, y1, y2. Now join it by a line. बेटा टेल मी समथिंग. सपोज मैं यहाँ पे बंडल C लेती हूँ एंड आई ट्राई टू पास एन इंडिफरेंस कर्व. सपोज मैं C के थ्रू एक इंडिफरेंस कर्व पास करूं. Isn't C lying on a higher indifference curve? देखो C तो एक हायर इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे. C satisfies the equation of this line. इस लाइन पे लाई कर रहा है. माने C का ये इक्वेशन है. C का ये इक्वेशन है. C is lying on this line, so it satisfies this equation. And C is on IC2, जबकि A और B IC1 पे है. तो C is preferred over A. C is on indifference curve 2. C is preferred over B. C is on indifference curve 2. B on indifference curve 1. तो C A के ऊपर भी प्रेफर्ड है, B के ऊपर भी. क्लियर? Therefore, एंड C क्या था? C is lying on the line AB. AB वाले लाइन पर है ना. और वो AB लाइन क्या रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है? ये सारे पॉइंट्स क्या हैं? वेटेड एवरेज बंडल्स, क्योंकि हमने कुछ वेटेज A को दिया है और कुछ B को. सो ऑल बंडल्स ऑन लाइन AB are weighted average bundle and they will lie on higher indifference curve. Suppose मैं point D ले लेती हूँ, then I can pass a higher indifference curve through point D also. As compared to indifference curve 1, वो higher indifference curve पे. So all points on line AB, ये हो गए weighted average bundles. They are weighted average bundles and they are giving more utility as compared to point A and B. Write this down. So all weighted average bundles that lie on the line AB will be on higher indifference curve and thus more preferred. Therefore, they will be more preferred. Is this clear? ठीक है. This concept is the concept of convexity. That the averages are preferred over extremes. अब ये जो हमारी convexity है, this can be of two types. Strict convexity weak convexity. Strict convexity, weak convexity. Strict convexity बोलता है averages are strictly preferred over extreme. और weak convexity बोलता है averages are weakly preferred over extremes. तो strict convexity में बेटा we get tx1 plus 1 minus ty1 tx2 plus 1 minus ty2. ये जो हमारा एक बंडल है वेटेड एवरेज बंडल स्ट्रिक्टली प्रेफर होगा x1 x2 के ऊपर एक्सट्रीम बंडल के ऊपर. Whereas weak preference says that tx1 plus 1 minus ty1 tx2 plus 1 minus ty2 it will be weakly preferred over x1 x2. So when we talk about weak preference, this is the sign. And when we talk about strict preference, this is the sign. Clear हुई ये बात? Is this clear? So strict preference means strictly हम इसको prefer करेंगे और weak preference means या तो prefer होगा weighted average bundle या indifferent भी हो सकते हैं with weighted average bundle. Is this making some sense? Okay. Now we want to go ahead and we want to also understand the different kind of convexities through graphical approach. But I will go ahead and I will take that in the next lecture. Okay. So I want to go ahead and I want to talk about convex set. Number one, convex set की बात करनी है. Number two, I want to talk about graphical depiction of convexity, but I will be doing that in the next lecture. Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, beta, in the last class, we were going ahead and we were talking about convex indifference curve. हमने एक line सीखी थी last class में that averages are preferred over extreme. ठीक है? Today in this class, I want to go ahead and I want to talk first of all about a convex set. What is a convex set? So, please write down with me that a convex set has the property that if you take any 2 points in the set and draw the line segment connecting those points, the line segment lies entirely in the set. देखो क्या मतलब है इसका. So consider I take a circle and I am shading this part of the circle. मतलब जो मेरा set है वो circle के अंदर वाला area है. My set consists of all points inside the circle. हाँ बेटा. And I am asking you, is this a convex set? क्या ये एक convex set है? The answer is, I take any two points, join it with a line segment. This line is within the set. इसी shaded area में आ रहा है. The line is within the set. So yes, it is a convex set. So is this a convex set? The answer is yes, it is a convex set. ठीक है. Okay बेटा. Take the next case. अब देखो, I have drawn this indifference curve. And I'm asking you two questions. One, mark weakly preferred region. Two, is it a convex set? ठीक है. One, mark weakly preferred region. Two, is it a convex set? तो देखो, what will be weakly preferred region बेटा? All points on indifference curve और above indifference curve. इसी को तो weakly preferred region बोलते हैं. All points on indifference curve और above indifference curve. ये हो गया weakly preferred region. Is it a convex set? Take any two points. Join it with a line segment. Line segment इसी set के अंदर lie कर रहा है. So yes, it is a convex set. ठीक है. अच्छा, third question. Does it represent convex preferences? क्या ये convex preference को represent करता है? Does it represent convex preferences? तो what is the property of convex preferences बेटा? The property of convex preferences is averages are preferred over extreme. तो देख लेते हैं. This is my indifference curve. I take 2 points on indifference curve, point A, point B. I join it by line segment. ये एक एवरेज बंडल है, पॉइंट सी. पॉइंट सी कौन सी रीजन में लाई कर रहा है बेटा? वीकली प्रेफर्ड रीजन में. Isn't it? ये इसका वीकली प्रेफर्ड रीजन है. Anything above indifference curve. If I pass an indifference curve through point C, अगर मैं C से एक IC पास करूं, it will be a higher indifference curve. इस IC के ऊपर लाई करेगा, right? So does it represent convex preferences? Yes. Since indifference curve 2 is above indifference curve 1, it represents convex preferences. Average is preferred over extreme. हम average को extreme के ऊपर prefer कर रहे हैं. Average is preferred over extreme. तो yes, it represents convex preferences. ठीक है बेटा. Question number, diagram number 2. Non-convex preferences. तो देखो ध्यान से जरा. I am drawing an indifference curve which looks like this. Part A. Shade weakly preferred region. Weakly preferred region means region ऑन एंड अबव इंडिफरेंस कर्व, ये सारा रीजन वीकली प्रेफर्ड हो गया. पार्ट बी, इज इट कॉन्वेक्स सेट. कॉन्वेक्स सेट क्या बोलता है? टेक एनी टू पॉइंट्स इन द सेट, जॉइन इट विद द लाइन सेगमेंट. क्या ये लाइन सेगमेंट पूरा का पूरा इस सेट के अंदर है? इज दिस लाइन सेगमेंट विद इन द सेट? नो. कुछ सम इज कमिंग इन द वाइट एरिया, सो नो, इट इज नॉट अ कॉन्वेक्स सेट. ठीक है. पॉइंट नंबर 3, इज इट कॉन्वेक्स प्रेफरेंसेस. क्या ये कॉन्वेक्स प्रेफरेंस को रिप्रेजेंट करता है? देख लेते हैं अगेन. What can we do, beta? This is my indifference curve. I take 2 points, point A, point B, join it with a line segment, और मैं इसका एक एवरेज बंडल ले लेती हूँ पॉइंट C. लाइन सेगमेंट को जो एग्जैक्टली हाफ में ब्रेक करे, दैट इज द एवरेज बंडल. देखो, एवरेज बंडल से अगर मैं एक इंडिफरेंस कर्व निकालूं, इफ आई पास एन इंडिफरेंस कर्व थ्रू पॉइंट C, that indifference curve is lower than this indifference curve 1. So the IC passed through the average bundle is lower than the old IC. So the extreme bundles, they are on higher indifference curve, and the average bundle, it is on lower indifference curve. है कि नहीं है? So therefore average not preferred over extreme. एवरेज एक्सट्रीम के ऊपर प्रेफर नहीं हो रहा, वो लोअर आईसी पर है. सो वी कैन से नॉट कॉन्वेक्स प्रेफरेंसेस. ओके बेटा, ठीक है जी. एग्जाम्पल नंबर 3 बचे, कॉनकेव प्रेफरेंसेस. लेट्स ड्रॉ. क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, शेड वीकली प्रेफर्ड रीजन. क्या हो जाएगा बेटा वीकली प्रेफर्ड रीजन? ऑल एरिया अबव द इंडिफरेंस कर्व and on the indifference curve. This is my weakly preferred area. Question number B. Is it a convex set? क्या करेंगे? Take any 2 points in the set, join it by a line segment. Is this line lying completely in the shaded region? No. ये line shaded region में तो नहीं है. Some portion is lying in the white region. So no, it is not convex set. Beta, question number 3. Are these convex preferences? Are these convex preferences? Let's see. Take 2 extreme bundles. 2 extreme bundle ले लो, bundle A and B. Join it with a line segment. Average bundle, point C. Pass indifference curve through average bundle. Indifference curve is lower. क्या है indifference curve? पुराने indifference curve से नीचे है. The indifference curve is lower as compared to the old indifference curve. So the extreme bundle lies on higher indifference curve as compared to the average bundle. Therefore, it is not convex preferences. In fact, beta, this is called concave preferences. Shape like this is called as concave preferences. क्या बोल देते हैं इसे? Concave preferences, right? Okay, beta. Now I just want to make you understand what are concave preferences. Two goods which cannot be consumed together reflect concave preferences. वो दो goods जो एक साथ consume नहीं किए जा सकते उनको हम concave preference से reflect करते हैं. For example, a consumer would like milk and wine, but cannot consume milk and wine together. Consumer को milk और wine पसंद तो है. Consumer likes milk and wine, but consumer cannot consume milk and wine together, right? You can either consume milk or wine, but to consume them together is difficult. Such goods which cannot be consumed together are called or represented with concave preferences. So such goods which provide positive utility but cannot be consumed together represent concave preferences. They represent concave preferences. Okay, but I hope this is absolute. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, beta, in today's class, we are going to go ahead and talk about the marginal rate of substitution, also called as MRS. शायद आपने पहले MRS के बारे में सुना होगा. You might have heard about it. But देखो, rate of substitution. मतलब the consumer is willing to substitute one good for another. Consumer is willing to substitute one good for another. इसीलिए इसको बोला गया rate of substitution. That is why it is called as the rate of substitution. So what do we go ahead and what do we do, beta? देखो ध्यान से. I am going ahead and taking an indifference curve. Good 1, good 2. And I am going ahead and drawing the slope of indifference curve. Slope कैसे किसी भी curve का बताते हैं? How do we draw the slope of anything? To understand the slope ऑफ अ कर्व, अगर मुझे किसी कर्व का स्लोप निकालना है, वी विल ड्रॉ अ लाइन tangent to the curve. If I want to understand the slope of any curve, अगर मुझे किसी भी कर्व का स्लोप जानना है, I will draw a line tangent to the curve. So I am drawing a line tangent to this curve. Slope is defined as perpendicular by base. Change in perpendicular by change in base. So change in good 2 by change in good 1. And this slope of indifference curve, IC के slope को बोला जाता है MRS. That is called as MRS. So what is the slope of indifference curve? It is called as MRS XY. MRS XY. What is MRS XY, beta? It is change in X2 by change in X1. That means, how do I define this thing, beta? The amount of good to consumer is willing to give up for an additional unit of good 1. Amount of good to consumer is willing to give up. कितना good to consumer देना चाह रहा है एक extra good 1 के लिए for an additional unit of good 1, holding utility constant. Holding utility constant. देखो ध्यान से जरा, listen to me. Suppose, beta, this is my indifference curve. This is my utility function. This is good x. ये good x है. This is good y. Now consider I am on point A. मैं point A पर हूं. At point A, suppose I give some form to the utility function. Suppose मैं कह दूं my utility is amount of good x into amount of good y. ऐसे मैंने define कर दिया that utility is amount of good x into amount of good y. And I am holding utility constant at 4. So when I have 1 unit of good x and 4 units of good y, then I get my utility at 1 into 4. It means 4. Clear? Beta, now I move to point B. Point B पे amount of good x हो गया 2 और amount of good y भी हो गया 2. तो what is utility? Point A पे देखो, point A पे x is 1, y is 4. So 1 into 4, 4. बेटा point B पे x is 2, y is 2, 2 into 2, 4. Point C पे x is 4, suppose, and y is 1. X is 4, y is 1. तो ये हो गया 4. Suppose मैं एक बीच में I take one more point, बेटा I will make this as point D. इसको D बना देते हैं और यहाँ पे I am just writing D here. यहाँ कहीं पे I have point C, बेटा. At point C, x is basically 4 by 3 and y is 3, so utility is 4. X is 4 by 3 and y is 3 and utility is 4. Clear है बात को? या रिवर्स इट, x को हम 3 ले लेते हैं. सॉरी, x is 3, y is 4 by 3, utility is 4. So you get 3. And here I have 4 by 3. Okay. So what is 4 divided by 3 beta? 1.3. 1.33333 है ना? तो I have just written, या तो उसको 4 by 3 ही लिख लो या 1.3333 लिख लो यहाँ पे 1.33. क्लियर? तो अब लिसन टू मी. पॉइंट ए का कोऑर्डिनेट्स है 1,4. पॉइंट बी का कोऑर्डिनेट है 2,2. पॉइंट सी कोऑर्डिनेट इज 3,1.33. पॉइंट डी कोऑर्डिनेट इज 4,1. क्लियर? I am writing these. Point A पे how much x you have? 1. How much y you have? 4. What is utility? 1 into 4, 4. Point B पे how much x you have beta? 2. y कितना है? 2. x is 2, y is 2. Utility is 2 into 2, 4. What is the amount of good y you are giving up for an extra unit of x? When you increased x by 1 unit, how much y have you given up? 2 units. 2 minus 4. De rahe ho. You are giving up. So I am putting a negative sign to show you are giving up. Here you are getting. From 1 you are going to 2. Le rahe ho. You are taking 1 unit. Right? So plus 1. So when you are giving up 1 unit, minus. When you are taking a unit, plus. So here I have increased consumption of good x, plus. I have decreased consumption of good y, minus. So this is going to be minus 2 by plus 1. That means beta minus 2. Okay, point C now. At point C, what is the amount of good x? 3 units. What is the amount of good y? 1.33 units. I am again increasing the consumption of good x. I am decreasing consumption of good y. How much good y is decreasing? Minus 0.67. How much x is increasing? 1. So earlier I am giving up 2 units of good y. Now I am giving up 0.67 units of good y. Now see point D beta. D point pe I have 4 units of x and 1 unit of y. So 4 and 1. So how much y I am giving up for extra unit of x? I am giving up only 0.33 units of y. इतने से ही तो कम किया y को. And I am increasing x by 1 unit. So I am giving up 0.33 units of y. So how much y I am giving up for an extra unit of x? कितना y हम दे रहे हैं x के एक एक्स्ट्रा यूनिट के लिए, उसी को हमने मार्जिनल रेट ऑफ सब्स्टिट्यूशन बोला है. दैट इज व्हाट वी आर कॉलिंग एज MRS, मार्जिनल रेट ऑफ सब्स्टिट्यूशन. इज दिस क्लियर? Absolutely clear to everyone. So here, how much y I am giving up? 2 units for 1 unit of x, perpendicular by base. How much y I am giving up for 1 unit of x? How much y I am giving up for 1 unit of x, and so on and so forth. Right? How much y you are giving up for 1 unit of x. Right? Now, please listen to me. Write down. MRS can be considered as the trade-off that consumer places on the two goods. The trade-off placed by the consumer on the two goods. कि एक गुड को बढ़ाने के लिए दूसरा मैं कितना छोड़ूं, so that I get the same level of utility, right? The rate at which I am willing to give up maximum 2 units of good y for 1 unit of good x. Maximum कितना देना चाह रहे हैं यहाँ पे? 0.67 units of good y for 1 unit of good x. So how much am I willing to give up right, for an extra unit of good X, that is MRS, right? If you ask me to give more than 2 units of good Y, अगर आप बोलोगे कि क्या 3 यूनिट दोगे, I will say no. Will you give more than 0.67 units here? I will say no. So this is the maximum good Y that I am willing to give up. इससे ज़्यादा good Y I will not be giving up, right? This is the maximum amount of good Y that I am willing to give up for an extra unit of good X. Is this clear to everyone? So please write down. It can also be said that MRS also measures the marginal willingness to pay of the consumer. तो हम ऐसे भी बोल सकते हैं कि जो हमारा MRS है वो कंज्यूमर का मार्जिनल विलिंगनेस टू पे बताता है. वो ये बताता है कि कंज्यूमर एक एक्स्ट्रा गुड एक्स के लिए कितना पे करना चाहेगा गुड बाय के टर्म्स में. हाउ मच विल ही बी विलिंग टू पे इन टर्म्स ऑफ गुड वाई फॉर एन एक्स्ट्रा यूनिट ऑफ गुड एक्स. अच्छा, नाउ टेल मी समथिंग. सपोज बेटा आई गो अहेड and I take good X here. Suppose good X is, let's say books. Huh? And I take good Y here. And better good Y is money spent on all other goods. Money spent on all other goods. जो भी पैसा हम बाकी सब goods पे खर्च कर रहे हैं, that is good Y. बेटा मैंने यहाँ पे एक इंडिफरेंस कर्व प्लॉट कर दिया है. I've plotted an indifference curve here. Acha, now tell me something. When I go from point A to point B, so what is the slope? What is MRS telling me? Change in good Y upon change in good X. What is change in good X? Change in the number of books. What is change in good Y? The change in the amount of money spent. तो अब ये क्या हो गया? It is telling me that if I want to increase my books from 1 to 2, अगर मुझे अपनी books 1 से 2 करनी है, if I want to increase the consumption of books, तो मेरे को कितना पैसा देने का मन है? How much money I am leaving? मैं बाकी goods पे पहले 4 रुपए खर्च कर रही थी. Point A tells me that I am consuming 1 book and 4 rupees on other goods. And point B is telling me that I have 2 books and I am spending 2 rupees on other goods. और इन दोनों से ही आई एम गेटिंग द सेम यूटिलिटी. मुझे सेम आईसी पर है, दे आर गिविंग मी सेम यूटिलिटी. सो टू इंक्रीज द कंजम्पशन ऑफ बुक, हाउ मच मनी एम आई विलिंग टू गिव अप ऑन अदर गुड्स? कितना कम पैसा मैं दूसरे गुड्स पे खर्च कर रही हूँ? आई एम विलिंग टू गिव अप 2 रुपीज. मैं 2 रुपए कम खर्च करूंगी बाकी गुड्स पे ताकि मैं एक बुक एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ पाऊं. Right? So this can also be said like the marginal willingness to pay. Right? This can be said as marginal willingness to pay. So we can say that now it represents the amount of money consumer is willing to give up on other goods for extra unit of good X. एक एक्स्ट्रा गुड एक्स के लिए हम बाकी गुड्स पे कितना कम खर्च करने के लिए रेडी हैं? हाउ मच एम आई विलिंग टू स्पेंड लेस ऑन द अदर गुड्स? दैट कैन बी कॉल्ड एज MRS. क्लियर हुई बात? आई होप द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ MRS इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. ठीक है बेटा, होमवर्क क्वेश्चन. सो इफ गुड 1 is neutral good. ठीक है. Find MRS for good 2. Where good 2? Give me a minute. Pen got discharged. 1 second. Where good 2 is normal good. So good 1 is taken as neutral good. Good 2 is taken as normal good. और इस केस में आपको मुझे बताना है what will be the MRS. You need to tell me what will be MRS. Homework question, बेटा. Okay? Okay, बेटा. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. ठीक है बेटा, let us continue with this chapter that we were doing on indifference curve. I am first taking the homework question. देखो ध्यान से. It says good 1 is neutral good and good 2 is a normal good. So how will you draw indifference curve? Good 1, good 2. This will be your indifference curve. Good 1 का कुछ भी quantity हो, it does not matter. It is going to keep your utility unchanged. आपका utility change नहीं होगा. So now we talk about MRS. MRS is the amount of good 2 you are willing to give up for an extra unit of good 1. एक extra good 1 के लिए good 1 जब 1 से 2 जा रहा है, how much good 2 are you willing to give up? No good 2. Your good 2 is fixed at x2 units. So when good 1 is increasing, are you changing the amount of good 2? No. You want to keep good 2 at x2 only. Because increasing good 1 does not increase your utility. Good 1 के बढ़ने से आपका utility नहीं बढ़ रहा. You are not able to increase your utility. So when good 1 is increasing, your utility is unchanged. Isn't it? So if your utility is unchanged, beta, agar utility change ho hi nahi raha, so for an extra unit of good 1, you will give 0 units of good 2. So what will be MRS? 0. That is the answer to this homework question. So kya ho jayega MRS? MRS will be 0. Okay. Now let us talk about the behavior of MRS. ठीक है बेटा, क्लेम. My claim is that indifference curve, well-defined indifference curve, exhibit diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Well-defined indifference curve diminish marginal rate of substitution. Marginal rate of substitution का क्या मतलब है? What is the meaning of marginal rate of substitution? Marginal rate of substitution was the amount of good 2 you were willing to give up for an extra unit of good 1. है ना? और ये diminish करता है. Diminish means that as, देखो, take an example. Suppose I have good 1 unit and good 2 suppose I have 25 units. ठीक है? And I am here, beta. This is good 2, 25 units, and good 1, 1 unit. तो good 1 तो मेरे पास बहुत कम है. I have very less amount of good 1. Since consumer has less amount of good 1 at point A, he values good 1 more. ये good 1 है. This is good 2. Good 1, I just have 1 unit. सिर्फ एक unit है good 1 का. So I am valuing good 1 too much. It is very precious to me. So consumer is willing to give up more units of good 1, of good 2 for extra unit of good 1. Consumer ज्यादा good 2 देने के लिए ready है for an extra unit of good 1. So suppose I tell you that to get one more unit of good 2, good 1 को एक यूनिट से बढ़ाने के लिए consumer is willing to give up 10 units of good 2. You see this gap? This is 10 beta. 10 units of good 2 for extra unit of good 1. ठीक है. Now at point B, जब हम point B पे बात करते हैं, consumer has 15 good 2 and 2 good 1. But you ask the consumer again, how much are you willing to give up good 2 for an extra unit of good 1? 3 units पे जाने के लिए. Now consumer says कि okay, now I have 2 units of good 1. अब मेरे पास 2 यूनिट पहले से हैं good 1 के. Since I have 2 units of good 1, now I am willing to give up, suppose I am willing to give up only 7 units of good 2 for extra unit of good 1. I am willing to give up 7 units of good 2 for extra unit of good 1, and you come to point C. Up at point C, consumer has 8 units of good 2 and he has 3 units of good 1. And you again ask the consumer what he wants to do. So you realize that as the amount of good 1 increases, as you move from point A to B to C, जैसे जैसे आप A से B से C पे आते हो, good 1 का consumption बढ़ रहा है. The amount of good 1 is increasing. And as the amount of good 1 is increasing, consumer is willing to give up less of good 2 for extra unit of good 1. Consumer कम good 2 देना चाहता है एक extra good 1 के लिए. So for example, at point D, consumer is willing to give up only 4 units of good 2. From 8, he is coming to 4 for an extra unit of good 1. So the amount of good 2 that consumer is willing to give up for an extra unit of good 1 is falling as you move along the indifference curve, because you already have a lot of good 1. So now consumer does not want to go ahead and give too much good 2 for an extra unit of good 1. Consumer बहुत ज़्यादा good 2 नहीं देना चाहता for an extra unit of good 1. And that is why there is diminishing MRS. Diminishing MRS means how much good 2 you are willing to give up will fall. यहाँ पे 10 यूनिट देना चाह रहे थे good 2 के ताकि एक एक्स्ट्रा गुड 1 मिल पाए. यहाँ पे सिर्फ 7 यूनिट्स यू आर विलिंग टू गिव अप फॉर एन एक्स्ट्रा यूनिट ऑफ गुड 1. देन 4 यूनिट्स यू आर विलिंग टू गिव अप फॉर एन एक्स्ट्रा यूनिट ऑफ गुड 1. राइट? सो as consumer moves from left to right along an indifference curve, he is willing to give up less of good to, less amount of good to for an extra unit of good one. वो कम कम good to देना चाहेगा for extra unit of good one. This is called, what is this called beta? Diminishing MRS. Diminishing MRS. How do we show diminishing MRS? कैसे दिखा सकते हैं मैथमेटिकली? मैथमेटिकली a convex indifference curve implies diminishing MRS. अगर indifference curve convex to origin है, if indifference curve are convex to origin, it actually goes ahead and it means diminishing MRS. Mathematically, this is the first thing, right? Secondly, if we want to go ahead and we want to check whether indifference curve are actually convex to origin or not, या अगर हमें चेक करना है कि diminishing MRS है या नहीं है, then mathematically we can differentiate MRS with respect to X, absolute value of MRS. And if this is less than 0, अगर ये 0 से कम आ जाए, if this is less than 0, then we can say that you have diminishing MRS. So there are two ways to check diminishing MRS beta. Method number 1 is you go ahead and differentiate with respect to X. अगर ये less than 0 आ जाए, then this is diminishing MRS. And method number 2, you check whether indifference curve are convex or not. If they are convex to origin, तो भी उसको बोल सकते हैं that there are diminishing MRS. Is this clear? ठीक है बेटा. Now I am going to go ahead and I'm going to give you a question here. So please write down. Homework question, right? So the question is, if both capsicum and mushroom are bad goods, will the indifference curve have negative or positive slope? Will the indifference curve have negative or positive slope? I am giving you a hint. If you remember beta, good, bad, circle. This is saying that both of them are bad goods. So bad, that means this quadrant. So this is your indifference curve. Okay. That is how you can go ahead and do this question. Okay, beta. So with this, we have talked about indifference curve. In the next lecture, we will introduce officially the concept